it sounds like you didn't realize you were on air, but you totally were, and you're
You
saying
mean
something really personal and inappropriate.
you
I
mean
wanted to
like
make that joke.
you mean like right now?
Well, no, because this one's a little too self-aware. I'm thinking
Oh.
like, you remember when Carlin had that one routine where he's like, I know, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have my testicles laminated. That one where he's saying like, you're in a loud room, a party, a dance club, whatever, and you have to shout.
There you go. Just like, yep. And as soon as I pour my coffee, I will actually do the hello. There we go. Look at that, will you? And I spilled it all over the place.
So
All
she's
right.
going after the coffee. I'm eating a sandwich.
Hello, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. How the hell are you? Yeah, this is the open chat. I am the Lavender Lady, and with me is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Bionic Dance, Kate Farr. Hello, honey. How is you?
I'm a famwith. How will I be?
Oh my, oh my.
It's melted mozzarella cheese and butter
Oh, that sounds mozzarella and
between
butter.
bread.
Mozzarella and butter. God, that's a lot of butter fat going on there.
Well, you know, I really haven't eaten in quite some time. I thought I might as well have something that was high in calories.
That'll do it. Yep, that certainly will do it.
I think
A
the
lot
most
of
I've
lipids
had
going
today
on
is
there.
a bowl of honeycomb. I think is the most I've had till now.
Oh man, I tell you, it's been years. I have not seen that stuff in a very, very, very long time.
Mm, You know, one thing that's kind of weird about being out of weed is that you get reverse munchies where you don't want to eat a damn thing.
I can almost make sense of that. Yeah, I can almost see how it would happen.
Well, I mean, yeah, what I mean is your appetite goes the hell away, which is probably why I didn't eat much today. Hashtag someone please fund Kate's pot habit.
There you go. Alrighty, let's do a 24-hour live stream
Hmm.
to send Kate a whole shitload of pot. How's that sound?
God, I'd feel like such an asshole if I did that, and probably everyone and their hamster would call me one.
What? You mean they haven't already?
Fine, more. Shut up, you. But no, seriously, like part of me would love to do that as a prank where the PayPal link takes someone to a Bazinga site or something. It's like, I gotcha. Imagine if I was really this self centered, something like that on a website.
Okay.
Problem is, most people wouldn't click the PayPal link, the fake PayPal link, and they'd think I was being a total dick and wouldn't get the joke.
Okay.
Because I know how the internet works. This ain't my first day. I didn't just fall off the turnip modem.
Yes,
So
dear
I have
friends.
learned in my time on YouTube, don't make jokes that aren't like right up in someone's face and waka waka. Don't play pranks on people that are a slow burn because they'll think you mean it.
Okay, that's just about everybody then.
Mm-hmm.
Mage said it went a bit heavy on the member berries, but overall it met and even exceeded my expectations.
Which
Referring,
sounds like what he's saying is that Ghostbusters Afterlife has a shit ton of fan service.
okay, sounds good. Uh, I have not seen it. I haven't been inside a cinema in, oh God, how long? Long time.
Yeah, well, been a while for me too. There just hasn't been a lot out that I particularly want to see. But I do want to go see Ghostbusters Afterlife. I wish they were streaming it like they did with Bill and Ted. Or was it Bill and Ted? No, Dune. That's what I mean. Bill and Ted streamed too, but I'm thinking of Dune.
Okay, okay.
Because honestly, I'm not sure I would have gone out to the theater for Dune because I'd never liked Dune until now. I didn't realize that this was done in a more accessible style. I never would have known if I'd had to make special effort to see it. But
Mm-hmm.
because it was streaming on one of the services to which I have access, I watched it and was pleasantly surprised. I really wish they were doing that with Ghostbusters Afterlife
Streaming
because I
it.
don't want to go to the theater. It's really far away and it costs a lot of money to Lyft or Uber there. Otherwise, it's a long ass walk. Plus the fee to get in, and I don't even know what the COVID restrictions are these days. I mean, what's the point?
I don't know. Well, oh, excuse me. I mean, this is the U.S., but I wonder what the restrictions are like. There's the picture I saw of a cinema in Germany where they took out, I think, two-thirds of the seats or something like that, just to make
Hmm.
sure that you're socially distanced.
And
Um,
I understand some places in the United States put like covers and signs over some of the seats.
oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of that going on in the waiting rooms of the various doctors' offices and hospitals I've been
Hmm.
in. Yes.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, it's just so much of a pain in the ass right now, and I want to see the movie, but it feels like too much of an investment of time and money.
okay. Yeah, indeed.
And maybe that's just my see. That's the thing is I'm not antisocial exactly, but I mean I have found putting myself in situations where I might be emotionally vulnerable to be something I haven't wanted to do, which has only gotten worse since lockdown, you
Uh-huh.
know?
Yeah.
And so part of me just doesn't want to deal with other people right now, at least not strangers.
Right, right. Which would be most of the people with whom you would deal. Yeah, like there are so many more
Mhm.
strangers than there are friends. It just
Mhm.
works out that way.
Mhm. Well, there's too many people on this planet to be friends with all of them. Not that
Oh.
I'm suggesting any kind of solution to that.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Nice little thermonuclear warhead, right?
Well, I was more thinking about the dude with the SUV who just went plowing through people the other day.
Oh Lord, yeah.
It's like Wisconsin is becoming the new Florida.
I tell you, it's nuts.
Mm.
And I don't know. I mean, many people have asked this, and I don't know if there's any satisfactory answer to it or not. I mean, is it that we're getting crazier, or have we always been this crazy and you just hear about more of it?
Well, we certainly have more access to information these days.
Hmm.
So that's
Uh,
probably part of it. But um, I mean, I think things have gotten worse in the last few years, though I think the easy access to the rest of our countrymen has something to do with it, actually.
okay.
Well,
And the Lone Wanderer is here.
um,
Yay!
I've always had the most vague notion of what life is like in like the Rust Belt and the Bible Belt and all of that. And I was never sure how much of it was stereotype and how much of it was fact. But looking at the way things are going these days, I may have underestimated the crazy.
I'll tell you, out here in the Rust Belt, yeah, it's stereotype. That word would just underestimate the whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, like watching people who seemed to be fairly normal go within the space of like 2 years into full on alt right crazy pants is weird to me. But it seems like the more they see us and the more we see them, the more we realize just how disconnected we truly are culturally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's face it, the folks on the East Coast and the West Coast are more similar than anyone in the middle, and we're all incomprehensible to each other.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, goodness knows I'm not into country music or whatever the hell people get up to in that part of the country, but they probably don't want to do the same things I do. They probably look down on them the way I look down on their rustic redneck behavior, you know? I mean, we really are a nation divided by culture.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that culture seems to be largely geographically divided. You know,
Yeah.
like it's regional, is what I'm trying to say.
A lot of it depends on where the farmland is, and where the international trade routes are. Yeah.
Hmm. I mean, I'd love to be able to come together with people, but it just seems like every time anyone tries, one side digs in its heels really hard.
Uh huh. Yeah.
And I mean, it's sometimes both sides, but let's face it, one side in this equation seems to hate people just for what they are, never mind who.
Mm.
And that gets in the way hard. I mean, if these people go, okay, your color of skin or who you like to fuck or who you think you are inside doesn't matter to us, we'll mind our own business.
I
You know
wish
what I
that would
mean?
happen. I wish that would be more. Yeah. I mean, if you
Because,
don't like me, then just stay away. Yeah.
and it's weird to me how it's like, oh, they hate a lot of us because we look down on them, but we look down on them for damn good reasons. Educate yourselves. I mean, I'm sure
Indeed.
some of them are nicely educated. I'm sure a lot of them are, but you also get those folks who I don't need no book learning. I was born here. I'm gonna die here. A coal miner, just like my grandpappy. Those folks exist. It's
I've
not just a stereotype. And
I've
how do
known
you
too
deal
many of
with
them.
that?
I've known too many of them personally. Yeah.
How do you deal with that? Because it's like we are so alien to each other. Even the things we want are radically alien to each other.
Mm-hmm.
How can this be a cohesive country?
Well, I guess the question answers itself. We really can't. And the least I would want is that we could inhabit the same plot of ground and not kill each other, but that doesn't seem to be possible either.
Well, even that is enough to be what I would call a cohesive country. But the fact is that none of us want to deal with each other on our own terms, or rather, those who do are being told fuck off by the people to whom they're extending their hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like there's a lot of you out there with one culture or another that I don't care for, but I'm willing to live and let live. Why won't you do the same for me?
Oh my! I just
I mean, hell, that's the main reason I look down on a lot of these people is because they're such provincial, obnoxious, bigoted assholes. If they could knock that part off, if they could be more neighborly to the people that they're not like, I'd have no problem with them.
Okay. Yeah. 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 Just do what you want to do and leave me alone, basically. Now,
Or even not it doesn't even have to be leave me alone. It just, how about just be polite to my face?
hmm,
And maybe behind my back not have other people that you're trying to get them to hate me like without my knowing kind of thing. Maybe knock that off.
no, I don't
But
know.
but
I
I
mean,
don't need more.
part of that, I think they're actually afraid of us in some respects.
Well,
They're
how?
what
What do
I'm
they think will
thinking.
happen?
What I'm thinking is they're thinking their kids would see us and say, "Hey, that isn't all that bad after all," and maybe I'm like that, and they can't live with that.
Well, I
Absolutely
think there's
not.
more to it than that. I wonder how many of them are going, "Oh shit, what if I'm like that?"
Oh yeah. How
Or
many
how
times?
many of them are like, "I am like that and no one is to know ever."
Oh my word! Absolutely. How many times have I posed the question to Answers in Genesis when Ken Ham gets started on the homosexuals and the transgenders and all this shit and everything else? And hey, guys, how afraid are you that you would be attracted to someone like me, or how afraid are you that you are someone like me? It's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so many of them, like back on the kids thing, are like, well, if one of my kids is like that, like I don't want to have to disown them, they say, or like that one dude who said he'd probably drown his kids. You remember that
Yeah, I
guy?
remember that guy.
You
Yep.
know, and it's like, um, and so many of them are like, how do I explain to my kids when two people of the same sex are getting married? It's like, what? You can't just say they have the right to be as miserable as the rest of us?
Indeed.
I mean, but I mean, it's like their whole problem really seems to be, I don't want this to be the new normal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it seems that it's rapidly becoming that if it isn't already. Um,
What? No, no, no. Well, I don't know that that's unfortunate. Unfortunately for them, maybe.
okay. Oh man, I remember sitting in a soup kitchen one day back in my homeless time, and there was a evangelical type Christian pointing at the trans woman who was also in there, and that thing and it and everything, and I decided to go out on a limb and said, hey, what if your son comes to you one day and says, hey, Dad, I'm a girl? I said, that's not happening. And
Mm.
you know, God, if you could ever, if the eyes could throw daggers, his were. Um, and
So,
I don't know.
okay, here's the thing. Maybe it's just your circumstances. I don't know. But I've noticed the go to always seems to be, what if your male child is queer?
Well, that's what gets all the press.
Well, yeah, but I mean, imagine going up to that same person and going, what if your daughter came up to you and said, I'm a boy?
Yeah. Yeah.
That might have
It's
thrown that person for a loop far more than, chick with dick. You know what I mean?
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because they're probably expecting that one. It's kind of the way, like, okay, hands up if when you hear the word pedophile, your immediate thought is gay man. Because that seems to be the way most people interpret the word pedophile. It doesn't even matter. It's like they usually picture a priest and the altar boys, but I flat guarantee you that most of the customers going to Jeffrey Epstein were asking for a girl, and I'm sure
Yeah.
most of them were men.
Uh
So
huh.
I
Yeah.
mean, seriously, like pedophile does not equal gay man, yet that seems to be the trope.
And I don't know how that one got started because it is by no means anywhere near the case. Yeah.
No, I know why that got started. It's because of the priests and the altar boys. That's why.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, let's face it, when a lot of people, when you say pedophile, their first thought is the Catholic Church.
Well, that too.
Well, but I mean, that means priests, which
Mm-hmm.
means gay men, which means that's where the stereotype came from, I'm sure. It's kind of like how post office workers weren't the only ones shooting up their colleagues or the rest of the world, but for a while, going postal was an expression.
Yes. Yes. I remember those days.
There was even a video game called Postal where you play like a mailman going on a rampage.
I had a
You
copy of
know,
that game.
so I mean, my point being is like I mean, a lot of stereotypes have truth in them, but they also don't accurately reflect the reality of all the people who fit the stereotype minus one very specific thing. Like there's a lot of people who fit the going postal carrier, but who aren't postal carriers. Like they tick every other box except I work at the post office.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hate my coworkers, hate my job, on the edge, losing it, and have access to high powered weaponry. Those are all you need, to go postal, even if you're not a postal worker. It's just, eh, I don't know. So, like a lot of people will again hear pedophile, and a lot of different categories spring to mind before they ever consider, oh yeah, adult straight person going after kids.
Yeah, and how many of them should be thinking, you hear pedophile, yeah, my brother, I should keep him away from my kids, shouldn't I? Um,
Something like that.
yeah, because that's
Well,
what
I mean,
happens, really.
and I get why the stereotype of gay priest versus altar boy is a thing. It's because for a very long time, and maybe even still, I don't know, people would go to their gay children and say, "You're never having kids, and we're ashamed of you. You're going into the church." Where you're not going to have sex anyway, and out of sight, out of mind, and who knows, maybe it'll Christian you up. And that happened a lot. So there were a lot of gay dudes in the church, at least in the Catholic Church, and I'm sure they were getting it on with each other, and that probably led to some other stuff that like maybe they felt they had, I don't know, immunity because they're part of the church. You can't go after the church. Those were automatically the good guys. Axiomatically was probably the thinking. And so they figured they could get away with whatever the fuck they want. Mind you, I'm speculating. I'm talking completely out of my ass, but there is a logic to it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a lot of people do forget too, though, that there were quite a number of pregnant nuns, and they were knocked up by priests. So
Oh,
I
I
mean,
always thought that was just a silly stereotype. I've seen the pregnant, like, there's even a Halloween costume of the pregnant nun.
yep, there is. No, it happened often enough. Um, I personally don't know of any cases, but
Yeah.
I do
Well,
know I do know a priest that was accused posthumously of groping girls, but
hmm.
I don't know how true that was because it was years after the alleged fact that these allegations came out. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, eh, maybe I've thought about this way too much and way too hard, but let's face it, between being an atheist and being queer, let's face it, this topic comes up a lot, and so do various others. Here's how God feels about you who are weird to us according to our book. And it's like it's never favorable.
Nope,
you know.
definitely not. It's amazing how their God hates all the things they hate.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I do wonder, I mean, because a lot of people are born into religion, so it's not like they wrote the book. So I
Hmm.
wonder how many of them would have had that hatred if they hadn't been religious. Like if they hadn't been raised religious.
Right.
Because it's not
Um,
like they came up with that stuff on their own.
right. I mean, there's got to be some little bit of truth to the advertisements that you've got. You know, with the kids, hugging or holding hands or whatever. You know, of different ethnicities and backgrounds and shit like that. You know, and hatred is learned, not innate. And you have to wonder about that. Yeah,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
mean, like, but the thing is that someone had to be bigoted first. If it's always learned, if it's always taught, then where did it come from?
Well, the thing I look at, I don't know how true this is. I suspect that some of it is inborn, some of it is innate. The fear of the other. Um,
Then it's clearly not always learned, is it?
right, right, right.
So that every time I see that meme, I wince, but I know that if I type something about it, if I dispute it, everyone's going to go, aha, you're a racist bigot. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about what it says and the logic of it. I'm not casting a value judgment on anything, but you cannot have a clinical discussion with some people because it always is emotional. There's always this little axiomatic thing that you have to agree with no matter what, regardless of the logic of it. And it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
just with religious people either.
Oh, right, right. I mean, consider
It's like,
the. Mhm.
well, say to some people, like, yeah, okay, in principle, I agree with the whole all cops are bastards thing. But on the other hand, I've known a few individuals and they're really nice people. And, they might work in some small town like cough, cough, South Burlington, Vermont, cough, cough. And, so it's a very, like, we don't have those kind of scandals. Hell, we barely have people of like, ethnicities that aren't basically white ass British and French people, by ancestry. And so it's not like there's really opportunities for a lot of white on whatever, like police crime. But I mean, like, it's just hard for me to accept a blanket statement like all this or all that. It's just really hard for me as a skeptic.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
But
I will go as far as to say all fans of country music are wrong. I'm
all,
just saying.
all Shatners are shite, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know when he tried to start that women's underwear company, but Shatner panties just didn't sit well with some people.
There you go.
Yeah. That's an old joke. I wish I'd made it up.
Well,
Oh,
okay, you should start an argument with it and then you can make up, right? No.
but that's making up with it, not
Yeah.
making it up, you see.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, details, details, you
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter.
know.
I'll be right back. I want to get rid of the plate from the sandwich I just ate.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Good, yummy stuff. All right. Question for everybody out in the audience. You thawing your turkeys yet? I went looking for a frozen turkey yesterday, and I had been to that store, I think, what, 2 days earlier. Might have been Saturday. I was there, and there was a case full of turkeys. And it was okay. I'm not going to get one today because I've got no place to put it, so I'll get one Monday, and then put it in the defibrillator and start thawing it immediately. Monday, the damn case was empty. Amazing the way they just descended on it like locusts.
Hmm.
So I found a turkey breast, and that's sitting in the defibrillator, and I'll roast that, and Sylvia and I'll have some good turkey breast, and then I'll have stuff for turkey pot pie.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. I would not be able to finish a whole turkey before it went bad. I'd have to like feed lots of it to the cats, and I don't know how good that is for them.
I don't know what I
It's
went and
probably fine. I mean, how many times do they eat birds? I mean, I don't know if like your average tabby can take down a turkey. I suspect not, but I guarantee if they were big enough to do it, they would, and they'd like it, and it would be good for them. Because I mean,
oh
let's
no,
face it, they are just foul. So, but and cats can eat chicken.
this is true. This is true.
So,
I would always tell my Miranda that I would put her in the Thanksgiving turkey and let her eat her way out. She couldn't could not get enough turkey. This one, but what can you do? Oh my, oh my. But what I'll do with the turkey is I will roast say a 14 pounder or something, and cut it up and freeze the pieces.
yeah. I mean, you do that with a lot of things, don't you?
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes a long way that way. I mean, there's only there's one human here, and then well, the cat eats enough for two of me. Um, but that's another story entirely. Um, it works,
Oh,
and I'm still swimming in food stamps. That's
yeah.
amazing. I didn't think that we would be getting the food stamp largesse even now, but we're still. I got one almost $200 this last month, and
Wait,
it's
wait, 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 hold on. What do you mean? Like, are they giving you extra money for Thanksgiving, or did something change in what they give you monthly?
with the COVID thing. They changed what they gave us monthly. They gave us the maximum that our class of people could could receive. Um, so, like me, a single white female, getting the maximum a single white female could get, which was something like $200 a month, where they were
Right.
originally giving me something like 16.
See, that's just crazy. What do they expect people to live on if they only give you 16 smackers worth of FUD money?
I know that's not it's not fun. It's not easy at all.
Well, it's not
Because
even just that. It's like you can barely afford ramen noodles for a month on that.
right. I mean, what does a pack of ramen noodles cost? $1, something like that, or can you get more than one?
Oh, it's usually closer to 50 cents these days.
Okay.
Ugh, I need to get more than one of these. This one's starting to get, well, gross. Doesn't
Uh oh.
smell bad, but it's soggy inside.
Oops.
Yeah, but anyway,
There you go. And well, at least it's not your bowling hand.
that's true. Not that I've been bowling. I mean, when was the last time? It's been more than a decade, I guarantee you that.
It's been a very long time here. I used to have a I used to have a ball, and I don't even know what happened to that one anymore.
Did you take it and go home?
Uh huh.
Hmm.
Oh, what do you got? Wait a minute.
A
Matt Pig said,
turkey crown. What's a turkey crown, I wonder?
I don't know. Can you tell us what a turkey crown is? Yeah.
I mean, usually when I hear about something that has crown in the name and it's food, it's like either booze or what's Royal Crown? Is that booze?
Royal Crown, that's a cola.
Okay. Oh, you're right. It's RC. Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually when something like that has crown in the name, it's food.
Oh my, Dave Bowman says a joke you both get. That's wonderful. Yay!
I don't know how much lag there is, but I don't remember which joke it was anymore.
That may be that thing you were talking about half an hour ago.
How are
Oh
you
my.
supposed to tell? God, this thing is almost completely empty.
Okay, Matt Pick says crown is the two breasts, basically the main bit with no legs or wings.
I'll be honest, Crown made me think you were going to eat a turkey head. Either that or it was a brand name.
There you
I mean,
go.
'cause let's face it, Crown.
Hmm.
Am I right? Unless the two turkey tits are shaped sort of like a crown, like royal headgear, I'm gonna say, why the hell did they call it that?
I don't know.
Hmm.
That's another one of those etymological mysteries.
Okay, I got to
It
take
must
this
be.
thing off. One of the problems, there's like a seam or something in here that eventually starts to abrade right here.
Ooh, not fun.
Yep.
Not fun.
But if I don't use this too much, it should be okay to leave the brace off for a while.
Well, that means that you're going to have to take a vacation from Quinn Redshift. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, if I stay off this for a while, I can, and like for the duration of this show, it should like stop, being so terrible for a while.
Hey, I know what you need to do. You need to set up a voice operation software.
That'll never work for 3D animation.
Computer!
What I need actually are foot controls.
All right, all right.
That'd be kind of cool having foot controls.
Yeah, why not?
And actually, I do wonder, like, you know how laptops have the touchpad? I wonder if you can just get that as a USB or Bluetooth device. Probably.
Probably.
I mean, because when I'm on my laptop, I can use this hand instead of the ouchy one.
Okay, you got me wondering here. I am going to USB touch. Here we
Um,
go. Here we go. USB touchpad. Let's see what happens. Ah, look at the. Oh, they're even cheap. Look at that.
stop that, you.
Something like. The heck is it?
Well, I see one for 40 smackers.
The one I'm looking at is
I see
20.
one for 19 smackers.
Mm-hmm.
But the one for 19 looks dodgy. Plus, I don't necessarily need USB. It could be Bluetooth.
Is it the one from Amazon, the square one with looks like a couple of
Perix prepaid 501 wired USB touchpad portable trackpad for laptop and desktop user black small size 11284.
That's the one I'm looking at. Yep.
Then no, that's not the one I'm looking at.
Oh, okay. It's amazing what you can get anymore. All kinds of stuff.
Hmm.
Well, I just
Yeah,
ordered
here I
some.
am saying I should stay the hell off the mouse or the trackball, and I'm like using it to look up trackpads or touchpads, whatever.
There you go.
I should just stay off it, Kate. Stay off it.
And I'm sitting here waiting for some cables to arrive.
Yeah. Now, instead of using the computer, I'll just turn on the Nintendo. No, I'm kidding. Although I really should get more use out of that. I haven't touched it for a while. Not really hardly at all since I finished Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Okay, okay.
It's a little irritating, like you know how everything wants to get a monthly fee out of you? You know,
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
can't just buy anything. I wanted some of the classic Nintendo games, like the NES games, but the only way to have them is to do the monthly subscription. You can't just buy a collection of them. Like, you can't just buy, Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and Super Mario Brothers. You just fucking can't. You have to be on their subscription service.
I don't know. I guess they just weren't making enough change by selling the stuff, so now they make you pay for it over and over and over, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't know about not making enough, but they certainly weren't making as much as they felt they could squeeze out of us.
Yeah, well, they always think they could get a little more, and usually they're right.
Not in my case. I didn't sign up for the service. I figure if I can't buy it, I won't play it. I don't need it that much.
I mean,
I
even
mean, it'd be
I.
nice if everybody would rebel against the subscription service and maybe they'd get a fucking clue. But the problem is, like you said, everyone just sort of goes with it because that's the new normal now.
Yep. I mean,
And I even bought like a collection of old Sega games, but I can't get the Nintendo ones at all.
okay
Yeah,
then.
of course I've heard of emulators and Pirate Bay, but I don't know how to take any of that stuff and stick it on the Switch.
Moo.
So, because I really do want to play it on the Switch, you see. Also, Switch sounds kind of dirty.
Yes, it does. And I always want.
Surprised Nintendo didn't think of that when they named it.
Well, isn't it you who have complained that people don't necessarily think about the implications of the stuff they come up with? Oh my! And then of course there's that Wii game system. What I don't see yet is the They game system.
Well, fortunately, it's spelled WII, so.
Hmm. What you got over there? What are you doing? Oh, what is that?
You want to talk about misinterpretation? Oh my gosh. I mean.
Oh, boy, boy.
Oh, there's more to it. Like I'm seeing another version of that got like the version we just saw was truncated. It says right here, blocked, 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 you're all blocked, none of you are free of sin. I never saw the none of you are free of sin part.
Oh my! Okay.
That one's news to me.
That kind of figures that some fundamentalist would come up with that one. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, see, Math Pig there, it's not like I didn't know any of that. I'm lamenting it rather than not understanding it.
Uh-huh.
That's actually something that's been getting in the way lately on the internet with so many people, where like I might discuss a topic and maybe even devil's advocate a little bit in an obvious way where I'm like, okay, well, maybe this, maybe that, I'm not sure. This is a possibility. I'd like to weigh the variables. And it's always taken like either as you don't understand or you're making a thesis statement that needs defending, when I use words like wonder and I use terms like I don't know and maybe but perhaps, and all that, and it's still treated like I've planted my flag and thrown down. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people? What is it about online that makes it like people start acting like they're behind the wheel of the car and someone just like cut them off? And yeah, I mean, you know how people are so much worse in their car than they ever are in real life?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Same thing on the internet, I think. I've encountered so many people who've given me such a hard time when like okay, there was this one Twitter thing where like I had said, what about this? Is this a possibility? And they went, defend that. I'm like, I can't defend that. I'm asking you a fucking question.
Yeah. And then of course
But anyway.
there's always hang on. Hey, ay, acordarse. There's always okay. What if Biden isn't the best candidate? Why are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, I even encountered that on a website. They said like why did you vote for Biden on this multiple choice thing? I clicked, I didn't vote for Biden. They immediately assumed I'm a Republican without asking me, without like, oh, do you think Joe Biden's not left enough? That just didn't come up.
Oh my, I don't get it. I don't get any of it. It's the polarization. Not
Oh, hey,
only...
B.
Hmm? Hey,
B's
B.
here. Hi,
How
B.
you doing, Mr. B? Yay! Yeah, the polarization exists not only between red and blue, but among blues. And I don't know if there's that sort of polarization among reds or not.
Well, no, that's actually something they've been making a point of. Like they said it in the alt-right playbook, is that even when the Republicans, the right wing, like disagrees with the rest of the right wing, they fall in line because they have to win, because it's their clan, because it's this, that, and the other thing. Whereas on the left, we're not quite so homogenous. We're not quite so, we don't conform. We're where they are conformist robots, we're more herding cats. We pretty much only exist because we don't want to be them. And it's very frustrating, almost as frustrating as being out of weed.
No, no, that's horrible. Can't have that.
Yeah.
I don't. You've gotta put some soil in some pots and start growing your own in there.
I don't have room for that, and you don't even want to know what the cats would do to it.
I'm pretty sure I already do. Oh,
so
man.
yeah, I need a sugar mama is what I need.
Okay. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not all that sweet, so you're out of luck with that one.
Yeah,
Not that
that's
you're
not the kind of
complaining.
sugar they mean, and
I
even
know
then
what you
it's...
mean.
Well,
I'm
then
not wealthy.
Well, remember that you're not very funny, so making that kind of joke doesn't work.
Okay. Tayo korostu.
I mean, I am that funny. It's just that looks aren't everything.
There you go. You beat me to it.
I'm just saying.
Oh, yes, dear friends. We're an old married couple here, right?
No, we are not. We're roommates that hate each other. Shut up, you. But, yeah, this is broken. Oh, well.
Oh, my.
I say this every time I run out, that I should probably take a break, but within a week, the break's over. I don't know. I guess it's just because I get bored a lot. I mean, after a while, if this starts to hurt or I can't work any longer or anything, I'll put that away. And then all of a sudden I'm like, unless my friends are free, what is there to do until bedtime?
Yeah, moo.
Yeah, and it's not like I can play a video game because, this hurts. So what is there to do until bedtime? I can't think of a thing half the time unless I'm willing to go out, spend money I shouldn't among people I don't know.
And in case anybody sees in through the windows or something, you can get arrested for abusing the cats.
What?
Yeah, you can get arrested for abusing the cats. So you've got to keep the draperies closed over the windows.
The hell are you talking about?
Abusing the cats would be something to do. Yeah.
Okay, so you got to lead with that because you just sort of said abusing the cats, and no part of me would ever have like done that or even considered it a possible activity, and it just didn't. I didn't make the connection.
Yes, I make very strange connections all over the place.
No, it's not that you make strange connections. It's that you try to take people along with you before they have context.
Oh my. Oh my. What do we got? Oh, okay. We have all the greetings and salutations going on over in the side chat. That's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. But oh.
Okay, that's weird.
Yes, what?
Well, it's just when I lean back here, it almost looks like I don't have eyebrows.
Hmm.
They just sort of disappear. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just me and this screen being small. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm looking, and yeah, I kind of know where you're coming from. Until you lift the eyebrows, I don't see them there. Yes, folks, this is what we do on air. In case you just came by.
I'm rereading the Honor Harrington series by David Weber right now, which is stupid because after a while it gets really repetitive and boring. But the first couple of books are good. I'm on book 3.
Okay, okay. I don't know. You talk about the reading. I don't know if I'll ever get around to doing it. I've thought of getting the other 5 books of the Dark Tower series and just reading through that one. I mean, I actually liked the first 3, which surprised the hell out of me, because usually I am not a fan of Stephen King. Uh, but for some reason, I liked the Dark Tower series. Much better than the film, by the way. Yes, I actually did see the film.
I
And
have Math Pigs like Ready Player 2. I'm really tempted to get my hands on that one. Uh, Ready Player One was pretty good, and so was the movie, even though they were, a little different. We've discussed that before, but wouldn't mind reading Ready Player Two.
okay, okay. Dajú Korostu.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah, I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what's all going to happen over the next few days, what I'm going to be doing. No idea yet. Um, did you say
Uh-huh.
something about somebody doing a Thanksgiving stream? Oh, Dr. Ben.
No, no. Oh, you're right. Yes, it is. But sorry, I'm all mixed up. There's too many, and I really should throw those cans away. There's too many streams around about the holidays right now, and I was mixing up Ben's stream and Purple's stream. So
Oh yeah, Purple's
Oh,
doing
oh,
a.
Matthew, don't run away. I loved the film. I mean, it wasn't exactly the same as the book, but I thought it was fucking awesome.
Wait a minute.
We're talking about Ready Player One.
Okay. Was reduced by 3 pounds, so he couldn't say no. Okay. It was on sale. You sound like a girl.
So, like, what is 3 pounds in freedom dollars? I'm kidding. But yeah, I don't know. I really should look. I mean, like, every time I fire up the Kindle and I look at some of the books that are available, I'm like, how the fuck do you justify asking that much for a book that you don't even have to print?
Yeah, absolutely. And the amazing thing is that the author does not even get most of it. It's
Well, I mean,
unfortunate.
I mean, there have been a lot of times where I just decided to read like a book I've already read before 1,000 times even, then buy something new because A, costs way the hell too much. B, what if I turn out to not like the author's writing style? Or C, what if it turns out to be just a plot I don't connect with or something? There are so many reasons why it could go wrong, and then I'll be like out a whole bunch of money that like I never even got the whole experience. At least with a movie I didn't like, I watched the whole thing. I got my money's worth out of it, even if it was shitty. But
Oh,
with a book, I mean, like, okay, Amazon will offer free books from time to time, but the problem is that one of two things will happen. Either they offer you the first book in a series, but not the rest of them,
yeah,
first hit's free,
yeah.
or it's from their like bargain basement section where like the writing style was so bad it's like a 14-year-old boy wrote it, you know, and what if I drop $15? Because yes, sci-fi is $15 these days for an ebook. That is just awful. I don't want to drop that much money.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask if there was a library near you, but right, you don't do paper books.
Well, and especially not now that like I've got issues with my hands. Holding books open hurts after a while.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Agreed.
Well, that's why one of the many reasons I prefer my Kindle.
Okay. Oh my. I just.
Well, okay, Colleen, yeah, they have previews of books on Amazon, and a lot of them that I've read, like okay, a lot of the books that I read that I put down because they turned out to be garbage. Maybe I like the first chapter or two, but after a while, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're going to keep doing that, aren't you? Oh, you know.
Hmm.
So
I don't know. Sometimes I think it would be kind of interesting to go electronic with the books, but so many of my books, I don't know if, or not,
you
I
can
don't
get them on
know.
websites. You can get them. Well, okay, no, you can't get yours because they're like from the 1300s or some shit, and they're not
Right,
even.
right, exactly,
But the
exactly.
thing is, like, okay, I just look at the number of discs I have with movies on them, and I'm like, that's going to be a giant pain in the ass if I ever move again. Not to mention how much more of a pain in the ass books are. I'd rather get them in digital form so that moving is, and that's it.
Yeah, I will say that moving books is not the sort of activity I would like to engage in on a regular basis. I've done it twice in the last 7 years, and it's just exhausting. Uh, and plus, with my back, I can't do that shit anymore.
Well, I don't know. I mean, about the only books I have left are RPG manuals and graphic novels and compilations of newspaper comics and stuff like that. Well, and some art books. For the most part, anything that is just pure ass text is now in digital form, and that's no bad thing.
You're not talking about report program generator manuals, right?
I don't even know what those are.
Okay, RPG.
Role playing game, you silly
I
muppet.
know, I know.
Well, stop it. And how the hell am I supposed to know whether you know or not? You're not geeky. For all I know, you sincerely have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh my! I tell you that was an interesting computer language. It was. The place I was working at was trying to use it in a way that it was clearly not intended to be used. Um, but yeah, it's a nice little language. Just if you want to throw a report together from a database, okay, print this and this and this, add those two things together, and there you go. Cute
I
little
would
thing.
never want to do that.
Hmm.
If I was going to program something, it would almost certainly be a game
Okay.
or a utility that helps with a game or my animation, or maybe something to do mischief to someone I don't like. But, putting together a report from a database, pff, boring. That's stuff adults do.
Oh my. Okay,
I'm no
B.
grown up,
Okay.
and you know it.
Yeah, give me half a second here. We'll get you two set up, and then we'll do
I hope
whatever
you
we
two
do.
want to socialize and not just advertise Ben's stream.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Because, I got to
Um,
say, I enjoy having you both around. I enjoy being around you both. You're good people. And I don't say that
okay.
lightly.
Let's.
Like I never do.
Okay, there goes there, and then let's look for Ben.
I actually had someone once tell me that I never give compliments. And I was like,
Oh, wait
that's
a minute.
not true. It's just that my bar is higher than most people's. You
There you
know?
go.
I mean, or maybe just my standards are a bit to the side of most people's. You know?
Okay,
Oh,
and
hey,
there's.
Boltorian. It's weird. Like, I've only recently met you, Boltorian. I have no idea who the hell you are, but so far, I really like that name and that avatar.
Tayo Korostu. Tayo Korostu.
And for all I know, I've known you for ages and it's just my memory going wonky on me. Or for all I know, that's a new username and I've known you under something else. It's one of those things.
Moo.
Like, okay, forget usernames for a second. Do you have that one friend, or I have about 5 of them, where it seems like every 3 months they change their name, even if only online?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And not all of them are like, in fact, I'd say less than 10% of them are just trans people trying on a name until they pick one. Most of them are just people who want to be special and give themselves some sort of Wiccan name for 3 weeks. And then they switch to Satanism and then they switch to their rapper name and then blah, 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 blah. And half the time, or maybe even more than half, they think that's going to be my name forever. That's what everyone's going to call me online and offline. And then they decide, nah, I'm going to. In fact, a lot of these are the same people who have every ailment that's trending when it's trending and then drop it when it's no longer popular. I've
There
talked
you
about them
go.
before.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the whole thing about trying on a name. Um, because it does get confusing. You were calling yourself this yesterday, and now you're what today? And
Hmm.
eh,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
mean, I mean, okay, if it's just someone farting around because they're online, they want to sound like they're their character from World of Warcraft, and but if it's actually a trans person who is trying to figure out who they are and represent that with the name they choose, I can imagine wanting to, like you would go probably more extensive than buying a car, wouldn't you? Checking out which name you want. Am I right?
I don't know. The way I did it, I thought about it at home. I didn't try the name on in public. I mean, once I went out as Diana Clarion, that was because I had decided that was my name. And I don't know, it's just the way I did it. It's a different way to the way other people do it, and it's not better, it's not worse. I just don't quite see the utility of trying a name on in public and then trying another one on and trying another one on. Because as I say, it gets confusing. Who are you today?
Well,
You
wait a minute, wait a
know?
minute, wait. I don't see how you can't see the utility in it because if someone's like, I'm making a huge decision that's going to be permanent or at least legal, better make sure I get it right. And then to make sure, but like, I'm willing to bet there are people out there who ask feedback from their friends, like, "Would you call me this?" or "Does
I
this suit
was
me?" I bet you that happens.
Well, I could
I
see
was
Also,
something
maybe
like
actually
that.
I was actually just about to say that what I did was because I wanted to keep my initials
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to keep BE because it's been my nickname for fucking I don't even know 20 years at least. So I said, you know what, let me start with that. So I looked up any male name that started with BE and I didn't like any of them. So I said, okay, let me look up like old school, ancient, whatever names for men that start with BE. And that's how I found mine. And I didn't even know the meaning of it. And I asked my friends / landlords, I said, what do you guys think about this name? And they were like, oh my God, I love it. So I asked my
um,
brother, what do you think about this name? He said, I love it. And I was like, cool. And then somebody said, what does it mean? And I was like, oh, that's a good question. So I looked it up, and it means a never-ending stream, a never-ending, constantly changing stream.
Oh,
And I was like, well, that's fucking perfect.
okay.
Now,
So
here's
yeah.
the thing about that, though. And if it's something you don't want to say online, tell me to screw off. But I don't know you by any name other than B. I don't know what the hell name you're talking about.
Oh, it's Beck.
Oh,
BECK.
oh wait, you have said that to me before.
Yeah,
on my stream.
That's okay.
Yeah.
No worries. No worries. Yeah,
All right.
so but that's how I did it. I know some people that always knew what name they wanted. You know, from the time they were a kid, you know, their name was Randy and they really wanted to be called Rachel, you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I know a lot of people. I think it's just like Diana said, I agree with her. Everybody's experience is different and everybody decides in different reasons, and it depends on, like, I didn't want any name that's already in my family. There's a lot of people in my family, so I had to really be careful with that. And then I decided, when I decided to go with the BE at the beginning, then it made it easier. But, you know, I don't want to like repeat someone's name, you know?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
forget.
Now, it's not exactly the same, but I will say I have a more Herculean task. Herculean, I don't know, because I write and have to come up with names for my characters. And like, I have to decide, do I want the names to mean something or do I just want them to sound good? Do I care whether or not I step on the toes of my friends? What if they have a very common name? You know, like what if someone's name is Mike and I have 1,000 friends named Mike? Do I not name a character that lest they think I named it after them? You know,
no, I wouldn't worry about my friends.
Look at the meaning, and it's just so frustrating. And I had so many characters to name just in Quinn Redshift. It's
oh, I can imagine, but that's different. You know, those are character names. That's not a name that you yourself, that you're. Well,
that's why I said it's not the same. It's just a more Herculean. I don't know, task because there's more of it to do. Is my point, and
yes, more Herculean task. Yes,
let's look that up because I've heard. I believe on the sitcom called Frasier, the main character called it Herculean, and I was always confused.
Well, I mean, I guess it just depends on where you think the end of Hercules is. I mean, Hercules or Hercules? You know, Herculean or Herculean? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I always heard it was Herculean, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce a lot of shit. How do I know?
Okay. By that guide that you always go to, Kate, for the pronunciations. Both in American and in real English, it seems to be Herculean.
Fair enough. I don't know. It's weird. I have this tendency, like my natural tendency is to put emphasis or even just like syllable breaks in places most people don't. And here goes the neighborhood with
I just saw him come in.
Oh no. Who's there? Stool?
Stool's there. Neighborhood's shot to hell.
I still say that when he leaves, we have to say, here comes the neighborhood.
Okay, yeah.
I could just hear John Lennon singing that, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Oh yay.
Oh yay.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
yeah.
Does anyone even say that anymore? Like, is that a thing anymore? Oh yay, oh yay. Did they say that at the beginning of a court case?
I don't know. I haven't been in.
I don't know.
I've
never gone to court for anything. I've never been in trouble. I went one time a long time ago because a guy I knew got a DUI and they had some kind of hearing for it, and or not a DUI. Driving without a license. His license was suspended, and because he was on a work visa over here, he got his ass fucking thrown in jail for it. Because they have really strict rules for them, like they have to follow to the T. So they caught him, he was speeding, and blah blah blah. So anyway, I went in there, but when we got there, they had already been seeing people, and the judge was already going through like the violations and shit for different people, and he was just in the lineup at a certain time, and but so I never saw the very beginning of it. But that's the only time I've seen any like real court anything, I think, in my entire life. I think that's the only time I've ever been.
And almost all of my experience has been TV and movies.
My one court experience did not include an oye.
Well, but were you there when they called court into session?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough then.
Yeah.
Still, I have heard oye, 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 this court is now in session. That is a thing.
Yeah, it's sort of like hear ye, hear ye. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah. Like OYEZ or some shit?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
I don't know. I mean,
Oh, no.
I was called up for jury duty once. I got out of it by pointing out the seizures and that I don't own business casual clothing. But sometimes I do wonder what it'd be like to be a juror for an interesting case. You know, I wouldn't want to be a juror for some weird like real estate thing. I want like a murder trial or something. You know what I mean?
Well, one thing I would be afraid of in something like that is that the trial would go on for weeks.
Well, if they don't sequester you, that's fine.
Yeah, but you know, if you have a job and stuff like that,
but I don't.
The $2 a day you get for appearing as a juror, it does nowhere near cover what you lose. And I mean, if you're out long enough, don't you just kind of fall out of favor with your employer, really?
Well, but I don't have that issue. I had other issues when they called me up for jury duty, so there's that. Oh, I'm back on the names thing. With my fictional characters, I was like looking through and I was trying to find names that didn't have biblical origins, which is difficult. You know, and then when I hit on like for the female lead, Rhea, RHEA, like say Rhea Perlman or something, then I realized, oh shit, it's spelled completely differently except for the R, but the new Star Wars character is Rey, and now people are gonna think I fucked with, like I decided to copy it, and I'm like, no, I chose this name years ago. You know, hell, it's the name of like a star or a constellation or some shit too.
Doesn't Rhea appear in Greek mythology? I forget.
Oh yeah, that's where they got the name for the star. Or constellation. I mean, come on, how many constellations are named after Greek and Roman people?
Pretty much all of them. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, it's a moon of Saturn. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
I know, it's some sort of celestial body. But yeah, so
oh my.
I'm always worried people are going to think I stole something, especially if it like I've been working on something for years and then something comes out that uses an element that I was doing that I thought was original. I'm like, oh shit. I mean, even something simple like in the new Dune movie, the controls for the ornithopters are remarkably similar to the controls for the space pirate fighters in Quinn Redshift. And Dune is so big and high profile that people are going to think I stole it.
Oh, who, what, where?
Diana. Who, what, where? What happened? It's okay. I do that on my stream sometimes too. I'm so ADHD. If I'm not on my meds, I just like drift off and I'll start reading the chat and then somebody texts me and I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, what were you guys? Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, I agree with you totally.
I got all tangled up.
Real quick. I gotta feed the cats. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
I got all tangled up with this this thing because the neck is giving me shit, and pull up the heating element here, and it got tangled up in my headset, and goddamn.
Let me tell you what, the heat. When my tooth was hurting me the other night and I was fucking laying there like trying to get comfortable and I was switching around and I couldn't have anything touching my face and I had to like hang my head down so my jaw was relaxed but my mouth wasn't really far open. It was really complicated. And it would only last for like 5 or 10 minutes and then the pain would start again. But I was sitting on the bed cross-legged with my hand like this, holding my head up. And I was switching, like holding my head like this because my neck was getting tired too. And Heather put a heating pad on the back of my neck, and oh my God, that soothing heat feeling really helped relax me and make my muscles not so tense in my jaw. So yeah,
there we go.
Really helped.
That's better. Hopefully, I am now untangled. Oh, I tell you what, B, don't get old. It's not worth it.
Yeah, right.
And then there's this cat climbing Mount Human here. Oh, look, there's a kitty. There's a kitty who is going to knock your camera over.
Yeah, she's kind of. Yeah, I see you. She stopped and looked at me, and I looked at her, and she took off.
Yeah. And there is a cat on my thigh, by the way. Oh, that's becoming a fixture. Scheiße, scheiße, zu viel Scheiße, es ist scheißvoll.
I know, I say it all the time, and nobody listens to me, Diana. Nobody fucking listens. Over and over again, I preach that.
Germans have a love affair with shit.
I know all about shit.
It becomes a prefix. For example, if the weather is really crappy, they'll call it Scheißwetter.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah.
Is that shitty weather?
Yeah.
Weather shitty?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, say it long enough. I just don't have anybody to talk to anymore. What I'm waiting for is the end of the COVID restrictions and all this stuff, to where I can go out to some of the meetings and stuff like that. There's a German language club here in Pittsburgh.
Oh, cool.
And,
really?
Yeah. And it would be nice to go out there at coffee shop or whatever the hell it is, and sit around and get my German back. And there's also one for Russian, which would be nice because I want to learn Russian.
Right.
I think I've told the story already.
Tell it again.
The
I'll listen.
neighborhood I lived in, a number of years ago, Homestead, has a very large population of Russian immigrants. For whatever reason, they all flock to Homestead. I don't know why. But it's to the point where, like at the soup kitchen and the other offices like that, the signs are in Russian as well as in English. In so many places you get them in English and Spanish. Over there you got them in English and Russian. And I wanted to learn Russian, so I knew what these people were calling me behind my back. But I could never put enough time into it in any one stretch.
Yeah, I really need to learn a bit more Spanish than I know. Maybe not enough to speak it, but at least enough to understand it, because well, there's a lot of it spoken around here, and like I recognize enough words to sometimes get someone's meaning, but not enough. And let's face it, Spanish is spoken much more rapid fire than English. So if you don't know enough and you miss a word, all of a sudden you're completely lost. So there's that.
Oh my!
But yeah, there's a lot of, and I've mentioned it before. People keep coming up to me and speaking Spanish because they think I'm Latina.
Okay.
And you're like, Buenos dias?
Well, like I keep wanting to.
It means good day, so that's fine.
Well, I mean, I know enough to say no hablamos español. Un poco anyway. I don't know, but I'd have to ask them if they, why am I blanking? Inglés or wait, fuck, comprendo? Did I say hunt? I don't know. See, the problem is I'm mixing up. I'm trying to say Spanish, but I keep getting Japanese words in my head, and it's not helping.
Oh, geez. When I was taking French classes years ago, it was amazing. My German started coming back. I wasn't doing crap with the French, but the German. Oh, here we go. Alrighty. Hello, sir. How is Ben doing today?
Hey there, Ben.
That's my brother.
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
Yay! Yeah, don't look at me. It was B's idea to pull you in here. How you doing, hon?
Oh, I know it was B's idea
We
to pull
just-
me in here.
We discussed it before I ever said, "Hey, can you send us both a link?"
Okay then. I like it.
Well,
I like it.
I mean, I always know it's B. I always know it's B watching out for me, so.
God, you're in
Of course.
trouble.
Hey, I'm a good brother. Most of the time.
Oh my, oh my. Most of the time. Yay. Okay then. What do we have
So-
going on here? What?
Well, my
Oh.
question is, am I in the mood for green tea or hot chocolate? Which one should I go for?
Both.
Yes.
Stop
Yes.
that, you.
And are you in the mood?
I don't know what I'm in the mood for. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is Lady Di's stream. The answer is moo.
Yes.
Which I guess would mean hot chocolate because that's far more dairy than this will ever
That's
be.
far more
Uh-huh.
moo than that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Stool
Yeah.
says cat anus.
He said that long before I asked what food I was in the mood for.
It
Okay, you asked
flipped
that
out.
5
It's about
minutes ago.
anus?
was anticipating.
I clipped out the part when Stool was in Catnip's game night like last week or something where he was singing about emu sperm. I clipped it out and now I'm
God.
sending it to people because it's
Jesus.
funny.
I don't know. You can always count on Stool for a good show. Yeah.
I love Stool. Stool's great. I talk about Stool so much. He knows it. He knows I love
Well,
him.
he's fun to mess with.
Yeah.
It's not like he doesn't give as good as he gets.
Right, right.
Yeah.
It's just easier to stay ahead of him when he's laggy text and we're real time. Makes it really easy to rag on a person, it does.
Yeah, huh?
Facts.
Yeah, TV Tube is looking. He says green chocolate. Yeah.
You can make
Like,
green
just
cookies. All you have
when
to
you're
do is get
hungry,
some
it's
pot
in your
ghee.
face. I don't understand that TV tube.
I don't either, so don't look at me.
Oh, cat anus, I see.
Oh, boofoo.
Ew, what?
anus.
What is going on in the chat? I can't see it. I'm scared.
It's Stool. That's
No,
all you
no,
need to
no,
know.
no, it's TV tube me.
Oh, it's not even Stool. Okay.
Yeah, Stool just says do chocolate. That's the last thing he said.
Well, yeah, okay.
Oh, God. People
Yeah,
just don't
although
get
you're
old.
right, it does sound like something Stool would say.
I mean, he said it a little higher up in the chat. Oh, and there's Stool sharing the emu sperm. See, I clipped it and then. Oh no,
Yeah, not what I intended.
that was what Stool's premiere was. Oh my goodness.
What was it? Emu?
It's the clip that I made of Stool. He posted it to his YouTube.
And it says something about legendary rhubarb on it.
I didn't know
Yes,
what it
it's-
was. That I was just something.
Emu
from
Sperm the
Premiere.
musical, and it starts off with Dr. Ben's lengthy rhubarb.
He's got a pretty thick stock, I'm sure.
I posted a thing on Twitter that was like asking people what they want me to do for my 500 subscriber special, and Stool
Oh.
is like rhubarb and custard.
Yeah, there you
So I
go.
guess I need to eat rhubarb and custard.
What's the problem with that? I like rhubarb.
Oh no, that's not the problem.
There's
That'll
a
be good,
video
I'll
on
do
my
it.
channel. It might be set to unlisted or private, but it's me eating rum marinated gummy bears, or rummy bears for short.
I love rummy bears. Rummy bears are so good.
Rummy bears?
That should be one of our food
Can you
challenges.
mix that with
for-
THC?
I
It
don't
would
know
work, it
how
would
to.
work.
Can you just sprinkle THC on it?
Yeah, I mean you take the THC gummies and you put them in rum. It
Oh,
just,
oh.
you just
Or,
get
I
drunk
thought
and
they
high at
were-
the same time.
I thought
or
he
you
was
can
saying,
take
like,
rum and soak some cheap pot in it to get the THC out of it, and then like infuse it and strain it, and then use that for the gummies.
You know, it'll just be so much easier to get the vape out.
I mean,
There you
really.
are.
and a bottle, which is
Unfortunately,
why
I-
I don't
I-
do
well-
shit like that.
And
No,
of course, once again, I'm out of weed. I'm so sick and tired of being out of
Maybe.
weed.
I
just
told
bought-
you
I
to
just
just
got
grow
some-
for
do-
shit. Damn.
I
Maybe
can't
this
grow. I
week's-
don't have room to grow it, and the cats would fuck it up so much. I'd be washing soil out of the carpet for 2 years.
You'd have to literally put them in a glass case.
Maybe this week's food challenge on trivia / beers and bros should be rummy bears.
Okay, then.
Oh,
It's not so
look,
much a challenge as having fun.
Somebody's all comfy
Right.
over there. There's a
And the
comfy-
cat looks
Hey.
comfortable too.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about this dude? Oh, he's
Yeah.
a big baby. He comes over and he flops on me and he lays on his
Oh.
back and he's like, rub my belly. Like this cat just, I don't know. He just loves.
Actually,
he loves to
it's
be
funny.
touched.
My Xander is the only cat I've ever been in person with who likes his belly rubbed too, and he's orange. I wonder if
I-
that makes a difference.
I know he is, and I used to have a cat named Cyrus who looked a lot like this guy, and he was my little butt nugget too, and he liked to have his belt, but he would only sit on my lap, and I was the only one allowed to rub his belly. He'd sit next to other people, but he would not like sit on or lay down on other people except for me.
Okay, this is weird because I've never heard anyone but me use the term butt nugget.
Oh, he was a butt nugget. Yeah. I got them from
Alright.
my ex-sister-in-law when I was like 22, 23 years old before I even got married and all that shit happened. Because she used to call her kids butt nuggets because they were always up her ass, following her
Okay.
around.
Now,
Well, I mean, I got the term from my father's uncle's son's nephew's former roommate,
Okay.
which I probably quoted badly, but you get the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Now, I
Yeah.
cannot remember, are you had by just the one, or are there more?
Cats, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, no, I have a girl too. Where is she?
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember if there were more kids.
Yeah, I think she's on the bed. She pops down here sometimes too. They take turns. No, son, don't rub on the mic.
Oh,
You're such a.
you know.
He's only
fun.
14 pounds. He's a little dude. Or 16. He's somewhere between 14 and 16.
I remember
Ow.
my Ariel
No claws.
in her prime. She weighed in at 22. She
Hmm.
liked to sleep
Go,
on my
go,
ex's chest.
Go.
Hmm.
And yeah, when Ariel would park herself,
Go.
it would become difficult for Melody to breathe.
I believe it. He just gets me. Like, I'll be sitting back like this and I'm chilling and I'm talking. And he jumps down from the bed, which is up here and a good 2 and some odd feet away. And he lands on my stomach. And I'm like, oh God. It'll knock the wind right out of you. It's like 14 pounds, 16 pounds turns into like 25, 30. Oh,
Xander does that a lot.
baby.
And when he does, I can just rub him on his belly and he just rolls around constantly. He seems to absolutely love it. I don't know. Or
That's
maybe he's trying to
awesome.
get away and doing a poor job of it.
This one weighs in at about 8 pounds. So there's definitely a kitty there. Unlike my
Yeah.
Miranda, who never topped 6.
Why? How many did she top? And did they like?
Yeah, indeed.
I still haven't chosen a beverage.
How
No.
about 10W30?
I got a coffee
Oh, yeah.
pot ready just in case, because if nothing else, everything goes with coffee. Liquor.
I have a Coke Zero.
There you go.
Oh, I can't drink sugarless stuff. It tastes so grody.
No, the new Coke Zero is so good, but also you're a super taster, so don't do it. But
Yeah.
for people who
Yeah.
aren't super tasters, the new recipe for Coke Zero is amazing. Like, it's better than regular Coke in my opinion. Like, they did something to it this time. That's like
It
I'm-
finally
Living-
tastes good.
I'm not-
Living as close to the border as I do, I have access to Mexican Coke, the stuff made with actual cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup. So, yay! I love
But
that
you
stuff.
You can get that. Isn't that don't they sell that in the bottles, like old-fashioned bottles, the original
Well, yeah,
Coke?
but I mean, like, I couldn't get it in Seattle. I live close to Mexico now.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say because they have that here, the original
Yeah, I
Coke
can
in
get
the
it
bottles.
here as well.
In
Okay,
New
you've told me
Mexico.
1,000 times where you live, and I never remember. Is it
New
Florida?
Mexico.
New Mexico. God, I will
Northern.
remember that someday. I swear to Poseidon, I will.
See, can you move to Florida so I can call you Florida Man?
No,
I
I
don't
hate
think-
Florida.
I don't
I
think
mean,
you
I
would.
despise Florida. I lived there for
I
3.5
mean-
years. I hate that fucking state.
Yeah, nobody should like Florida. Florida's terrible.
Nothing good happened to me in Florida except
Yeah.
for I have a son. The rest, everything else that happened to me there was fucking horrible. I got cheated on. I got beat up. I got, just name it. It happened to me. And raped. I hate Florida. I'll never step foot back in that state.
I think the only
Although-
good thing of
Well, that's not true. My family lives there. I go to visit them. I'm saying I would never move there or live there or be there for more than 3 or 4 days at a time for the rest of my life.
Well, I gotta say though, I think Florida man is about to be replaced with Wisconsin man.
Oh God, yeah. It's crazy the shit that's going down up there.
I saw footage, like originally the dude in the SUV. All I saw was him whipping by, almost hitting a toddler, and that was all you saw. But earlier today, I came across the video where you see that, like you.
Oh my
like-
God,
like
really?
that,
He-
where you see him
Yeah.
hitting the crowd and everything, and it is
minute.
murderous. It's like Grand Theft Auto on steroids. What this guy did.
Well, I think he
Are
killed
you talking
5
about the
people,
guy
didn't
that
he?
went through the crowd a while back, or are
In
you
the
talking about
no,
recently?
no, a
Just
couple
now.
of days ago in the Christmas
Oh.
parade. In
Couple of
Wisconsin, it's
days
not
ago?
Kenosha, but it has something pronounced Waukesha. I don't know how it's pronounced. But yeah, dude, like in an SUV, and they found out now he was like running away from another altercation, like a domestic abuse thing. He was trying to get away from that. Like he had done the
Oh.
abusing and he was being chased. And so that's
Oh.
when he drove through the parade, was him trying to get away from that other altercation. And he just, I guess, kept going when he encountered the parade. And you could see like the street was full and he just went right through it and it parted like this. It was horrific.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got
That's fucking insane. That's worse than what happened before where the guy drove into the crowd and like killed some black lady or something.
No, and this guy, like, what, killed 5 people and wounded
Yes.
40 plus? I mean, it's
Yes.
crazy.
If they don't hang him up by his nutsack, I swear to fucking God.
It's
Well,
Wisconsin,
and-
so you know it's
well, the
anybody's
thing is-
guess.
They were talking about this guy. This guy has a record, right? And the fact that this domestic abuse case, he was out on like $1,000 bail. They should have had no bail. And it was while he was out on bail that he pulled this shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See a white
I'm
dude?
just saying.
Hell, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, the thing is, as much as this guy did so much more damage, the video was not as disturbing as the video I saw in Seattle where 2 people got hit, but their bodies went flying. And I was like, oh,
Oh my
shit. Oh,
God.
shit. I
Not
mean,
only
like,
the impact of the
seriously, like,
vehicle, but now you have the impact of the ground to worry about on top of it. So it's a
and they
double
got
impact.
some serious air. And worse, they were on a bridge. Fortunately, they didn't go over, but the potential was there.
Mm-hmm.
It probably would have been better for them to land in the water if there's water underneath.
No.
there.
This is an
no,
overpass
they might
kind of thing.
drown.
There was more concrete on each side of the bridge.
Oh yeah, no.
I see the
Not cool.
Holy
But-
Spatula is here. Hi, dear. How you doing?
But
Hey, Jess.
like seriously, that video will stick with me for ages. Where the guy going through the crowd won't. I mean, number 1 was a little blurry, but number 2, there wasn't just that same just visceral. I hate to say impact, but
Trauma,
still,
yeah.
of those people going flying.
Right. No, I get it. Like you see shit like that and you just don't forget it. When I was here's something fucked up that happened. When I was in high school, I was in 9th or 10th grade. My mom taught at the high school I went to, so we rode in with her. And so they stopped us on the highway and there was some kind of accident or something. We couldn't see anything. And we were probably like 4 or 5, maybe, no, I'd say more like 20 vehicles back from where they stopped everybody. And then I hear one of the firemen go, let him go. Why are you stopping him? Like, we're not people. We don't want people to see this. And I look over as we're starting to go again, and I see somebody pick up a head and put it in a black plastic bag.
Oops.
And then they picked up a leg with a boot on it and some kind of camo pants leg, like they ripped it off right at his knee.
Mm-hmm.
And so turns out that the guy left the bar. He was at the bar with his buddies. His buddies left him. He was in the bathroom. They took off. They had all been hunting. So they were all wearing camo shit. And they took off and left him there. So the guy's like, well, fuck, I got to walk home. And he's drunk and he's walking down the side of the highway at night wearing full camo. And a car had hit him, apparently, is what they figured out. A car had hit him because a car reported hitting a deer at that same time on the same spot in the highway. They thought it was a deer.
Okay.
They didn't see him. He wandered into the road. And then a truck driver came over and ran over him. And it stopped as soon as he could. And he called the police. And he put cones out around the body and shit. And when he hit him, he tore him apart. He was like in 6 different pieces.
Yeah.
Now that I will never forget. And I went into school and we all sat down to have breakfast. They were like, it was like Monday morning. And they were like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, let me tell you a story. And they were all like pushing their food away. And I was like, so then what happened was, because I don't know, I grew up in like a science household. You know, my mom was a science teacher. My mom was a nurse previous to that. So for me, whenever I saw things like that, I didn't see it as, you know, like I felt bad for whoever lost their life or whoever their family is, of course. But at the same time, like seeing the body, it was just fascinating to me to see a body torn apart like that.
Yeah.
Like it's something you don't see. It's like the first time I saw a guy's testicle roll out of his sack at a hospital.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it was gross, but I looked because how many times you get to see a testicle in person, like
Yeah,
actual
absolutely.
testes out of the scrotum. So
Ew.
yeah, I looked. Fuck yeah, I
Oh,
did.
that was the thing when I had my procedure done a couple weeks ago with the catheter. I got to watch. That was fun.
Yeah.
I
Oh, yeah,
really
it's
liked
interesting.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. it's very
See, I'd be
interesting.
much more willing to watch if it wasn't me. You know what I mean? Like, because looking at it and knowing that's happening to me right now, and that's the sort of thing you usually put a band-aid on, would just be like, I couldn't do it. No. If it was someone else, I could have that detachment, but when it's me, also, if I was awake during any kind of surgery, I'd be so worried about fidgeting, and it would make things so much worse.
Well, it was interesting to me because it was me. You know, I'm looking at the screen as they're doing the radiology thing, and I'm watching this catheter move, and it's, oh, right, that's going on inside there. You know, cool.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Those are my insides. My
Yeah.
insides should stay there.
I'm
You
the
know,
one-
and I certainly don't want to watch it knowing that, like, if the anesthesiologist isn't quite on their game today, that's going to start to hurt like a son of a bitch. You know,
it did
it's
anyway,
like-
but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If I ever have to have surgery again, knock my ass out, please, like they did when I had the brain surgery.
I was so pissed off. I wanted to watch the brain surgery when I was 18, but no, that wasn't going to happen. And he promised me pictures, and I didn't even get to see those.
Damn.
I have video of my seizures.
Yeah.
I told the doctor when he pulled my kidney out, I told him I wanted the kidney stone because it was a full staghorn kidney stone. And, you know, that's not something you see every day. And I want to put it in a jar and like put it on the, you know, keep it and say, I beat this shit. Like this shit tried to kill me. It was the only thing I could think of that I could have. And so when the whole surgery was over and the next day he came by to see me and everything, and I had fucking slept all night and I felt so much better, even though my insides felt like a cheese grater had been rubbed all over it because they scraped the infection off of all of the sacs of all my organs. So which was just through like half of my abdomen. So it felt like the cheese grater had been just ripped through my body, but I still slept pretty good. When I woke up the next day, I said, hey man, where is my kidney stone? He said, we didn't save it for you. And I was like, dude, like seriously? And he's like, well, you'll always have that scar to remember. And I was like, yeah, but I wanted to be able to look at that and be like, I fucking beat it, right?
Yeah.
And he said it was so disgusting and so gross and it smelled like rotten meat that he just threw it out. Because I was literally rotting on the inside. So I was like, oh,
that must have
okay.
been one hell of a case of peritonitis, I'll tell you.
Oh, I just everything. I was just fucked up. I don't even know everything that was fucked. But I mean, none of my organs were messed up from it. Just that one kidney, which was fucking incredible. But
Well-
I wanted that fucking kidney stone, a full staghorn. Like, that's great. Pull it out of the kidney for me. Put it in a fucking jar. Rinse it off.
Well, the one thing, like, okay, when they did my brain surgery, they weren't taking anything out. They were more or less cauterizing something. So I didn't have anything to keep, which was a shame. But the closest I came to something like that, and I still don't know if these are legit. Apparently, one of my relatives is related kind of distantly to someone who's an astronaut. And they said, "Do you want anything from NASA?" I said, "Kinda. If he goes back up again, I want something that's been up there. It can be like there and back. I don't care, like a patch or something." They gave me a bunch of patches, but I don't know if they were really up in space or if they just went to the gift shop. So,
Okay, then. Okay.
yeah, that's the closest I can come to what you just talked about. B is like a thing I
Yeah.
wanted, and it was sort of promised, but I really don't know if I. Anyway.
Yeah.
Moo.
I get it.
Yeah. Oh, and Ben, I don't know if this will
Mhm.
mean anything or if you care. What I had done was a laser ablation of the left mesial temporal lobe. There was cavernous malformation in there.
Oh, nice.
In other words,
I mean, not nice, but it's fascinating.
I mean, not nice, but
Not
Well,
nice for you, but
The doctors told me that apparently there had been a bleed in my brain somewhere that caused
Mhm.
the hole, and then everything snowballed
Yeah.
from there.
yeah, that tends to happen with stuff like that. That's fascinating, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is it now? Like 4 or 5 years seizure free? I'm doing all right,
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yay.
Yeah, mind you, my memory is still shite, but, well, what can you do?
I don't
I
know
had a-
that you'll ever get that back. That's the problem.
Probably not. Oh,
I have
hey there,
a- I have a
Columbia.
friend- I have a friend in Ohio that got some kind of ablation done due to his seizures because he'd had them for so long, and he finally had a seizure while driving and wrecked a vehicle because he was hiding his seizures from everybody because he kept losing jobs every time somebody found out he had seizures
Yep.
because he always worked like driver, industrial, warehouse stuff.
Mhm.
So he was trying to hide it, and he went home from work one day and had a seizure and ended up hitting the front porch of someone's house, which luckily was made out of bricks. Otherwise, he would have been in the house and
Okay,
probably would have
then.
hurt somebody. And they said, okay, it's time to do something. So they tried that, and he is not all right.
Hmm.
His memory's gone. He talks slower. They fucked something up.
I just have a problem with names and faces and sometimes words and definitions, and I keep leaving suffixes off of the ends of words, which is really frustrating. So it's a lot of language stuff with me. But
You did say
you know.
left. You did say left lobe, didn't you?
left,
Yeah,
yes.
that's where language lives. Yeah.
So, well, there's that. But I mean, it's been an interesting journey, if nothing else. So, from the time I started waking up on the couch with no idea what had happened to me and bathed in what I hoped was sweat, to now, it's been not boring. I mean, I won't say it's been great, but it hasn't been dull.
My neurologist mentioned to me that I should consider myself lucky that my problem was on the right, because given the problem it was and what they had to go in and look around and stuff, I probably would have had some deleterious effects, shall we say, from the procedure.
Mhm.
And
Well-
at least that didn't happen to me.
When you said neurologist, I heard numerologist, and I was like, you did not go to a
Yeah,
numerologist.
Yes, it's a numerologist. Absolutely.
there you go.
Uh,
Oh God,
Oh, man.
those were the days. I'll tell you. It's that month in hospital was interesting to say the least. I was ready to go home once I got out of there. I was ready to go home 3 weeks before I got out of there.
well, there's this place. I guess it's like a duplex or something, but it's two businesses, and the sign says palm reader right above the photos of all the people boxing.
All right. Okay.
And I'm just sitting there thinking somehow, yeah. I mean, I realize the palm reader is over here and the boxing is over here, and here's where the sign is. I really got to do something about those.
Yeah,
But
you
even
scared
so,
Xander.
it just looked funny to me. I don't know. Just The juxtaposition.
I don't know. I think they kind of ruled that stuff illegal here in Pittsburgh. You don't see that
Sorry,
anymore.
boxing or palm reading?
Palm reading.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
I know they did in Cleveland years ago. There were a couple gypsy fortune tellers, if you will, in my neighborhood that disappeared when the legislation got passed.
well, I
But,
know there are a number of places where it's enough to put a disclaimer that says for entertainment purposes only.
oh, okay, okay.
You know, I'm trying to think. Like, I think that's fairly standard. I think what you're describing is an exception,
Okay.
but don't quote me on that.
Now, what I wish is that they would attach that to the creationism in the schools, but no, that's not going to happen.
Well, you know, and that's one of the things I have to admit I'm very thankful for is that I was raised in a place that wasn't quite so, you know, where it was like
Yeah.
like I don't even really have a word for it. I mean, fundamentalist, I guess, except that's not everybody in the Bible Belt. It's just I'm glad I was raised somewhere fairly secular and egalitarian. Let's just put it that way.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I was raised in a neighborhood that was mostly Roman Catholic, so you didn't get the fundamentalism the way you would in, oh, I don't know, Macon, Georgia or some shit like that.
I'm
But,
confused though. How could they? How could there be a neighborhood if they're always Roman Catholic?
I know, yeah, they never stay anywhere any period of time or anything like that.
Oh man.
Oh my. Wait a minute. Minnow says, I'll read your cards. It's a bunch of bullshit, but I have learned how to do it. Yeah. I tell you, there is an art to that, to where, you know, you're doing the stuff with the cards and everything, and you're learning how to feed that person what they want to hear. You know, that sort of thing. There's a technique.
Well, and I've watched. There was a show that was recommended to me because I liked House. That was called The Mentalist, which got really stupid by about season 4 or 5. But it was about a guy who used to be a psychic, like a carny psychic, right?
Hmm.
And it was mostly because he was one of those people who like observes every damn thing. You know, where it's like, oh, that person doesn't have a wedding ring, and there's a scar here that indicates blah, and their hair is parted on that side, which tells you which hand is dominant, and this, that, and the other thing. And from all of that derives who done it when there was a murder or a crime or something.
Okay.
You know, and so a lot of what he used to solve crimes were the same techniques he used to read minds, to read people, to look at that stuff. And I had a weird moment yesterday when I had this looked at, right? Because the medical assistant, she comes in and, we go through the whole routine, we chat, she weighs me, blah, 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 blah. And then as she's leaving, she says, okay, it was nice to meet you, and my name is Blue. And I was like, oh, that's my favorite color. She goes, wow, you heard that. Most people just hear Lou. And I'm like, yeah, but it's tattooed across your knuckles and on your name tag. And she goes, wow, so observant. And I was like, what, doesn't everyone do that?
Yeah, you would
No,
think at
she
some
must be
level.
used to bumping into Christians.
There you go. There you go.
But I'm just like, I mean, I'm the one who notices license plates all the time. I'm the one. Hell, there was a shot in like one of the last seasons of The Big Bang Theory where you can see Leonard and Penny, and behind them, the kitchen is very blurry. But I'm the one who noticed that one of their magnets is from a Vermont milk company.
Ah, doyo coraz tú. Yes.
I guess. I mean, I don't know that I'd be necessarily good at cold reading.
Back there. We got
I
war
know.
going on. Okay.
I know. They do it all the time.
Okay,
I'm not saying I'm necessarily good at cold reading, but I do notice things that get by most people, and I hate saying that because it sounds like a brag, but honestly, I'm mystified.
I miss those days, to tell you the truth, with the kiddies back there. My Miranda and my Ariel used to fight like that, play fight when they were kittens. And then
They're not playing
no,
as much
they're
as
fighting. They're fighting. Miranda encountered kitty puberty and turned into an absolute bitch. Yes, dear.
Sorry, there's something I want to say. When you're done, I have to say,
done.
respond to Dave Bowman.
Go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's funny because you say hypervigilance has its perks, and it does. But here's the problem. I don't know if that's an ADHD, autism, or PTSD thing, because it kind of comes with all of them.
Yeah.
And I've got at least 2 of those. So, yeah.
It's not to know. It's not to knowing.
The PTSD took me by surprise. I didn't think for a second, but then people were saying, you're showing signs. I was like, you're fucking kidding me. And I looked up a bunch of stuff, took every online quiz, and I'm like, well, there's enough symptoms there. Maybe they have a point. Fuck. Isn't it weird when you find out something about yourself like that? I figure the 3 of you ought to know that. Or it's like, gee, I didn't see that coming, but, yeah.
Yeah, we kind of had you outnumbered, don't we? Well, hell, those 2 have me outnumbered.
Oh, Savage, that's the thing. It's like when I looked up PTSD, because people said that I probably have it, it mentions hypervigilance, specifically noticing like every bit of every change in voice, every expression, everything, and you're like, what's the meaning behind that? Fuck, am I about to piss people off? Are they already pissed off? Are they amused? What the fuck's going on? Oh my gosh, that eyebrow got raised. What am I saying to you? That kind of thing. It's like, dude. And when I read about hypervigilance with the PTSD, which I think I have from my parents, I was like, God damn it, another symptom. What's wrong with me? Why am I so broken?
You is all into pieces. Yes. You is in the pieces on the floor. We go over there, pick them up, put them in a box, shake it around, and see what comes out.
Man, I swear, between my brain, my eyes, my hair, the allergies I get in Vermont, the seizure, all this stuff, it's like, damn, if reincarnation is real, I'm demanding a body that ain't quite this much of a fixer-upper.
Oh, I don't know. You'll get brought back as a tardigrade. How's that sound?
No. Spackle, that's the thing, though, is I have a shit ton of the autism symptoms, too. At this point, I don't know what the fuck's going on, because in the early 90s, I was diagnosed with ADHD, but people didn't really know about, like, autism and Asperger's and stuff back then. They weren't even testing me for it, right? And so, like, now I don't trust that diagnosis so much, because, like, a lot of the symptoms, if there's overlap or they're, like, some of the symptoms I'm seeing for autism are dominant, like there's more of them, and I don't know what the fuck's going on. That's why I recently asked my doctor for a referral so I can finally get an answer.
I don't know that I would place all that much stock in a diagnosis that was delivered in the 1990s anyway.
My point.
Yeah. I mean, just in the last couple of years, we've learned so much. So,
Yeah.
What is to do?
Well, and what Savage says, that's like right there. There's so many symptoms, so many possible things, and you could have all of them at once. I don't know what the fuck's going on, and I just want some answers. I mean, hell, if nothing else, answers might suggest what to do about it.
Yeah, yeah, I know that feeling. Mm-hmm.
So.
Of course, the answer might be, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I guess
See,
one of the things
sometimes it is, I don't know.
One of the things I've thought about is like, I mean, PTSD, does that have to be with you your whole life? Is that something you can like conquer?
It honestly, that depends on the person.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Depends
I mean,
on what the PTSD, what it's from, what they went through, blah blah blah. It depends.
Well, I recently watched 2 TV shows, oddly enough, medical shows that have a major protagonist end up in like rehab, and in one case, a mental institution, and like so many of the sort of like AA type things, they want you to think you're powerless over whatever's wrong with you. And to that I
bullshit
say,
on that.
fuck off. You know,
Uh-huh.
I'd like to be,
Yeah.
I can grow out of certain things and be a better person just because that's who I am. But I don't know. It bothers me.
I don't know when the tank springs a leak. I suppose that you can patch the hole, but you can never make it entire. You can never make it complete. You can just control it.
But that, well, and control to me means you're in control. It doesn't mean you're powerless. But to
Right,
what?
right. Yeah.
Where was it? Because this thing scrolled a sec here. Oh, right here. Holy spackle. Yeah, most autistic folks I know have huge difficulties in interpersonal interpretations, but that's my point is I notice everything. Doesn't mean I can interpret it. Doesn't mean I can understand it. It means I notice, oh my gosh, that eyebrow went up. Oh my gosh, your mouth quirked in a certain way that might be a smile, but it might have been gas. I don't know. You know, it's that whole thing where it's like I notice everything that happens and I think there might be a meaning behind it, but damned if I know what that meaning is.
Now wait a minute, Spackle. I see you using an initials here. CPTSD. What is that? Is that a thing, or is that a typo, or what's going on?
It might be chronic.
Maybe.
I thought PTSD was chronic, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I
that's
mean,
my
like
point,
I
though,
said, it
it's-
depends. My brother had PTSD and he overcame his.
You see, that's what I was saying, is that it seems to me that this is the sort of thing you can beat. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
Shadow
know.
Kitty says the most you can do is learn to avoid the triggers.
Hmm.
Oh my, if that's the most you can do, that wouldn't be enough for me. I can tell you that right now. You'd have to take yourself so
Oh,
far.
complex. Okay, not chronic.
Dayo korostu.
Repeated traumas. I mean, kinda. Through my whole life, my parents were like, and I didn't realize that at the time, but they were gaslighting me a lot. You know, so it was over a large span of time. I can't point to a lot of individual incidents, but there was a pattern.
Yeah.
And it kind of fucked me up after a while when I realized just how badly they've been fucking with me. I was like, whoa. This is one of the reasons why when I say, like, if somehow I found out that I'm in my own version of the Truman Show, I'd be like, actually, that makes things make more sense. Okay, got it. You know, it wouldn't be, I knew it, but it would be, okay, that explains, you know, now I get it. You know.
Okay, yeah.
That's just me.
Paliki. Wait, EMDR was therapy I did and teaches your brain to switch channels. EMDR.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Is my not annoying?
Maybe it's pronounced Emder.
We are going to look on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Eye movement
Ender's Game. Is
desensitization
that
and
close?
reprocessing.
Sorry, what was it?
I'm saying eye movement desensitization and reprocessing.
Huh.
Yeah, actually, I just talked to a friend of mine about that. Well, new friend. I met this trans guy on TikTok, and he's really cool, and he's got PTSD, and he just went through EMDR. Well, he's going through it, and he said that it's fucking amazing, and that everybody should do it. And I talked to Heather about it, and she actually knows somebody local that does EMDR therapy. So I'm thinking about looking into that, see if I can get a better grip on my PTSD.
What's the goal of it?
Well, it's so you can deal with shit. But I don't know exactly how it works. I just found out like 2 days ago. I haven't even had a chance to look it up.
We were actually just talking about PTSD in my my rotation today, and I guess we were talking about being a great method to help people.
Cool.
Marijuana. No, we were talking about marijuana being used.
Oh yeah, okay.
I wouldn't know anything about self-medicating with marijuana for the last 32 years of my life.
Well, I've always been curious about marijuana. If only someone would help me try it.
Okay, Kate, this is what
my birthday is in December.
Yeah, marijuana is helping a lot of people with PTSD. Just saying.
I can see that. I really like the indica that gives you the couch lock. That's for me.
I'd like to be able to get hold of some for pain. The only thing is, the cost associated with it, who covers it, if anybody does, that sort of thing. I mean, if I've got to shell out of my own pocket, I haven't got it.
Hmm.
Because you talk about a cartridge, Kate, being what, about 60?
It depends on the quality. I can get the stuff I like for about 40.
Yeah,
And the stuff I like, I don't know how they got this perfect. It hits me the right way. It tastes good, and compared to other cartridges, it lasts a hell of a lot longer. I don't know what they're doing, but it's perfect.
Hmm.
I'm
Okay,
writing my
then.
trivia questions for trivia this week.
Oh boy.
I'm actually going to I'm gonna try out a different platform because
Oh yeah.
Aunt Jur like really wants to play and couldn't get it to work with the overlay, and I know a bunch of people are having problems with the overlay, so I'm gonna do
Okay.
a different thing where we just share my screen, and it's more like one where you all get a room code and you just go into the room on your whatever device
Oh,
you
okay,
want
kind of like
and can play it.
Jackbox.
Yeah, and then I'll
Okay,
just stream
cool.
it from like my screen share. So hopefully that'll work a bit better for everybody. But I don't want to like not include people. Also, this way too, you don't lose points for getting questions wrong. So
Oh, okay,
then you
cool.
guys will actually try and answer questions.
Mm-hmm. Moo.
Yeah. Sorry, I fell down a bit of a rabbit hole. Well, I got to thinking about some of the stuff that I do to occupy me while I'm getting stoned. Like, because there
Yeah.
are a lot of movies, a lot of music that is just perfect for it. You would, like, maybe you would think it. Dumb and Dumber is a perfect stoner movie. You can just sort of sit there and zone. It's not too loud, it's not too action packed. It's there, it's
There's
nice.
not a lot to keep track of. It's silly, it's goofy, it's slightly entertaining. Entertaining enough when you're high. Yeah.
And it's enough of a road trip movie that if you miss part of it, you really haven't lost the plot. So I mean, it's a great stoner movie, and I keep looking for other stuff like it. But there's also some music I use, and there's different moods that it goes with, and the stuff I like, the indica, will enhance just about anything from physical sensations to emotional ones. And there are some songs that, even when I'm completely sober, hit me really, really hard, and it's probably for the best to avoid them when I'm high, unless I want to feel that way.
Moo. Moo.
Just saying.
Moo. Everything is moo.
Moo.
I come to this stream just so we can say moo.
Lambda.
Yeah. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta. I don't know.
I, Eta, Pi.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Hmm.
What do we have in the thing? I have no idea what we have.
So I ended up looking at pictures of Xander, and I probably shouldn't have because I got absorbed. He does some really wacky stuff while he's like sleeping or trying to, or just relaxing, whatever. It doesn't look relaxing at all, but I mean, if I could twist like that, why would I need a girlfriend?
I tell you, I used to ask
Wow.
my guy friends, if you could give yourself head, would you ever leave the house? And they always said no. And this one guy said yes. And I said, dude, you're fucking lying. I've never had one guy tell me yes. He said, well, yeah, for ice cream. And I said, ice cream? He goes, yeah, polar blow. And I was like,
Polar blow?
polar blow.
I must be missing something.
Hold on, let Kate will Google it.
I
Give
think
her a second.
Pole or blow?
Polar.
Polar.
Cold. Arctic.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see.
polar
looked it up.
what you eat ice cream and then blow somebody and it's cold? Is that how it works?
Whoa.
I
Close,
guess.
close.
I don't know. I don't
Whoa.
know. I've never given anybody a fucking polar blow. How would I know?
Well, I assumed if you're using the terms, you'd at least have a definition. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know,
Well-
but I have no idea what the hell polar blow is.
I went to the Urban Dictionary, as I
Yeah.
am wont to do, and it says when a girl gives a great blowjob with ice in her mouth.
So I was close.
That's what I said. Yeah, pretty darn close.
Hmm. So what's an old King Clancy?
No freaking idea.
Apparently it involves maple syrup somehow.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, when a
I'm
man
afraid
has
to
sex
even-
with a woman, gives her a cream pie, then pours maple syrup on her vagina and eats her out, thus eating a mixture of cum and syrup.
Oh.
Okay, then.
That's an old King Clancy, apparently.
What?
Eek.
Oh my god, dude. Fuck. There's some
This
sick,
stream got
nasty
weird.
fuckers
In
out there.
a
People
hurry.
are seriously into some crazy crap. I mean,
Oh, man.
aside from being a lesbian, I'm about as white bread sexually as you can get.
Daju korostu.
I only know an old King Clancy exists because of an episode of How I Met Your Mother.
Oh, really?
Well,
Are
there
you-
was an
I don't-
episode where
Yeah, which episode
Robin
was that?
was. There was an episode where Robin was talking about how she had been a like a pop star in Canada, and that as a result she had had sex or almost had sex with a celebrity or something. And she said, "Okay, I'll tell you who it is if you get all of the three things right, because here's his name, he collects a certain something, and this was the sex act we were going to do." And Lily spends the whole episode trying to guess, and eventually Robin says that the answers are the frozen snowshoe, Harvey's trays, and Old King Clancy, and everyone's like, because they've never heard of any of that, and she has to explain that the frozen snowshoe is like a hockey player in Canada, and what was it? We already went through the Old King Clancy, and Harvey's trays, apparently trays from the restaurant called Harvey's. I don't know.
Huh.
They presented it better in the episode that I'm doing.
Well,
it
of
right now.
course. But I do remember that episode. I know which
Yeah.
episode you're talking about. I don't remember that particular part, but I know the episode. Yeah.
Well, I've watched the show through way too many times. I remember way too much. Sometimes I wish I could wipe my memory of the show so I can watch it for the first time again.
Well, just have another ablation done. You won't.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what? No one's going by my brain with a zappy thing again. Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, I was.
all sarcasm aside, do not. Yeah, not cool.
Well, I was making food yesterday, and I was like, I had some fresh garlic, and I wanted to not cut it. I wanted to use and I couldn't, think of the name of it. Could not think of the words garlic press. I just kept going, where's the crushy thing? I need the crushy thing. I could never.
Sounds like something I'd do.
Yeah.
I do that shit too. Garlic, and I did that last weekend talking to Heather about cooking something. I was talking about the Thanksgiving turkey and how I prep it and everything. And I was like, yeah, I get some garlic and put it in the.
That
She
thing.
goes, the press, and I'm like, that's the thing. Swear to God, I'm not even lying. Just forget random fucking words
But
of
there you
things I
go.
use all the time.
I mean, at least I have an excuse, but yeah.
I was telling Kate in the green room, I went turkey shopping yesterday. I had been shopping for something else on Saturday, and there was a case full of frozen turkeys. And I thought, okay, do I want to get one now? But I've got no place to put it. I'll wait. until Monday. That way I can buy it, bring it home, start thawing it immediately. From Saturday to Monday, gone, all of them, bye bye. Which is horrible. But I got a turkey breast, about a 5 pound turkey breast. I will roast that with a pound of garlic, and it's just going to be so amazing. I mean, I can't get enough garlic anyway. I must be Italian at heart. I don't know, but
Actually, Italian.
yeah,
Actually Italian.
there you go, there you go. But yeah, I just can't get enough garlic, and a lot of people look at you like you're from another planet when you talk about this, and it's amazing how strong it is not, where the aroma just pervades the place, and it's so wonderful. It's like a flower bouquet, except that you're dealing in a species volume here, um, and it's just wonderful stuff and everything. I've got to clean this place up and get ready for cooking and everything, because Thursday will be here before we know it, won't it?
It will. Yeah, I get to do the turkey and the stuffing, and then everybody else is doing all the other dishes. So I get to stand there a lot and drink while I stare at a turkey cooking.
And that's the one thing
Fuck
I
yeah.
found out, that at the dialysis clinic, they don't know what they said. It's amazing. One of the people there is a fluff ball and likes to do the decorations and everything. So they've got a whole bunch of Thanksgiving themed stickers all over the place. One of them reads "Get stuffed," and I saw that, and I'm just sitting here. Yeah, it's like, okay. No idea how that can be read.
Well, I've never actually cooked a turkey. I've watched turkeys cooked. I don't know. I haven't even cooked a chicken, come to think of it. In fact, I deal with very little meat that isn't like, saucepanable or grillable.
Oh, it's
Come to
easy,
think
easy,
of it.
easy. It really is.
Well, I'm not saying it's not easy. I'm just saying I've never done it. Oh, well, no,
No.
wait. I take that back. The other day I did attempt something. You remember we were talking about, what casserole thingies and baking a chicken breast and all of
Oh,
that?
yeah.
I did attempt it. What I came up with was okay. But it was definitely a learning experience. For one thing, steam the veggies separately. That's a good idea.
Yes.
I mean, even with the chicken broth, they just got super soggy. And I figure without them, they would have gotten like hard and grody. So,
Uh-huh.
cook those separately. I had a pretty decent spice palette going on in there. It was mostly Italian derived, but, with a little of my own spin on it.
Okay, then. Nice.
Thinking next time, let's try citrus. Like, I found Asian with a splash of OJ in a stir fry is really good.
Yeah,
Like
I can
orange and
imagine.
ginger go together so well.
I can imagine easily. Yes. And then, people look at me like I'm from another planet, but garlic and peanut butter.
I've
in my
tried it. She is
experience.
from another planet.
No, can't.
I've had,
No.
Like it's not even gross. It's just why bother?
I don't even know why anybody would destroy either one of those ingredients with the other.
Well,
I have no idea.
A friend of mine said, you know what? It sounds weird, but it sounds vaguely Thai. And she was right, in my experience.
Someone
Garlic
else
and
brought that up
peanuts.
to me too, and I said I don't like. But see, I don't like any kind of anything that should go with something sweet. I don't like it with savory. I don't want sweet with my meat ever.
So you
Like
don't like
people have like
teriyaki?
sausage that's like maple syrup sausage.
Really?
Oh no,
Oh,
I
I
can't
love
do
that
maple.
stuff.
I can't do that
It
either.
grosses
All
me
right, well,
out.
hold
So
on.
good.
Pete, I gotta ask you a question then. Can
Yeah.
I have your share?
Yes, you may have my share.
Right on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You may also have all the lesbian women out there.
You know, that's another problem that I've always had is whenever I move to a place, I always move to the most LGBT friendly part, and it's always full of gay guys, and lesbians are hard to find. It's very frustrating, actually. And gosh, for some reason, I always manage to be alone in a crowd. Like, it turns out that laser lesbians is a thing, but most of them are log cabin, and that's not for me.
Okay then. Okay.
And I'm sure you can figure out what those mean from context if you
Yes.
can't ask,
Right.
but come on.
Got it.
You know,
Lived
so
that
I
life
mean,
for 20 years. Got it.
just saying.
Oh.
Oh,
One
I
weird
don't
thing
know.
about being raised by hippies who are accepting of LGBT stuff, I mean, don't get me started on my parents, but still, you know, is that without something to rebel against, you don't necessarily end up throwing yourself into the scene, you know? And so there's a lot of like stuff I'm still learning that people who had to learn it in a live fire environment got on like week 2.
Mm-hmm.
But like it was a long time before I realized that the way I've been sitting is so common among lesbians, it's almost a stereotype. Like seriously, if you're back here where like one foot is out, the other's up, and you're up like this with one hand, apparently we all do that.
I
I only found that out a year or two ago.
You know what's funny is when I was identifying as a lesbian, quote unquote, and I heard all that shit and they showed all the different positions, I was like, I don't sit in any of those. And then I realized, no, because I'm a dude and I sit like a dude.
Well, apparently I do, and I had no idea that was a thing until I started joining all these Facebook groups.
See, I sit like a bisexual in that like I constantly change positions and they're always the weirdest ones when I sit anywhere.
Well,
It's like, how is that comfortable? I don't know.
With your knees over the back of the chair
But I
and
do
your
it.
head coming off the seat, right?
Sometimes I will literally just like squat on top of my chair. Like my feet will be on my chair seat and I'll just like squat like on my chair.
low duck squat, right?
Yeah.
On your chair.
On top of my chair.
I used to sit on the floor all the time when I was younger.
Oh, I
was
love doing
always
it.
sitting
I
on the
still do
floor.
that. I love the
Yeah.
floor.
I don't have room in here, but I do like to sit on the floor sometimes.
Well,
I don't
I'm
know
starting
why.
to fill up my living room again. I used to, like, my VR machine has been dead for a while. I need to get it repaired, but I got rid of my couch because I needed more room to play some of the games I was playing in VR. But now I kind of, since I've been getting stoned so much, I kind of want a couch again. You know, because I mean, as much as it's cool to sack out on the floor, after a while my ass starts to hurt no matter how many pillows I put down. So it'd be nice to have a couch again.
Or how about a sleeping bag? Would that work?
No, the blanket doesn't like. I don't know what it is. It feels like I just don't have enough padding between my bones and the rest of the outside world. And so if I sit for too long, it feels like my pelvis is trying to knife its way through my ass. So no amount of sleeping bag or blanket will help that. I would need a full-on mattress.
Gotcha.
So thus, I think it'd be nice to have a couch again.
Touche.
3-shay.
4-shay. And I want you to know, I said 2-shay today. I said 3-shay, 4-shay, and everybody looked at me weird, and I was like, never mind, you weren't there, you wouldn't understand. Kate would get it. And they're like, who? And I'm like, never mind.
I see a kitty.
Yeah, this is the other one I was telling you about. This is Thalia.
For a second there, I forgot B had a cat up there, and I'm like, how the hell are you seeing Xander? Because it's over here, and
yeah.
Buddy, you are welcome. Come on, hop on over. And then he's giving me this look like, I mean, usually Columbia is the one I have to pick up and put on my lap. He's staring at, like, if I do that with him, he'll probably leave. Also, you're too far away to get you with both hands. I can't move you over here without damaging one of us. You're going to have to jump. You're going to have to jump.
Without damaging one of us. I'm going to heat up my dinner. I'll be right back. And I need to get my shot ready too. BRB.
Oh, fun.
It's tea day for you.
Hmm?
Oh, it's B's tea day.
Okay. I have to admit, at first I thought you meant, tea, and then I was like, oh no, wait, dumbass.
No, tea. The good tea.
Texas tea?
Yeah, huh?
Nah.
Never
No.
knowing what you're blowing, think you're growing your own tea. Good Lord. Anyway.
See, the thing is, like, I keep hearing about testosterone, but I never hear about graduate-osterone.
Yeah,
Wow.
there you are.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a long
That
walk for a
was-
short drink of water, wasn't it?
You give me crap. I don't know about you.
Well, but see, my humor is quality, where yours... Geez, Xander, stop giving me that look. If you want to come over here, jump. I know you can. You do it all the time. He looks so... Like if a goblin was sullen, that would be Xander's face right now.
I'm looking over at the side chat. What do we have here? Mino says, I have super late on Thursday. What is that?
Something about Thursday and being in a time slot. Are we talking about like a marathon
I'm
stream?
wondering if there's a marathon stream going on. Yeah.
Well, there's several going on. I'm just wondering if we're even talking about one right now.
And then
I mean,
Stuart says, turnips.
They're talking
Stool
about
says a lot of
next-
things.
Yeah, they're talking about the streamathon for the kidney streamathon.
Oh, Diana's stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because
my.
there's also like apparently like Thanksgiving and Christmas streams all over the place. So, specificity is good. It aids understanding.
I was even missing out on all that thing about the streamathon. Well, I haven't been looking at the real world very much lately anyway. Sorry about that, guys. At least I went through the entire dialysis session without crashing my blood pressure. That was a good thing. It's no fun when that happens. What do you got here?
So I'm just trying to avoid making a really bad medical joke with a doctor present who can tell me how stupid I'm being.
Okay.
You can make jokes. I won't comment on your joke.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about how we are trying to get Diana a new child patella.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
A kidney.
Wow.
She gives
I
me a
know,
hard
I
time,
know.
you know?
I remember there was a movie that I really like, Undercover Blues. It's like Dennis Quaid and Kathleen Turner are spies, like international spies, who just had a kid and are on vacation in New Orleans when they end up getting wrapped up in a plot that they didn't intend to, and they have a kid. Right, and at one point they meet this other couple that doesn't know they're spies, and Dennis Quaid like turns to, actually I think it was Tom Arnold, and like he's talking about some adventure they'd had as spies, and he goes, "Yeah, I got hit here, right here in the patella." And when I heard that, I was like, "Wait a minute, that can't be right." But of course, he was messing with the guy, so it wasn't right. But yeah, I don't know. It's a great movie, very funny. And a pretty decent cast, too.
Oh, my. Oh, God, I suppose I ought to find out what you guys are doing and when and where, because I guess it would be a good thing for me to make an appearance. Hi, how are you?
Well, the show is better at hosting the streams. I'm good at being on them, but hosting them, unless I've got like guests, I always feel like I run out of shit to say in the first 5-10 minutes.
Well, there's a talent to being on streams, so,
Well, but I mean, I'm really good at being on a stream where I don't have to make sure that it keeps flowing and that people stay on topic. I'm not a very good administrator.
Now
You
you
know
know
what I
how
mean?
I
I'm not a
feel.
very good. I'm not a very good producer.
Oh my, I could use a producer. I really could, but oh well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm better in a directing or on-screen talent role than I ever will be at hosting. Mhm.
Oh my, I don't know. I've got to work on stuff and things, and got to learn what I can do with the stuff I've got, or how to do the things I want to do with the stuff I've got. That's what I've got to learn. I mean, I've got all kinds of effects I'd like to do. I just don't know how to do them.
Hmm. Sorry, I don't know why, but I'm just like, it's way too early to be fading, but I'm totally falling asleep.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I think, well,
Oh
part of
no.
it is just that I don't sleep enough anymore. I keep waking up at almost exactly the same time of day, no matter when I go to bed. And it's not the cats. I often wake up alone. I don't know if there's like some sort of noise made outside my window every day at the same time, like something's on a timer, but I'm waking up way too early.
I don't know what it is because that happens to me. Is no matter what time I go to bed, I always wake up around 6 a.m. or something like that, and then immediately fall back to sleep. Um, and unfortunately, with what's happening there, I'll wake up. You know, there's the alarm going off, and I can hear that sort of thing, and then I fall back to sleep. And I wake up later and later and later. I mean, today it was almost 7:30 when I woke up because if I'm going to take the bus, I've got to be out of here at 8:30. So it's like, you know, get dressed and shit really quickly. Um, but I
Well,
just don't want to miss dialysis, you know.
Well, if I wake up way the hell too early, I usually either like try to get back to sleep, and if I can't, well, I have a laptop right there, and I have access to all kinds of streaming services. So, in fact, I fall asleep to like stand-up comedy all the time, turned low enough that it won't distract me. Like I can't really understand the words. It's almost like ASMR, but yeah, like I'll put on a stand-up routine to fall asleep, and in the morning I'll put it on to wake up. Well, not so much to wake up as to ease into being awake.
Hmm. Oh, so Savage Minnow is better at the producer side. We may have to talk.
Hmm.
Oh
Well,
my.
I mean, that's another thing is like I don't usually have a topic, and I could just have a gab fest like this. But if I were to stream on my own channel, I'd rather have a topic, a theme, something.
Yes, yes. I'd like to
You
do
know.
that, and I haven't got around to it yet. I mean, if I could take an hour to talk about something, that would be fun.
One thing I really ought to do, I mean, I haven't put out a making of video in a while, and I've never really talked to people about how you make spaceships fly in an animation because it takes more than you might think, but also less because there are some things that are automated and other things that are not. But one method of animating is way easier than another if you're going for a kind of realistic flight model. And I don't mean realistic as far as like, oh, I'm using the right Newtonian physics. I just mean like if it's going to bank naturally, like you're doing one of these, getting it to actually go like that as opposed to just like it's on train tracks.
Right, right.
That's so much easier if you do it a certain way there versus trying to do it manually.
And that's
Anyway,
the
I'm just saying spaceship flight physics could be its own video.
yeah, huh? That's the amazing thing, though, when you're looking at uh, stuff on the screen. It almost seems that people expect, say, a TIE fighter to go into a turn banked, even when that's not necessary in outer space, because that bank is an atmospheric thing. Um, we're just so accustomed to the way F-18s fly that
Or the way X-Wings fly.
uh huh, yeah. you'll expect.
Well, but
to
I mean,
see
let's
that.
face it. The number of people like it has always bothered me when people say, "Oh, it has to be realistic to be science fiction. It has to follow all of the this, that, and the other rules." I'm like, dude, it's fiction. It has to be fun. That's all it has to be, you know. And it's like I've watched shows and movies where they try to have realistic space flight, and they are dull as dishwater half the time.
Oh, sure.
You know,
Yeah.
and I'm like, that's why we want something that flies more like a fighter jet because it's exciting as hell. I mean, the only time I've ever seen it done well to where they managed to keep the excitement and the realism, Babylon 5. Because the Star Furies are the ones where like they have it's almost an X-wing design, but at the end of each wing are a bunch of thrusters, mostly the forward ones. But they also have ones where like these two can fire to flip you that away and vice
Oh, okay,
versa.
sure.
They
Yeah.
have ones like here's the wings. They have them on this side, so you can go can spin around and all of that. And they kept it exciting on B5 because they kept the action going. But there's a lot of like shows out there. I mean, let's face it, Firefly is a lot of fun, but the only time the spaceship stuff was any fun was when they went into the atmosphere.
Okay. Okay.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it really does come down to I'm telling a story. It's fiction, not a TED talk.
Aw. But I do like that sort of speculative fiction where you try to stay with the rules and see where you might go from there.
Let's see. I don't. There's one reason. Well, okay, two reasons I really don't like that. One, space travel in real life is kind of dull, but number two is also just the people who write that kind of stuff usually forget that there are characters. They usually forget that you have to tell a decent story. I mean, like Asimov could come up with like some really awesome ideas, but the characters are just there to hold the wrenches and the guns.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And that to me is a deal breaker. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If I can't picture your characters laughing, I'm not interested.
Yeah, Asimov especially did write a better essay than a novel. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, but see, this is kind of the way I feel about most of the science fiction you say you like. Very rarely does it have characters to whom I can grow attached. The way I have to say Han, Luke, and Leia, or Captain Sheridan and Delenn and Garibaldi and all those guys, or hell, even Captain Janeway and Chakotay and Cass and Tuvok and I mean these are characters that if you're a lonely sci-fi nerd, start to feel like friends. And like a lot of the characters in other sci-fi. I mean, hell, the Expanse. There's not one character in there I wish I had as a friend. 2001: A Space Odyssey. The only thing I know about Dave Bowman is his name is Dave Bowman. No offense to the one in the chat. It's just these people don't write decent characters, no matter how good their science is. They just don't write good characters.
Moo.
It's one of the great things about Heinlein, actually. I mean, characters are often more the point than anything else in his books.
Okay. Yeah. God, I've got a crap load of Heinlein here, and I haven't picked it up in ages.
Well, I don't know. It's weird though. I tend to prefer his juvenile stuff, his stuff for younger people. Because like I was reading, I forget which one it is. I think it's I Will Fear No Evil, but it might be Time Enough for Love. It's the one where like this old rich dude, he's about to die, and he says, "Here, transplant my brain into something else." So they put it in his female secretary.
Okay.
But the thing is that most of the book is two characters in this endless dialogue about philosophical nonsense. And after a while, I was like, are you people ever going to do anything? Is this whole book just talking?
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be more to it than that. I mean, that's one of the reasons I liked Stranger in a Strange Land is there was balance between the philosophy and doing things. There was a plot.
Yeah.
Plus, the ending of whichever the hell book I'm thinking of was so predictable.
Okay, okay.
I mean, does anyone care about spoilers?
Not I. I mean, I've gone through that stuff
All
already.
right, well, spoiler alert. I'll wave when I'm done talking about shit that you might not want to hear. But okay, so, um, fella, like old rich dude in like riding around in female body now that his brain's been transplanted. Um, gets pregnant, has a child, gives birth to the child, and then dies.
Okay then.
It like I think I was maybe a third of the way through the book when I was like, that's what's going to happen, isn't it? And sure
No.
enough, it was just the most predictable thing in the world. It was even more predictable than who the bad guy was in Wonder Woman.
Hmm.
And that was telegraphed like you wouldn't believe.
All right, I'm gonna head out because I gotta make a video tonight because I'm behind on releasing content. So
Ah.
I will see you all later. But thanks for having me on. It was fun.
Well, thanks for coming by, hon. You be
Have
good.
fun.
Moo. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, moo. Oh, tayo korostu.
So is it just me, or does he still look 15 years old?
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Well, I don't know. I figure eventually he'll start growing chin pubes or something. Or not. Eh.
They
I mean,
say-
hell, who am I to talk about people who look young? You know what I mean? I mean, hell,
yeah.
does this look almost 46, people?
No 46 I knew.
Just saying.
Oh, I don't know. But as you were saying many times in the past, it seems that those of us who are a bit on the younger side compared to our parental units do seem to last longer than they did. You know, they seem to wear out sooner and they seem to look older sooner. And
Well, they
stuff
were
like that.
worked harder is the thing. I mean, let's
Yeah.
face it, this is the first world and we live pretty cushy compared to, a generation ago, 2 generations ago, and other parts of this planet.
Mm. A moo.
So, I mean, it makes sense is what I'm saying.
And a
Although
lot of-
they are saying that I'm not sure if it's millennials or my generation, but at a certain point they predict that we will for the first time not live as long as our ancestors, as the previous generation. Like it's starting to go
Yeah.
down the life expectancy,
Yeah. Uh-huh. I've seen that.
which is kind of a shame. But I mean, what can you do?
I don't know. Give up and live in the woods.
Nah, see, that just sounds shitty to me. I'd rather give up and live on a space station.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the woods. And you know what? I started to wonder if maybe the reason why is more biological than I think. I mean, let's face it, the snout is kind of tied in with taste just a smidge. And in the woods, I smell a lot of things I don't ever want to taste.
Okay.
And being a super taster, I probably smell it more than other people. I wonder, like, is it maybe just that they are walking around not noticing the nastiness that I can sense? Or
Either
maybe they
that
just
or
like it.
either that or they perceive it differently, or I should say we perceive it differently. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
It's the interesting thing the way that works. What you got on
It's
the
funny.
egg thing. Okay.
A lot of my sense memory does seem to come, well, a lot of it from smell. And I know that that is a big source of memory, but for me, it
Mhm.
seems extra. There are there are certain smells, like some of the movie theaters I've known, and actually the Fletcher Free Library in Burlington, Vermont, where I spent a lot of time, school cafeteria, things like that. There are certain things that can do. And the shore, Lake Champlain, Shelburne Bay. Like certain smells just bring me right back to certain times or events or whatever. It's just like whoa, you know.
Lake Erie on a hot summer day. Yeah.
Never been there.
Oh my! Given your senses, you wouldn't have wanted to be there. No.
Well, I mean, Perkins Pier in Burlington definitely had some of that rotting fish smell going on.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. And they used to bring, I don't know what you would call these things. They looked like caterpillars with rakes on the front. They used to rake all the plant life and the dead fish up onto the sand, onto the beach, and let it sit there and dry out. Oh my God, it was horrible.
Yeah, we like at the beaches, we would often see like one or two dead perch just sitting there on the sand. Like
Uh-huh.
I guess they washed up and couldn't get back or something. I don't know. But I'm not sure if there's even any other kind of fish in Lake Champlain. I've only ever seen perch.
Okay, Moo. Yeah,
I'm
those.
sure there must be. There has to be, but they seem to be the most common. They're the cheddar of Lake Champlain fish.
There you go. Yeah, Lake Erie was full of perch. I ate a lot of perch when I was growing up. Perch.
I did not. After the first time having it and discovering that you can't always find all of the bones, I'd had enough.
Okay then. Okay
Like
then.
ever bite into a thing of fish that was actually caught rather than bought at a store, and all of a sudden you're like being stabbed because someone missed a bone?
Oh sure, absolutely.
After that, I said, "Fuck this! I'm not eating this stuff again. I don't even like the taste very much anyway."
Yeah, because well, at that cottage my grandparents had, I got a lot of chances to do a lot of fishing, and a staple, a mealtime staple was fish from the lake. You know, mercury and everything, and perch and bass. Yeah, you definitely got your fill. Definitely.
Wasn't my thing. I mean, it's kind of ironic having grown up on a lake, but seafood was not a huge part of the diet of pretty much anybody who didn't go out and catch it themselves. I mean, there were some seafood restaurants around, and I know my parents took me once or twice, although I'm not into seafood, but, you know, it's not really like a thing. I'm not really even sure if at least the Burlington area even has a thing as far as like, oh yeah, this is our local cuisine. I mean, the closest we can get is like maple syrup and Ben and Jerry's.
Hmm.
Like there isn't a Vermont dish exactly.
Okay then. Okay. Spackle says she always feels better after eating salmon. Thinks she needs the omega-3. Okay.
Hmm. I'm curious now.
Yes, dear.
Let's see. A commercial dish of Vermont. Let's see if we even have one. And let's get rid of that extra V because that wasn't supposed to be there. Oh, really? Okay, fine. Maple creamy. Oh no. Hold on. That's a suggestion. This should be Vermont's original food or official food.
Okay.
And for those of you who don't know what the frick a creamy is,
Oh,
it's Vermontish for soft serve ice cream.
Da coscienta yakanimina. Okay.
Like seriously, creamies were so much the summer treat. And they do make maple creamies, maple flavor. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is right on Shelburne Bay. I think I know where this store is. And if I don't, then, or if it's not the one I'm thinking of, I know where else to find it.
Moo.
But that's something that they say should be. I don't see an actual, this is a dish, but I'm seeing one that says 12 classic dishes from Vermont. Let's see what they're listing. Oh, well, sure, sugar on snow, yeah. Mac and cheese, since when? Maple baked beans, since when? Okay, gravy fries, sure. Corn fritters, since when? Venison. Okay,
Oh.
strawberry rhubarb pie, yes.
Oh, yum.
Apple
Yum, yum,
pie,
yum, yum, yum,
yes.
yum.
I mean, grilled cheese. Really, everyone has grilled cheese. Okay, yes, creamies, sure. I know I've known people who've eaten fiddleheads, but I don't remember doing it myself. Oh, well, sure, cider donuts. All right, yes, we have a lot of that. All right, well. Huh, there's a Wikipedia entry for cuisine of Vermont.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, look at this. This is a kitty.
Pickles? Who the hell pickles peaches, apples, and lemons? Maybe I'm thinking of it. Well, I mean, okay. Maybe they're using pickle in a different way than I would. Because I think of pickle as like the dill shit, but they're probably just talking about preserving stuff.
Well, yeah, pickling is a preservation method where you are employing acid.
Yeah, but usually when I see these things, they're not actually being like pickled so much as just stuffed in a jar and sealing it. Possibly in liquid, but it's not usually acid as far as I can tell. It's usually just like their own juices, usually.
Agfu.
Yeah. Maybe there's more than one way to do that. Also, I've never really understood why it's preserves when it's clearly like jam or jelly.
Well, I
You know what I'm
guess,
talking about?
yeah. I guess because that's a method of preserving the fruit.
I guess. I don't know. It just seems a weird thing to call it. Eh.
A moo.
Well, I mean, I do wonder how many dishes out there, like their origins are so shrouded in mystery that their names make no sense anymore. Like, I know we were talking. Oh, hey, B again. I know we were talking about like eggnog, but there's another one. Oh, right, egg cream. That was the one
Yeah,
where
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, no egg in it. That's for darn sure.
No egg, no cream. Mm-hmm.
And aside from a Ferengi character on Deep Space Nine, what the hell is nog?
Oh, you know what I'm doing, right?
I do, but I'll probably get there faster. Eggnog.
Okay, nog
All right, let's
etymology.
see. Historically known as a milk punch, really, or an egg milk punch. I usually think of punch as being fruity.
Yeah, me too. They called a milk
when
punch.
alcoholic beverages are added, it says. Okay.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
Mofu.
Let's see. Traditionally made with milk, cream, sugar, whipped egg whites, egg yolks. Okay, but where's the
And a cat.
terminology? Here we go. The origins
I
of the
love
Belgian
eggnog.
period is eggnog, blah, 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 blah. Kind of strong beer brewed in East Anglia. Oh, that's what nog is a kind of strong beer. Okay, I see.
That I have heard, but
Ultimately,
I forgot.
nog may stem from noggin, a Middle English term for a small carved wooden mug used to serve alcohol and also your head.
Yes.
However, the British drink was also called an egg flip from the practice of flipping, rapidly pouring the mixture between two pitchers to mix it. One dictionary lists the word eggnog as being an Americanism invented in 1765 to 75. Okay. There's a bunch of other possible origins of the term, it seems.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I think most of the stuff we have terms for, we drug over here from the UK or England or wherever. So, it's not going to be exclusive to us. It's probably everywhere.
Yeah. Stool tells me to learn to English.
Kistai.
Like I'm going to take language advice from someone who doesn't realize English is a noun and not a verb.
Anyway.
How did you guys get on this topic of eggnog? What did I miss?
No idea.
Oh, I know how. We were talking about food from Vermont.
Oh, okay. I did see the I was reading the article about the place Creamy.
Yeah.
But I had my headset off, so I didn't hear what you guys were saying.
And then my mind went places it really shouldn't go. Yeah.
Every day of my life, Diana. Every day of my life.
I was going to see if that place that we were looking at...
Or at least the last 2.5 months.
Because if it is, then go me, because I know Vermont that well. If it's the other place I'm thinking of, I don't have any fucking clue where it is. But I know I've seen it before. Ooh, football, excuse me.
Kesto paliki.
Okay, so is the waterfront. If it's where I'm thinking of, it's right about here.
Kesto na.
I
Is it
said in
now?
a bad accent to fuck with Stool.
Shake it up.
Oh,
Ooh.
Lord.
Ooh, shake it up.
Yep, there it be. Hold on, let me share this crap.
There's the kitty over here. Yes.
Pretty sure this is the same place. Yep, that's the same place. Right there.
What, is that the
See?
cream pie place?
That
No,
is
this is the-
cream
this is
ease,
the-
not cream pie.
Yeah,
Gosh.
this is the creamiest place that was in that
Dirty old
picture that was
woman.
on that article. I knew where it was. So this right here is the Burlington waterfront. And there's the store. I knew it. I knew that place.
My God, it's only the size of like a decent sized pickup truck.
Uh-huh. This jobby do right here.
Yeah.
I love like zooming way the fuck out like that. It lets you know just how small everything really is.
Now, what kind of rail traffic goes through there?
I don't know. I know some does, but I don't know. Like I've never looked at a schedule, but here's the train tracks.
Yeah, that's why
It would
I'm
probably
wondering.
depend on what they're shipping out of there.
I mean, everything is hard on the tracks to the point where you get something reasonably heavy at a decent speed, you'd probably shake everything to the ground.
But you can see it splits off this way, sort of towards Mallett's Bay, I guess. This way looks like it's headed towards Winooski or Essex. Let's see, because where are we here? Yeah, Winooski is over here. So yeah, I guess it's headed towards Winooski. Let's see here. Are they here? I think they're here. Nope, must be further along. Oh, or we're going over them. There they are. There's the train tracks. Actually, I know I've mentioned it before. There was a train that went not too far from my childhood home. I could hear it from my bedroom at times. Here's the train tracks. Here's my old neighborhood. And you know how I showed you that bridge that time that looked really precarious that you have to cross over
Yeah, move.
to get that goes over train tracks. But that's where the train would go that I would hear from my bedroom.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, out there that far kind of looks like how I grew up, but you know, just a few states down and over. Like
well,
four,
I mean,
five.
Vermont is both unique and not unique. It's like unique in ways you wouldn't expect, but it sure looks like a lot of other places and is like a lot of other places. It just has its own quirks like anywhere else does.
Moo.
I don't know. It's kind of funny because like there's so much I forgot, or at least forgot where it was ever since like I started exploring, looking for those nostalgia places, and I was like, holy crap, I forgot that existed. Whoa, things like that.
Yeah, that happened to me when I went back home a couple of years ago, and it was almost 4 years ago. And I went through there and I was like, wow, everything's so different. And there was like all this fracking was going on, and the roads were just destroyed and being rebuilt and constantly. And it was, oh my God, it was horrible. There's so many trees and stuff gone, and they put these like refining plants in randomly, and the old store was weird and like fucked up now. And because back then it was new. But just so much shit had changed. It was really, I didn't even, like, I knew where I was as far as driving there, There was like 2 curves I forgot existed, but besides that, I remembered all of it. But everything around it was just absolutely not the same. It was totally. It
That's
didn't
how
even
I-
feel like home anymore.
that's how I
Very
felt.
little of Vermont has changed, actually. A few buildings, that's it. A few places got built up, but that's it. Everything else looks remarkably similar to childhood.
God, when I went back to Cleveland, everything had just totally changed. As you said, B, it didn't even feel like home anymore.
Yeah.
Well, just the darn thing. I've been here so long that this, I hate to say it, actually feels like home here in Pittsburgh. Because I've spent more of my adult life, if you want to call me an adult at all, here than I did back in Cleveland.
Well, I hate to say it. I mean, I've been here, 6, maybe even 7 years now, and it doesn't feel like home at all. I don't know. Maybe it's just because, well, in Seattle, I could go pretty much anywhere. It was walkable. Here it isn't. And I've complained about that before.
Yes.
And it makes it so hard to grow attached to anywhere. And it just doesn't feel like home. I want to go somewhere I feel more familiar.
I don't know.
Like only Burlington and Seattle feel like home to me.
I'm trying to remember what it felt like to me after 6 years here. And to remember, I've been here 33 years. I mean, literally over half my life. And you're here that long, it starts to feel familiar. Yeah, in a way that Cleveland never did.
It feels familiar here. I'm not attached to the place. It's like they're like Seattle. I really, really, really like Seattle. There's something about it. If it hadn't been for the weather, I'd still be there. Vermont, I mean, again, if it weren't for the weather and the fact that really there's no civilization there, exactly, not the way I define it, but I mean, I still like it there. There's all that nostalgia wrapped up in it. But here, I don't know. I mean, it's familiar, but I'm not attached.
How long have you been there now, Kate?
That's maybe 6-ish, 7 years, maybe. I
Oh,
don't know.
yeah, you would know by now. I was going to say, when I first moved here, I felt kind of, every time you move somewhere, you got to, figure shit out and figure out where things are. And everything seems so weird and different. I mean, I went from Ohio to New Mexico to the high desert. So, not the same at all.
Yeah.
And not only not the same, but 6,500 feet higher in the air.
Yeah.
So totally everything was different, totally different environment and everything. So after the first year, I started getting adjusted, and now I'm totally fucking good. But it also it's not just about where you live; it's also your life. I have a great, amazing fucking partner now she's fucking crazy about me, and I don't know why. And my job is good, and I live in a nice, quiet, comfortable place, and I'm fucking happy. And so I feel like it's not just where you live, but also your environment and work and, all this other stuff that you have going on around you is affected by that. And if you're not happy all the way around that circle, you're not going to be happy with where you live. That's just my opinion.
I think part of why I'm not happy, though, is just simply I don't have access to the things that would make me happy because I need a freaking vehicle to get to them.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
That's the real problem is just, well...
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that was
You
one
should
of the
look
things
into
about-
getting one of those little mini smart cars. You're only driving around the city. You're not going, on the highway out of state or anything.
Yeah, I have to go on the highway to get to La Jolla, which is where almost every entertainment destination is.
Well, no, I mean, the smart cars can do that. I'm just saying they're not good for long distance travel. You don't want to drive hours and hours in them.
Well,
because they're
maybe
small and they're not comfortable. But if you're just you're driving, 20 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever up the highway and going into town and stuff, they're perfect because you can park them anywhere. And they're dirt cheap because as far as cost on them, they're electric.
I mean, okay, there's a problem right there is I have nowhere to plug in an electric vehicle.
think there's ways around. Well, see, like I know people that have them and they don't have any way to plug them in at their house. So whenever they're almost home, they'll stop at like the last place, which is 5 minutes away or something like that, or 10 minutes away from where they live.
Oh,
And they charge it up and then they park it.
what
And
goes
then
here?
the next day they just charge it up while they're out.
I mean,
know,
I
you can-
guess.
You can park at like a shopping mall or something or wherever and plug that bitch in and go run around and do all your fucking errands in that area and then come back, it's charged.
Maybe I should just get that stupid scooter. I don't know.
What's that? That's
oh,
funny.
yeah.
That's funny.
Well, that's Vermont for you. Yeah. Although it's not nearly as weird as, say, Portland, Oregon. It's much more. I always describe Vermont as being all natural. You know, a lot of hippies,
really
a lot of
is.
health food freaks. You know.
Mhm. But from what
Other
I ran
people-
into when I was in Vermont, like driving truck,
Hmm.
the people I met were all pretty cool.
Yeah, they are for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, it also depends on what part of Vermont as well.
Well, yeah, of course. Of course.
I mean, there's a reason we call it Skolchester instead of Colchester.
Uh-huh.
Skullchester.
Wonder how many
No
British
doubt.
people are offended by the fact that we usurped so many of their names, like their place names.
Ask Stool.
I feel like every country's gonna be mad at another country for some fucking reason, so
Hmm.
better for it to be something minor than major.
Well,
I got so involved in talking to you guys earlier that I was like, shit, I gotta drop my shot. Shit, I haven't eaten yet. Shit, I need to piss.
that's
Shit, I
happened
need
to
to
me
take
more
a
than
shit.
a few times. More than a few times during streams, I'm like, oh crap, I meant to do X and didn't because I was on the frickin' stream.
Yeah. I just didn't even realize what time it was. And my girlfriend texted me and was like, did you do your shot yet? And I was like, oh my God, it's after 7.
Xander's slurping my forearm.
I see that.
And now he's doing that thing where his claw got hooked in my shirt and he's trying to get away and can't.
Oh, my. Well, these cookies are all right.
What kind of cookies are they?
There's something called minis. I've never seen them before.
Really?
But
Those are okay. I see them
Huh.
all the time, but all right.
I mean, this particular
I've never
brand,
seen
I've
those
seen
before.
The type of, yeah, they're
Yeah.
two
The name
layers
brand
of
I've never
cookie
seen.
with a cream in the middle, and
Oh, okay.
well, they always
Mm.
celebrate stuff at the dialysis clinic. You know, so it's Thanksgiving, so they're celebrating that, and they do that by playing bingo. I mean, it's just Pittsburgh. You know, bingo is the official sport, and
Right.
as a
Well, I
prize,
thought it was football with the Stillers.
that too.
The Stillers?
Stillers. Mm-hmm.
Ask her. Ask her.
That's
Go
the way
ahead.
they say Steelers. They say Stillers.
Yeah, no, it's true. They do up there, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I lived in Eastern PA and I lived in Morgantown, West Virginia for like a year. Like I've been all up around Pittsburgh. So yeah, you're right.
Foo. And
My favorite is still the city's Beaver and Moon. I'm just saying. Right across the highway,
yeah.
right across the highway from each other.
Uh-huh.
I
And
missed
then-
something. What?
Yeah.
The name of so when you leave Pittsburgh and you're heading south on 79, you go through this area and it's kind of like there's not a lot there. It's like in between the cities and stuff. And there's a sign that says the exit. It says Beaver that way, Moon that way.
Uh-huh.
They are cities that are right across the highway from each other. So I'm driving. I'm leaving Pittsburgh Airport with my brother. We're in a rental car. He's driving. I'm sitting in the passenger seat, and we're driving down the highway. And I see these. We're like talking, blah blah blah, bullshitting, whatever. And we both get quiet, and we look at the sign, and at the same time we go, "I'm going that way," because he's gay.
Okay then. Okay.
So I was like, "I'm heading to Beaver." He's like, "Moon's on mine, bro." I'm going.
And then
It's just funny shit.
to the southeast, there's intercourse and blue ball.
Yep.
Yeah, they get some really crazy.
Pennsylvania is full of some fucked up goddamn fucking names and places.
I
They're
would
like,
still
we
very
don't
much.
care. We're gonna name whatever we want in Pennsylvania.
I'd still very much like to know what is meant by the sex at the end of words like Middlesex.
It's where
Oh,
they
like-
cross.
Okay.
It's literally a section, and they not like intersection,
Oh,
Okay.
and they
but-
knocked
but-
it down, and they somewhere I think it's like some English version is sex, but we use like intersect
Okay.
instead.
Well,
So yeah, if you look it up, you
but-
should be able to
but-
find
but-
the
but-
original.
But Middlesex, I get. What the fuck is Essex?
oh, it's a form of eastern section.
Oh,
So
I guess that explains the name Wessex too, huh?
Yes, it does.
Oh, damn, I gotta
Yes,
drop
it
my
does.
pants.
And
Which, I,
Sussex-
which, are you sticking that in your ass?
No, I'm sticking to my leg, but I had to
I
drop
was
my
gonna
pants
say,
to go
it
down to
looked
my
like you were,
boxers
like-
to.
Well,
Do
it
this.
looked like you were like sort of standing up and bending over, like, okay, I got
No,
this,
no.
I got this.
No, I do it in my thigh. I did
Okay.
it. Which one did I do it in last time? See, it doesn't hurt anymore because I'm so good at it. Now I'm like, which one did I do it in? Oh yeah, this one. Okay. I gotta like make myself relax because I'm always, well, ADD. You're always like this, and I'm like, relax, leg. It's fine. I did it once, Kate, standing up, and I had my muscle engaged. And I didn't think about it. That shit fucking hurt, and I used a big fucking needle because someone told me to use the wrong size.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly happened. Like the flu shot I got last year and the first COVID shot, utterly painless. Like all I felt was a little bit of pressure, right? Second COVID shot and this year's flu shot hurt like a son of a bitch. I mean, I don't think I was tensed up, but yowza. I mean, seriously, it hurt like so much.
Really?
And it wasn't so much the stabbing, although that did hurt too. It was just the stuff going into the muscle. The medicine actually getting injected hurt so much.
Really?
Yeah.
What
It
were
was
they
like
injecting in
it was
you?
like they were trying to push through the most thick flesh, the most thick, intense flesh ever. I could feel it actually going in and pushing against
With
what was in
what
my
kind
arm.
of medicine?
Well, it was a flu shot and a COVID shot.
That it was too cold and they didn't let it warm up enough.
Either that or the tech
They're
was
pushing
incompetent.
crystals into you. No, trust me, it shouldn't feel like that.
Well, it hurt like a son of a bitch. What can I tell you?
Also, the more viscous stuff is, like testosterone, you have to push it slower.
Yep.
Which is why I've had this needle in my leg this whole time while we've been talking.
Testosterone is thick, huh?
Well, the
Yeah, it's very
vehicle is,
viscous.
Maybe that explains why sometimes boys don't think as well as girls. I run away now.
Okay.
They're a bit thick, you see.
There you go,
Yeah,
Rusty.
I get it.
Ew.
I'm smelling what you're stepping in. That's done.
Sorry, I just
Oh,
wanted to
my.
adjust my hair with
Look at
nobody
that. Not
looking.
even a drop of blood. Look how good I am at it now.
Ooh, my word.
I'm looking forward to being able to wash my own hair and take a real shower and everything, but I'm still not looking forward to becoming a pincushion because
Yeah.
the needles are a heavier, much heavier gauge than the stuff you're using.
down.
Okay?
Get down.
So, who has two thumbs and doesn't have to engage in self-perforation? This gal.
Oh, there you go.
I was totally on that one.
I know
all right.
you know where I was going.
That was the best one I've ever done. My God, I'm getting really good at this. You know what? I was doing it first because they didn't tell me how much of the needle had to be in, and I knew it was intramuscular. So I was like, well, how far do you have to push that in? I guess you'd have to account for skin layers, fat layer, and then into the muscle. And you don't want to put it on the edge of the muscle, so you want to make sure it's in the muscle good. So they had me using like 19 and 21 gauge needles.
Okay.
You're supposed to draw it up with like an 18, and then my doctor at the time, now I've switched, but anyways, switched to my girlfriend. So my doctor at the time was like, oh, we just use one of these. This one will be fine. Here, use a 21 gauge. Draw it up with 18, use 21 gauge. I'm like, okay. Well, I'm fucking bleeding and shit. And then Heather goes, you can push that with a 25. You can even go to a 27 if you really want to, like, sit there with it in your leg and push it really slow. It'll take you like a minute and a half. But you can go with a 25 and have it push it in like 45 seconds. And I was like, why am I hurting myself with this big ass fucking needle? Like the size difference is like tripled from 25 to like a 21 to 19 gauge. Way bigger hole. And I was pushing it in too far because nobody told me how far. And I was like, well, how far should I be pushing this in? She goes, how far have you been doing it? And I showed her on needle. She was like, oh my God, no, that's like twice as far as what you need. And I was like, really? She's like, yeah, you only need like, a half inch. And I was like, I was shoving like an inch and a half needle more than halfway into my leg.
Yeah, what I'm not looking for.
No.
You're talking about a 19
hitting blood
gauge
vessels
needle
and
stuff
shit.
like
I think
that.
I bumped a bone at one point. I'm not even fucking kidding you. I almost puked.
I'm looking at.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at a 17 or maybe even a 15 gauge needle with the dialysis.
Yes.
So you're looking at like rebar, and it's not.
Oh yeah.
That's
Well,
not
they
gonna be
have to
fun
go
at
that
all.
big. It
Oh,
would take
yes.
so long to pump the blood through you.
Right.
The blood would be trashed by the time they got it back in you all the way.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
literally have to use But now picture you said a 17. Now picture me sticking an 18 gauge in my fucking leg, over and over again.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Not a port in my leg.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
what I'm
not
wondering
good.
now actually
Well,
is about the thickness, density, and viscosity of estrogen compared to testosterone. I mean, if testosterone is thick, what's estrogen like? By comparison, I mean.
I don't know if they use the same vehicle or what the vehicles are.
Well, it just depends. I mean, you can do cream and gel and injectable serum,
The
and
stuff
you
you're
can
injecting.
also
what the vehicle is.
Hold on.
and a
Let me
patch.
just clarify, please.
You're talking about injectables.
Yes, like the estrogen equivalent of what you're doing.
Right. No, honestly, I do not know the viscosity of estrogen. I have never seen it injected or drawn it up in a bottle or anything, so I really don't have an opinion on it.
I don't know. But it's probably exactly the same, just a little different, But what do I know? I don't know. Seriously, I know very little about hormones except that they exist and can make people horny. In fact, you might say that hormones can lead to hormones.
Hormones.
Right.
Okay. Kate, it's a good thing that I appreciate you and love you because everybody else is confused by you. But I get you, so I think you're fucking hilarious.
Well, I mean, it's
I give
good
credit
to
where credit's due. You are due some credit.
Well, thank you. It is good to be gotten, so to speak.
Yeah, no, trust me. Like, I always say stupid shit and goof around and I pop off, kind of stuff I say.
Sure.
And a lot of people, like some people laugh, like Ben, but people like at work, half the time they go, okay. And I'm like laughing, because I cracked myself up and they don't think it's funny. And then Heather will walk in the room and she's laughing her ass off. She's like, I totally fucking heard that. And I'm like, oh, I fucking love you. She literally, like, we will like be joking around or just sitting there. We'll be having a totally serious conversation, and one of us breaks the tension with something funny, and we just kind of roll with it, and we end up like high-fiving each other, like, dude, that was fucking funny. Good job, like we just ping off each other. It's perfect.
Well, this is interesting.
But no, I know what it's like to go for years and people don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, like there are so many times where I'll say something I think I think is funny, and everyone just
Right.
sort of does that sort of like, I'm not sure. Well, a lot of times people look like they're not sure if they should be laughing at it because not because what I said was potentially offensive, but because it was so bad and so punny and so dad jokey that they seem to be worried that if they laugh at it, everyone else is going to think they're as much of a dork as I am. You know what I mean?
Okay then.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Absolutely. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, people look at me because I'll go from like crude, perverted jokes to a nerdy joke to I'll say something and use a song lyric in it. I love to do that because Heather she plays guitar, she likes to sing, and so she really loves music and she communicates well through music. So, like, I'll be saying something and I will throw a line from a song in, and she. I say, like, when we're talking about people arguing on YouTube, and I'm like, man, sometimes, like Lone Wanderer and I last night, like, sometimes you just gotta fucking move on and just let it be. And she's like, let it be. We started singing Let It Be together. Like, that's what we do, and it's just fucking, it's fun, but
well, I mean,
but she gets it at the same time. Like, if I use a song reference at work, she'll look at me and go, exactly. And I'll use, like, a love song reference in the middle of what I'm saying to let her know I'm thinking about her, because we can't really do that at work, right? And well, because nobody knows at work. Anyways, but she gets it every time I do it, and she knows that he's talking about that love song and saying that to me to let me know. Like, she gets it every fucking time, and it's bizarre to me.
And I have to say, I'm a little bit envious of a connection like that with someone who's also a significant other. Okay. One of the reasons
I know I'm lucky, Kate. I'm going to change my Teespring stuff, and I'm going to do a new line. Well, I'm going to leave the other stuff up there, but I'm going to do a new line called Lucky Bastard, because I am fucking lucky. And everybody uses motherfucker everywhere. So I'm going with luck. I'm going old school. I'm going to go with Lucky Bastard, and I'm going to put it in old school script and shit. And that's what I'm going to do. Like, yeah.
Well, one of the big reasons I had a falling out with my parents, and there were a lot of reasons, but one of the big ones is like, okay, I'm almost certainly on the spectrum. And one of the things that drives me up the wall is when I'm not being taken seriously, when I'm taking me seriously. And whenever I would have a situation where things had gotten super tense and like super intense, and there's something that's going wrong, and I'm all kinds of stressed, my dad starts cracking jokes constantly. And I don't know if he's trying to defuse the situation, whatever, but it's making me more and more and more tense that he's making jokes to the point where I almost want to slug the guy, And no matter how much I told him, stop doing that, it's making things worse. You're causing me all kinds of extra stress. He wouldn't stop. Now, obviously it's not enough. That's not enough to give your parents the permanent heave ho, but let's face it, that was a factor, and don't think it wasn't.
Well, the bottom line is even, like, take my brother, for example. I mean, I love him because he's part of my family, but I really don't like who he is. And he's very toxic for me, so I disowned him. I basically divorced my brother and told everybody he means nothing to me, and I want nothing to do with him. And you guys, I'm not telling you how to feel, or I'm not telling you that you shouldn't have a relationship with him. That's entirely up to you. I'm not going to see you any less for it, but just let me know if he's going to be at a family reunion, and I won't show up, because I want nothing to do with him. And they were kind of like, well, that's harsh. And I'm like, do you know what he's done to me my entire life? He has mentally abused me and beaten me up and everything, physically beat me up and tortured me as a child.
Yeah.
And he has done nothing but mental abuse to me since. You think I want that motherfucker in my life? They're like, but he's blood. And I'm like, no. Blood does not mean that we are family. I have plenty of people that I love and that I feel like are family, like people here, that I am not related to. So blood does not make family.
Yeah, and I'm adopted,
is people that
so I don't
support
even
each
have
other
blood.
and love each other and care about each other and have each other's back and all that shit. That's fucking family.
Yeah, where I don't even have blood to fall back on. So, it's like there's family or the people who make it worth it, I guess. you know, where and they make me want to make it worth it for them as well. Or yeah, and I don't mean like they do anything deliberately. I just mean, hey, I value you. You make me want to treat you better. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I I don't know. It's like
Yeah.
my parents spent a lot of time gaslighting me, but they never hit me. That at least I had going
Yeah.
for me, but just the sheer amount and also it doesn't help that my dad's brother is queer phobic and reads a lot of PragerU shit.
Oh.
That's the.
Oh, that's
That's
great.
that Uncle
Yeah.
Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah,
it
yeah.
always Uncle Eddie?
Uh-huh.
Look at Christmas
Well,
Vacation. Uncle
At
Eddie.
least, well, that's cousin Eddie though.
Well, whatever. He's somebody's uncle.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Probably.
it certainly was in my so-called family because his name is Edward, and yeah, or was.
Yeah.
Edward. He died 5 years ago, and good riddance to bad garbage.
I never.
Well-
I only have one uncle, and his name is. I don't even know if he's still alive. I'd assume he is. I have no idea. He doesn't communicate with us anymore. He only communicated with us because his wife, who was alive, it happens to be my aunt. So he only communicated with us when it had something to do with like Aunt Jean or my Nana, because he was very involved in her life. And as she got older and older, he became more involved. And when all was said and done, she changed her will and gave his kids everything because our mother had already died and we already got something from it. That's what she told us. Yeah, sure, he was a pretty big influence on that. But anyways, he started going around and telling people that his wife was dying, and so he'd get sympathy, and so women would fuck him. So, yep,
Okay.
don't really care about that fucker. Because she was an amazing person. This woman, when she got sick with Hodgkin's disease, she was a 32-year emergency room nurse. And had helped save a lot of fucking lives. Like, she was amazing. She was a registered nurse. She was the head of the ER. She was like right hand to the doctors when shit was serious, and she knew what the fuck she was doing. And she knew a lot of fucking shit. She was highly intelligent and a fucking wonderful person. Her and my mom both were amazing people. But that's the only uncle I ever had, and he was never an uncle to me. It was just like, I have to communicate with you right now. And then once Nana died, we've never heard another word from him.
That's funny, like, because you talk about saving lives. I've saved 4 lives that I know of, and only once was it on purpose.
Sometimes you scare the shit out of people. You restart their heart. No, I don't know. What are you
Okay,
talking
then.
about? What happened?
I mean, I've already told people about saving my
I mean, I know about
girlfriend.
the
Like, there was
ex.
once I saved a life with a drawing, of all things, and then a couple of people have told me, like, from my videos, it gave them the confidence to realize I can be an atheist and it's okay, and they were this close to doing
Aw.
themselves harm, and so I saved those lives without really, like, intending to do that specifically, but I'm glad I managed it. The one
Well,
with the
good. I'm
drawing,
glad you
I'd
did
actually-
too.
I drew a picture of like a knight in shining armor type guy on a piece of scrap paper, which my mom then used to send a message to like one of her mediation clients, and the client had looked at it.
I did,
and
Purple. I did.
used the knight there to as inspiration to kick the drugs he was on that were slowly killing him. And he thanked my mom, and he's like, thanks for the drawing. And she goes, what drawing? And he goes, the knight. And my mom's like, oh, shit, my kid did that. You're welcome. And he goes, no, really, it saved my ass. I used it to give me strength. I would look at it. No, I'm like, wow, okay. All right.
Yeah, well,
sure.
the bottom line is you never know in life when you can change something for someone. Sometimes I see a bum on the street corner, and I don't give out money to anybody because a lot of them are doing drugs and alcohol, and I'm not going to encourage that.
Go.
I will give them food. If I get left the grocery store, I'll hand them some canned food, or mostly I give them cigarettes because I always have cigarettes on me. And I always say, I smoke the 72s, which are shorter, so I always say, take 2, they're small, and they always laugh. And sometimes I get a good conversation and stuff like that. Like, you never know. You can walk into a grocery store and the cashier is just having a shit fucking life and she hates everything. and she's thinking about just quitting her job and driving off a fucking bridge, and you can walk in there and thank her and tell her how good of a job she's doing and change her entire fucking day. I have people from other places like the radiology places and hospitals and physical therapy places, and they call in and they sound very stressed, and I joke around with them because I joke around with pretty much everybody. And I joke around with them, and then by the end of the conversation, and I hear this about 3 or 4 times a week, thank you so much. And I'm like, for what? I was just doing my job, giving you the information you needed about the patient. They're like, no, like, you made me laugh, and I've just had a shit week, and I really just needed that. So thank you. And I'm like, you're welcome. I wasn't aiming for anything,
Well, I mean,
but
people in
sometimes it
San
happens.
Diego.
So it never hurts to be nice to people, is my point. You never know.
It's weird because people in San Diego are absolutely flummoxed by being polite to them. Like, I've gotten dirty looks holding doors open for people. It's weird. But a little glimmer of hope earlier today. I was in the supermarket. I had like a hand basket thingy, and so did some other lady. And we just, I don't know if we weren't looking or whatever, but we accidentally bashed them together. We both turned as one and said, oops, I'm sorry. And we were both like, wow, that's the only polite person in the city. Cool.
Right.
All right.
But
Hey,
this is
Purple.
why
each other.
every year,
We should be friends.
this
Go
is
ahead,
why
Purple,
the
what?
Christmas Day Marathon is a big deal to me.
Ah,
You know,
Yeah.
that the first year I
Exactly.
was running it, it was just kind of on a lark to see if I could do it all day. But after that first one, I got 2 messages from people who said they didn't think they would have made it through the holiday if they didn't have somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
And
We had 2 people who were on the verge of suicide that avoided that just because we had a group of people there for them to sit with.
Well, I told you last year, and I'll tell you again this year, Purple, the fact that you do that, I think it's fucking amazing. And I know it helps people. And
Yeah,
there's
I need a
of
lot
people that
more
pop into
volunteers
that
this
chat.
year.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, let me see let me talk to me about it. Tell me what hours you need filled, and I'll see what I can do.
Well, that's the thing. We need to fill 48 hours, and so far I've only got about 6 people who have committed to it.
Okay, so you're
I
like
forget,
shy
did I pick
36
a time
hours.
for
worth.
yours, or was it for Diana's kidney stream? I forget, Purple.
No, you're set up before me for Diana's kidney stream on December 10th, and you're starting at, I think it's like 3 p.m. your time. Yes, 3
Okay.
p.m. to 5 p.m. your time,
I-
and then I'm starting.
I'm just saying that I can't remember. Maybe I signed up for both. Purple, have I taken a slot for yours or not?
No, I didn't have you penciled in.
All right.
Drop me a
like-
note
like-
on Twitter about what your preferred time would be.
I was about to say something similar to you. Right now is not the right time. I'm exactly exhausted or complete,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck. I'm very tired and not processing properly. So sure, Twitter.
Yeah, I'll have to drop you a note because sometime on Saturday would work with me if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
look
Like
at the
I
calendar real
honestly,
quick.
I wish I could hibernate through December. I used to really like December. Lately, I hate it.
Purple, when are you starting?
Have to start 5 a.m. on the 24th.
Okay, 5 a.m. So are you starting that yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to kick off at 5 a.m.
Okay.
Junie is going to take over at 8 a.m.
Okay.
So then it's like from 10 a.m. on that we need
Oh.
some more people in there.
I'm not sure if I necessarily need to do 2 hours. If you have like, oh, I'll take this time, I'll take that time, and there's just this random hour, I'd prefer that to anything else. But I'll do
Okay,
2
yeah,
hours. If you...
that does wind up happening, that some people can't take the 2 hours, so
All
some
right,
people
well,
only
I
take
mean,
an hour slot.
Hey,
sure.
Purple, that's the 24th is a Friday, so why don't Ben and I do the same thing we normally do, and like we're gonna do with Diana's, I'm gonna run 2 hours before him.
Yep.
And then he'll run the beers and bros, but he'll change that over to that stream.
No, that's good. You know, I try to do
ask
that.
him about that. He'll do it.
I try to do that when people have a set time, on the day, to just incorporate it into that.
Yeah, I mean, that also depends on the shills if they want to do a part of that and talk about Christmas shit or whatever, debunk it or whatever they want to do with it. Then I can always try to stream before them for a couple hours. But
Yeah,
if they're
I'm
if
gonna
you
talk
want
to
me
you.
to, yeah, if it's not going
Yeah,
to
I'm
do
gonna
any
talk
kind
to
of
Dick and
Christmassy
Amy
thing to
about
help,
that.
then
See.
yeah, then I'll run at the same time as them if necessary, just to keep it going. So, but I'm sure, yeah, I can do that. I don't see any reason why not.
Okay.
I mean, Christmas Day, by Christmas, I might be spending time over with her and her kids. I don't know. We're just going to see how it goes. So I don't want to commit to anything Christmas Day in case I'm part of the family Christmas starting this year.
Well, I do
Cross
my
fingers.
observance on the Yule, so by Christmas Eve, my holiday's over already.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Okay.
I don't know. I prefer to think of it as Giftmas, you know.
There you go.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
that's why I call it Xmas. See, to me, like people are like, "Oh God, oh Jesus!" No, to me, it's about friends / family or friends that are your family or whatever, getting together, showing appreciation for each other, sitting down and having a meal, and actually communicating with each other and having that time. I don't give a fuck about the rest of the holiday. I don't even care about the gifts. I always tell people, "Don't buy me shit. I don't want anything. I don't want anything."
Well,
Because
after
when
that,
people buy me gifts, I feel bad. Like, I have to take this now. You gave me a gift. I don't know what to do. Thank you. Like, I feel so extremely humbled by it that it's embarrassing to me.
well,
I just don't expect anything from anybody.
I like giving gifts a lot. And when I was making a lot more money than I am now, back when I was still making videos more frequently, I really liked giving stuff out to people. And I'm kind of missing that I'm going to have to, do a little like budgeting this year. It kind of stinks, but
Yeah.
whatever. We'll figure out some way to give the people like somebody something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, when in doubt, I'll do stuff like, okay, so Heather's son's looking at getting a car, and I found one car that he might be able to buy, but it's going to need a little work on it. And I said to her, well, I'll get my brother to help me, and we'll fix it for free. And she's like, no, that shit's not happening. I said, then just feed us. And she's like, no, I mean, cash is good too sometimes. And I said, don't worry about that. I'm not worried about the cash. I said, fine, I'll just do it for his birthday, and then you can't pay me because it's a birthday present. And she was like, damn it. Yeah, no shit, right?
December 15th.
Yeah, no,
So-
that is not the same. If it's like the 25th dead on, then you can celebrate it together to a point. But I still feel like I've known people whose kids have had birthdays on Christmas, and they'll celebrate it a week early so that kid has their own birthday, and it has nothing to do with Christmas.
Yeah,
I
Because
think
that's not
so,
fair. Like,
too.
I'm a June baby.
My cousin
I'm a June baby,
Jesse-
so every 6 months I end up with gifts. So,
Well, my cousin Jesse was born on Christmas, and I kind of felt bad that time we did a big family Christmas where everyone came in from out of town, and it was like 3 p.m. before someone thought to say happy birthday to her, and I was feeling so terrible about it.
That's shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta
But I
have it.
mean-
You gotta separate it.
Yeah.
You gotta keep it separated.
yeah.
It is
Yeah, you
so
got to make a
cold.
special acknowledgement, and the combining gift thing is really a cheap shot.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason to do it is if someone wanted something really expensive.
Yeah, if they wanted something that was huge and you were actually spending twice as much as you were on the other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I want $1,500 towards a car because I'm 16. Okay, that's going together with Christmas and birthday and goddamn Child's Day and goddamn Veterans Day. That's the whole
No.
year.
I
As much
do
as
have
I
a
hate
$300
December,
Lego set on my
like-
wish list.
We did, like, my mom's side of the family's Jewish, so we did do Christmas, Hanukkah, and my birthday in December.
Yeah.
Mind you, Hanukkah presents, it's like for the first 7 days, it's trinkets, and then you get one really good present.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I was about to say that they're more like things like fidget spinners or they give you little things that you'll like, but
Yeah.
they're all like $2 or $3, right?
Well, I
but
grew up in
even
a
so,
Jewish
that's 2
neighborhood.
holidays of presents.
It's
yeah.
true.
I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, and the first few days of Hanukkah, the presents were usually school supplies. So it's like, that really doesn't count.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
And
Yeah.
I ended up with a lot of, like, cheap-ass dreidels, you know?
Okay.
yeah, the little
okay.
generic cheap ones you get in like the novelty shop. Yeah.
Yeah.
They look like they're wood, but they're really plastic. Yeah.
Oh, these were obviously plastic. These looked like they were made
Oh.
out of little army men that had been melted down and recolored.
Oh my god. Like cheap molded shit, yeah. I get it.
Mm.
Oh,
We always got the same shit for Christmas. It was socks and underwear. Whatever we needed, we
Yeah.
got that, and we would get one toy, and the toy was usually around $5 because that's all my parents could afford. Because my dad was fucking blowing all our money on alcohol and women. But anyways, truth.
I know my parents always had like one like moral quandary or problem with some of the stuff I'd want. Like, oh no, we can't buy you that video game; it's too violent, and you'll get violent if you play the video. You know, stuff like that. And it was like,
Video games don't make
frustrating,
people
but-
violent. They're either violent or they're not. It's fucking stupid. It might encourage someone to be themselves and be violent. I could maybe see that on some level, but no one, you don't make people violent. You're either, I mean, I've played all kinds of fucked up video games, and I am the least violent person you will until you know, attack someone I love, and then I will fucking beat you.
yeah,
Well,
especially
yeah,
in
that's
the
exactly
90s,
my
though, that
point. I mean, if you're going to be violent, like I'm not a violent person until I'm provoked to violence by someone doing something really heinous.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well put.
But in the late 80s and the 90s, the media was all over that violent video games were going to make your child a serial killer.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just,
you know, between that and all the razor blades and drugs and our Halloween candy, I mean...
Yeah,
that
right?
one's
Jay,
still
you remember
going.
that? Do you remember the year that I don't know, wait a minute. You might be too young. That was the year you were born, I think. Because I was like 8 years old.
75?
No, I don't know. Maybe I was 12. I might have been like 12 years old. Anyways, well, I think it was either 79 or 84. Somewhere in that time frame. But anyways, yeah, those the popcorn balls. They started sticking, remember? And the candy corn, or not candy apples.
Okay,
they were
I
sticking
remember
razor
candy
blades
apples.
in them.
I remember the candy apples, yes.
And for years, none of us were allowed to eat anything that wasn't like manufactured, like packaged. It couldn't be homemade.
Were there actually documented cases of that?
Yes, that literally some kids. One was a candied apple and one was a fucking popcorn ball, and then everybody was like, all the parents were like, "Nope, you're not eating any of that shit from anybody."
Although I'll tell you this much, like nobody, and I mean nobody, is putting drugs in your children's candy. Okay, that shit's so expensive.
Yeah.
No one's gonna waste it to punk your child. Just saying.
Yeah, that bullshit about people giving away marijuana gummies. It's like, no, those little things are at least $5 each.
Yeah, you're not going to give that shit away. That's for fucking adult use right there. I paid for that shit. I worked for that shit. Fuck yeah.
Well, I mean, I could see it if they were fairly cheap, but they're not, you know?
No, and I agree with you. Yeah. No. I mean, I could see him giving it to like a fucking politician or some congressman that's an asshole, but not a kid.
I could see giving away cat fur. Hi.
Casper?
Cat fur.
Cat fur.
Oh, cat fur. Okay.
I thought that's what you said.
That comes to mind because there is a kitty all over me. Yes,
Huh.
kitty.
Yeah, I
yes.
just disturbed
Lost my wallet.
sleeping
but I
kitty
just remember
here.
what it was.
Kitty was sleeping and had his eyes all covered, and unfortunately, when I adjusted my keyboard, it turned out he was laying on the cord.
Moo.
I need to get a cordless stuff. I need a cordless keyboard and cordless headphones.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is don't you have the possibility of trouble when you boot the machine up? That you haven't brought the Bluetooth up or the infrared driver or whatever?
That's automatic. It should be automatic.
Okay.
Well, that's part of the problem. My current computer doesn't even have a Bluetooth capability. I'd still need to add that.
Actually, my current, like the one I'm on right now, doesn't either. I have to plug in those dongles into the
Yeah.
USB. My laptop, on the other hand, Bluetooth capable right out of the box.
Yeah, I've got a
Oh, yeah.
cordless trackball. I've just got the little dongle plugged into one of the front USB ports.
Yeah. But I mean, it would be nice if they had it built in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well,
Agreed.
that's my next machine. Whenever I build the next machine, which is certainly no time
Hi,
soon,
Peter.
but
The computer I have to assemble yet does have the Bluetooth built into the motherboard. So it's got the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi are going to be built in when I get that together.
Cool.
Not that I ever use the Wi-Fi. I prefer physical cables. If it's not moving anywhere, I don't need the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, same here. The only thing attached to my Wi-Fi is like my phone and my laptop. And maybe
Well, and
the
especially-
Nintendo.
Especially if you plan on using it for streaming, because the Wi-Fi connection will never be as fast with the throughput as a cable.
yeah, moo.
You know, and you'll get a lot more glitches.
Oh, and then there's this.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, no, I gotta go over to Heather's, hook up her camera, and get. I think I'm just gonna go buy her like a cheap little microphone or something.
Yeah, I have to do my shot here too. I'm
She
actually
wants to
moving
play.
it up because with B always doing hers on Tuesday, it helps remind me that I had started with mine on Wednesday, but I'll just move them up a day.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, we were talking about that. How viscous is the estrogen? Is it liquidy or is it
I was
thick?
looking, yeah, I was looking that stuff up, and of course, Purple will be able to tell you because Purple's using that shit. But it appears that the vehicle for estrogen is usually sesame oil.
That's
Yeah, I
just
was
a bit on the
about to
thick
say
side.
that it's about as thick as cooking oil. You know, some kind of vegetable oil.
hmm Whereas for
so
testosterone, it's castor oil.
Yeah.
I use a
Explains
lot of
why it's so
olive oil
thick.
in my cooking. A lot of olive oil in my cooking.
I
No.
actually have had to draw the stuff up last week through the 27 gauge needle because I didn't have the bigger 18 gauge needles.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
and it's like I could feel the resistance on the plunger, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, testosterone is pretty thick. So you have to, like I was just saying earlier, I did my shot and I used a 25 gauge. And you can go up to a 27 with it, but it's a really slow push. And, you
Yeah.
know, it's hard for me to hold still that long and hold a fucking needle in my leg.
Well, the
So-
way
and
they
I'm always afraid one of the cats are going to bump me or something. So I'm always like, where are you guys? I'm watching them and shit while I'm doing it. So, yeah.
the way they prescribed for me to do it was actually that I'm supposed to draw the stuff out of the vial
Mhm.
with the 18 gauge needle
Yes.
and then switch needles on the syringe for a 27 gauge needle to inject it.
Yes. That's exactly what I do. I use either 18 or 19 to draw it up, and then because I get them free at work. And whenever the pharmacy gives them to me, they give me like 3 ml fucking syringes, which are huge. And I'm
Yeah.
supposed to use a 1 ml, which is like diabetes size. So
Well-
those spots aren't on the 3 mls. The lines aren't there for that small of a dose, you know, because you have to. Well, for a while, not now. I'm on 60, but before I was on 50, and the 25, there was no line for the 25. So you'd have to like guess, you know. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that shit. But
Yeah, well,
yeah,
that's
no,
the,
my bosses give me free supplies for that. So
yeah,
luckily.
they give me the 1 ml needles, but it's only 0.15 that I'm injecting.
Okay.
But yeah, that's another problem is that the insurance will not pay for both sizes of needles.
Let me ask you a
Uh-huh.
question, Purple. How big are those vials? How much is in each vial?
They're 5 milligrams, which has made me wonder, you know, how many doses are actually in each vial. Because
That's what I was going to say. They tell you to throw it out. The
Yeah.
only reason they tell people that is because once you've touched the top of the vial and got anything on it, they don't want you to stick a needle in there and then stick it in your leg and throw some kind of bacteria in your leg.
Yeah.
So as long as you get some of those little alcohol swabs like the diabetics use or what you use to, do you
Yep.
clean your leg first with a swab?
Well, and the doctor was stressing that to me too, that I should wipe off the top of the vial with the alcohol swab every time before I put the needle in.
Right, exactly. And that, so when the pharmacy prescribes it, they usually do 1 dose per. Well, I'm doing 60 right now, and they're giving me 200 vials, and they want me to throw it out. I'm like, fuck no, I can use that 3 times.
Yeah, it
So
seemed
I
to me
drop
that
as
this
much
vial
as
is
I
going
can
to last.
out of it. And I just wipe the top with an alcohol swab in between.
It seemed to me that this vial is definitely, going to be more than a month's worth of doses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're 5s and you're doing 1.5s, you can get 3 doses out of it. So instead of using 4 vials in a month, you'll use 1 and a quarter.
It's funny, the
one
way
and
you
a
folks
third.
are talking about it sounds almost the same way I talk about pot and how much I get out of each cartridge.
Oh, I can't wait. Did I tell you I applied for a card? Because applying for the card, for the medical marijuana card, is free, but paying someone to do it is expensive because they're going to charge you, like, if you walk into like one of the urgent cares, they want to charge you like $200 or $80 or something.
mean,
So
for
I said
medical
something to Heather
marijuana
about
card?
it, and since she's my provider, she was like, "There you go, free." I was like,
Do you
"Thanks."
mean the medical marijuana card? Is that what you're
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
I
should
mean,
have that in about a week.
I had one once in Seattle, and for some reason I just didn't react well to the weed. So, it wasn't until years later that I tried it again and really enjoyed it. I don't know what the difference was. But I've thought about trying to get one here. I'm just not sure I can justify it anymore because the seizures aren't happening now. And
Oh.
so, I mean, but I get the impression that if you have the card, you get a discount at the dispensary. And who knows, if I get that diagnosis and it really is autism that I got going on up here, maybe that'll qualify me. I don't know, but it'd be great to have a discount.
There's all kinds of, you can actually look up the qualifiers for your state, but pretty much anywhere, if you have PTSD, anybody has PTSD, you can get a medical marijuana card. That is like one of the biggest, quickest ways if you are diagnosed with that.
I looked up the qualifiers, and there's 5 things on the list I qualify under, but my doctor is still reluctant to prescribe it.
Really?
Yeah. I mostly just want to try it to see if it'll make me sleep.
It should.
Yeah.
It helps me sleep, that's for sure. Okay, let's see. Qualifying conditions for medical marijuana in California. Let's see. Anorexia, arthritis, cachexia, whatever the hell that is, cancer, chronic pain, HIV or AIDS, glaucoma, migraine, persistent muscle spasms, severe nausea, seizures, any debilitating illness where the medical use of marijuana has been deemed appropriate and has been recommended by a physician. Well, some people have said this might not be tendinitis or carpal tunnel. It could be arthritis. Fuck you, I'm not that old, but you know what I mean. It could also be considered chronic pain, perhaps. I don't know. It doesn't, for some reason, mention things like PTSD or autism or any of that, though. Like, there's nothing mental conditioning on here except possibly anorexia.
Fun.
Ugh.
What?
Oh, just having to stretch too far to reach the sharps bottle.
Oh. Yeah, I have. So people have said to me, "Well, what if I don't have a sharps container at home yet?" I'm like, "Okay, get an old pill bottle that has the locking cap on it, and throw them in there, and then you can take them to the pharmacy, and they'll throw them in the sharps container for you." Because that's what I'm doing.
Well,
and I'm just gonna take them to work and dump them in the sharps container.
Yeah, the insurance also wouldn't pay for the sharps bottle, so I've just got an old pop bottle that I just did red Sharpie all over.
An old what
There you
bottle?
go. Pop bottle.
What's that?
Soda.
That's
Soda
pop.
pop.
Oh, okay. Because see, pop is a nickname for dad at what Weasel's doing songs. Let's see. Yeah, I just found out why anyone would even want a medical marijuana card if they don't necessarily need one. It turns out it exempts you from all taxes. And let me tell you, the
Oh,
taxes
nice.
on weed are just insane. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like just the taxes can take a $40 order and turn it into 65.
Oh yeah.
Just the
Oh, I
taxes.
believe it, yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah.
crazy pants. One thing I love about my usual dispensary, though, is that they include the taxes right in the price. So you know exactly what you're going to be spending when you're building your order, rather than some of the other dispensaries where you build your order together. You're like, I can totally afford that. And then you go to the cart to, do the checkout, and it's like all of a sudden
Yeah.
$30 more than you expected. And it's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's the European way, that everything you buy, the tax is already included in the listed price. And I really
Well-
wish we would go to that. It would make things so much easier.
It sure would be nice. I mean, I've gotten to a point now where I look not merely at like what the taxes might be on an item, but also at the unit price, far more than just the item price. I like to
Yep.
see what's the price per ounce or per pound or whatever.
Oh,
It
yeah, you
helps
need
me
to watch
gauge
that.
like, okay, that box of cereal is freaking huge, but also expensive. But also, I know the bits in there, create a lot of empty space between the other bits because they're that large. I don't know how much I'm actually spending on this thing relative to that other cereal. So I look at the unit price, and that helps, but it sure would be nice to know what the taxes are too.
Yep. Well, and that's the practical math that people need. And that's, I really stressed that with the kids I was raising, that, okay, you need algebra to go grocery shopping.
I mean, you do, but it's not really the algebra they teach you in school, really, though. And that's one thing about mathematics. They don't really teach you practical math in school. They usually only teach you like the ivory tower academic shit and not how you might apply it in the real world.
Yeah, and that's what I object to, is I think that when they're teaching the stuff in school, they need to show how it applies to real life.
Mm-hmm. I
You
mean,
know,
I can
you
understand
need to
they
show
might
the
want
kids
to.
why you're going to need these skills when you're an adult and have your own apartment.
I mean, I can understand if someone goes, "Ooh, I love this. Put me in the calculus class after this one." I can understand that, but it really should be like higher mathematics should be an elective. You know?
When I was going to school, they were, that only algebra was required. Anything beyond that was electives, even geometry.
Well, that was definitely not the case in my school. I mean, I
Yeah.
never had to go for calculus, but I went for every other bit of math because they made me. I wanted to stay in English class. I wanted to stay in the animation class we had. I wanted to be doing all the creative shit, not this technical garbage.
Well, they wound up putting me in a remedial algebra course in the same year that I was in an honor science course. They never quite explained that. But in retrospect, I think a lot of that had to do with the undiagnosed autism.
Yeah, I really wish I could have gotten whatever the hell's going on with me diagnosed a hell of a lot earlier. I mean, I wouldn't trade being an 80s kid for anything. Love that decade. But it would have been a lot more useful if I'd been born 20, 30 years after that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
after I was out of school, I had to try and teach myself enough trigonometry to calculate geodesic domes.
I get the impression that in the South they learn trigonometry.
Yeah.
Or, no, wait, hold on. Trigonometry. It's not real. Chill out. That was to the YouTube gods, not you guys. I have had this for so long, like late 80s.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
why it
'cause
doesn't have an orange tip on the end of it.
Yep.
I don't understand how that was supposed to protect anyone. Because
it's
isn't it
supposed-
obvious that the people who want to carry guns are just going to paint the tip orange?
Well, not necessarily. They might value stealth.
Maybe.
But I don't get how coloring them was supposed to make anyone safer.
Well, it's not so much make someone safer as indicate to someone who might shoot you it's not real and thus they don't have to.
Right, but if the people are painting real ones orange and completely defeating the purpose, then the cops aren't really going to know that just because it's orange is it real or not, and you're still in the same situation.
Okay, but were people doing that?
Yes, people are doing that.
No. Were they when it was new?
Oh, I'm sure it started pretty soon after it was passed.
I don't know. I would have thought you'd hear more news reports about it if it did. Maybe the guys with real guns who might be shooting people would have thought it was silly and childish.
They should have made it pink, because the manly men won't carry a pink gun.
It's true. It's absolutely fucking true.
Okay, along similar lines, something I finally looked up that surprised me was I always thought the name Bubba being applied to big, beefy men was supposed to be like, okay, Bubba kind of sounds like a pet name, like something you might say to a cute, fluffy little bunny. Oh, Bubba. And so we're applying it to this big, beefy dude because he doesn't care. He can have this fluffy bunny name and no one's going to fuck with him. And thus, Bubba. It turns out it's actually derived from a real name and it has actual origins that my guesses were wrong, despite the fact that it always seems to be applied to a big, beefy fella.
I never looked it up. Yeah. Kate, Lone Wanderer is jealous of your backpack.
Yes, I'm typing a response right now, actually.
Yeah, I wasn't watching the side chat for a bit, so I fell behind on that.
Hey, Diana,
and
this
yeah,
is
as far as
where
the
everyone
arthritis
hasn't
goes,
been talking for a while and you could just jump in.
She actually can't do that.
As far as the arthritis and getting old, by the time I was 25, I had arthritis and bifocals. People don't really understand that the second most common form of arthritis usually occurs in teenagers.
Actually, there was a kid in my school who had like really severe arthritis to the point where he had one of those canes where you rest your forearm on it and you're grabbing this thing that looks like an arcade joystick. I mean, this kid was fucked up. And it was arthritis. I don't know. I'm really hoping that's not what this is. It's too localized to something I use too frequently, so...
Yeah, carpal tunnel makes sense in your case.
Yeah, I just hope it's not that. I mean, I've had tendinitis before, like... but that was so long ago, I barely remember what it felt like. I really don't think this is carpal tunnel, but then again, some of the symptoms fit too, so I want a real diagnosis, goddammit.
Yeah, you need a doctor who's experienced with it to get it right. My ex got carpal tunnel, and it was basically just from being on the keyboard too much.
See, that's one thing that is not a problem for me. I can just put this here and it's perfectly normal. But with the trackball and all the animation I do, not to mention the video gaming, it's like just constantly this all day.
Yeah. I've got the same trackball you have.
One thing I put on my Amazon wish list that I should probably just fucking buy is a left-handed trackball. I mean, I am left-handed, or at least left-hand dominant, and yet I use the right hand for the trackball. I wonder if it'll give me some relief to do this, or if I'll just be so bad at it with my left hand that I'll be like, that was a waste of money.
I'm sure it'll take practice, and it depends how precisely you need to aim the cursor and how quickly you need to do it.
Very and pretty on both of those.
Yeah, well,
between aiming correctly on my animation and aiming correctly when I'm shooting stuff in, whatever, Liberty City. That's a really old reference.
Yeah, I want to get the left-handed trackball too, and I was figuring that, I'll probably have to play some old arcade games with it to get the feel of it and, get the response on it.
I should probably I'm a little bit the opposite. I should play something simple like Tetris or Yahtzee on my computer and eventually work into getting more precise.
Yeah, I figured I was going to start with something like Zuma.
Oh, that. Okay, it took me a second. I haven't seen that
Yeah,
game.
the frog spitting billiard balls.
Yeah, I have a few simple ass games like that, but I've been trying to find more. I mean, I've got like 2 versions of Peggle. I've got like some Texas Hold'em. I've got a couple of custom card games you can find on Steam, and then Bejeweled 3. But I don't have any really good like dice and card games that are not quite what you'd find at a casino.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I have one that I don't know how to pronounce, Onirim, I don't know, and another one called Brave Hand. Both of them are like card games where you just like, okay, put this powerful card on another card, but this card that gets killed by everything also kills the highest card, you know, like a 2 on an ace kind of thing. But
Yeah,
they're very custom with a lot of artwork, you know.
I don't get into like, you know, the shooter games or that any of the popular stuff. I do like some of the old arcade games from the 80s and the 90s. That's about the only video games I play.
Yeah.
Well, actually, while we're at it, I can totally do this here. Okay, so here we have Kate's library of games.
I am still searching for the Lemmings series that will actually play under Windows 10. I found like 3 versions of it, and they're all crash or buggy somehow. I can't find one that I can actually play.
I found a few, and they always, like, the weird deal breaker for me is they get the music wrong.
Okay,
Really?
I could deal with the music. The best one I found so far, I can only play to level 10. Because, well, level 10 says that you have to rescue 99 lemmings, and it only releases 50 lemmings. So it is literally impossible to finish that level, and it won't let you go beyond that.
Well, I don't know how else to explain it, but there's this one song from Lemmings called Let's Dig that just, like, screams Lemmings at me every time. And for some reason, the versions that I can find that aren't the original don't use that song for some reason. But I remember really da 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 da, and actually, like, in my head after a while came up with lyrics for it. And it was basically about falling and going splat when you hit the ground. But you know, it's like without that song, it just fucking isn't Lemmings. Kind of the way if they don't have the hyperspace music, it's not Star Control 2.
Yeah, well, I learned Lemmings when I had an Atari ST. And I just haven't found a version that worked under Windows yet.
I have a version that works under Windows. It's just shitty. There's also versions that you can just play on your browser, but those are just as shitty.
Well, yeah, if you can send me a link to the version you have, I'll give it a try. Yeah, send it under Twitter later so I can go and pick it up.
Well, I mean, hell, just type in Lemmings web game and you'll find it on Google.
Yeah, like I said, I've done Google searches and I found like 3 versions and none of them work very long. You know, they all run into a bug fairly early. The one that runs to level 10 is the longest running one I've been able to find. Oh, and now I can't use the keyboard because the kitty wants my hand for a pillow.
Been there, done that, Purple. Oh my god, seriously, there's a game?
That's Lemmings. Right there.
That's fucking great.
Oh, have you never played Lemmings?
No.
Oh, it's a wonderful game that it releases the little lemmings, and they will march to their doom. They will march to their doom if you don't set up obstacles to prevent them from getting killed. And you have to get them to go out the exit.
See, this music right here.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely off.
But yeah, somebody just start digging.
Yeah, the first couple of boards are pretty simple just to show you their skills.
Ah.
That as it goes on,
Stop sharing, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Sorry, I could not hear a word you were saying with the music going.
Yeah, me
well,
either.
if you saw the line of boxes on the bottom, as the boards progress, they give you ones that have different skills, different abilities like digging or building ramps and things.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But there's a certain height from which, if they fall, they will basically go
Die.
splat.
Yeah, if they
That's
fall
why
like
with that
more
music,
than 4
I
or
was
5
like,
times their own
lemmings will
height, they
splat when they
splat.
fall, when they hit the ground. Lemmings will splat when they fall. It's just it plays through my head every time I play that game. But there's something like I have so many covers of that music in my MP3 folder, including one played by an orchestra. It's just I love that song.
An orchestra for lemmings. Okay.
Not even kidding. Hell, I have so many weird orchestra covers of other songs I like. My favorite song in the entire Western universe is Fading Like a Flower by Roxette, and I have the Vienna Symphonic Orchestra fucking playing that one.
Yep.
So,
I
La-di-di-da.
do have to admit, part of my favorite Christmas music is the Mannheim Steamroller Christmas.
I don't know it.
Okay, yeah.
I do.
Oh, you need to look it up.
Okay. There's this song
Just
that everyone
they
talks
take
about.
popular Christmas carols and just blow them up to a huge orchestraic level.
Well, there's this song everyone talks about when Christmas comes around by Mariah Carey, and they're all like, oh no, look out, here comes this Mariah Carey song. I can't even remember the title, much less identify the song. And everyone's like, no, but we all hear it all the time. It's basically like being rickrolled. And I'm like, I do not know this song. And everyone's flabbergasted.
I saw that on Twitter, people going ballistic over that.
But I actually have a couple of songs that I really like that are Christmassy, but they're not traditional Christmassy. Like it's this weird mashup somebody did of Sleeping in My Car by Roxette and Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
Wow.
It works. There's also the one of Chewbacca singing Silent Night. No?
Huh. Nope. But I was pictured in my head. I was thinking how it would sound. That's pretty much what I had in my head.
Anyway, you get the idea.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I could hear in my head. Yeah, it's perfect.
Another thing I would like to find is there was a thing from the 70s called Mad Sings, which was lyrics for a bunch of songs from Mad Magazine. And they had a number of interesting Christmas carols in there. One of them I remember is they redid We Three Kings to We Three Clods. So it's we three clouds from Iowa are spending Christmas in a car, drinking glasses, clinking, driving ever so far.
Oh my God, that's great.
Can you guys hear me right now?
I love parodies and jokes. Yeah, we can hear you fine.
For some reason, they were the stream here was saying your microphone's not working. Reload the page, and I gave it another go, and it seems to be working. I mean,
yeah. Well, and I had to apologize to Doc Fearsome when I moved, but living in Minnesota, I am contractually obligated to rip on Iowa.
Kind of like being from Vermont, I'm kind of obligated to rip on Quebec.
Yeah, right. And just like if you're a Steelers or a Cowboys fan, you have to hate the other team. Same thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of state rivalries like that.
Well, of course, the Cowboys do suck, but what do I know? I grew up close to Pittsburgh, but whatever.
There we go.
Yeah, so that's that. Time is at 9 o'clock. I need to go to bed. Gotta get up early. I have a rendezvous every morning, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning before work.
Well, at least you got good reason to get out of bed in the morning. At least
I got a damn good reason.
Right away.
Yeah, right? A damn good reason to get out of bed in the morning.
To destroy those who've wronged you?
No.
Oh.
To see my girlfriend.
So we have different reasons for waking up. All right.
Yes. I mean, it's fine, tomato, tomato.
Hey, whatever motivates you and makes you happy.
Wanton, jealous,
whatever happy
genocide.
makes
Wow,
you and makes you
genocide. That's an interesting idea.
That too.
I tried to
Dice,
say
yeah.
genocide, but jealouside. Are we hating on gelatin or are we hating on jealousy?
Yes.
Jealocide. It would depend on how you spell gel. If you spell it Jeal,
No,
then
it's
jealousy.
GEN. It's GEN.
That's not the same thing.
No, it's XBYQ.
K75XA2E.
You know what? Fuck this shit. Let me tell you something right now. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
I was kind of hoping someone, possibly Diana, knew what the hell that string of letters and numbers I just said meant.
Sounded kind of like something off of like the Star Trek spaceship or something, but I don't know.
Well, almost. K75XA2E is a small chunk of rock orbiting Mars.
Okay,
Oh,
still
okay.
space
Is that
junk.
one that's
Okay.
like not quite a third moon?
Something like that. It actually features in Quinn Redshift at one point, which is the only reason I know it.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, it's like it's
Awesome.
in an orbit as a moon, but it's too small to be considered one.
Yeah, they figure it came in from the asteroid belt and got caught by Mars gravity, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Rock
It's
on.
probably
So
a
just-
matter of time before it smacks into one of the other moons and just becomes part of it.
Well, it's funny because, like, as much as I say real science can go hang when it comes to Quinn Redshift, that I'd rather tell a better story, like that's fun and break real science. But every now and then I throw something that's real in there, like K75XA2E. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to write a science fiction that's based in real science and doesn't break any of the laws of physics as we understand them. And yeah, it's difficult, and mostly time lags are a problem. Because when a ship explodes by Saturn, it's about half an hour before the people on Earth see the flash.
Well, that's one thing that they actually get around that in the Honor Harrington series by having like FTL gravitic sensors, where it's like if something like a ship goes splat, its gravity signature kind of dissipates a bit because, well, it's in pieces now. And that's something that apparently you can detect faster than light in this series. I don't know how they justify that. I don't know. Can we detect gravity here in real time? I don't think we can. So I don't know how that works.
Well, I think even the devices that would detect it would still be limited by light speed. I think it would still wind up being basically some type of radio waves in the spectrum to transmit.
Well, I mean, that's what I think too, but somehow it works in Honor Harrington. And I don't think that anything gets transmitted so much as detected.
Okay.
But like gravitic sensors are passive, I believe. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I can't think of a theory that it would work under, but maybe they've come up with something.
Maybe. I mean, if something is powerful enough to bend space, it seems to me we should be able to detect it. But then again, what do I know? I mean, let's face it, most of my knowledge of actual space science comes from watching Babylon 5, for fuck's sake.
Touche.
Wait a minute. B, do me a favor. Turn your head so you're in profile, like you just... Okay, never mind. I thought for a second your ears were oddly pointed, but they're just tilted to the side. Well,
Oh,
I mean, don't get me wrong. That would have been a good thing, because it would have made you look like a Vulcan or an elf.
Oh, I do have elfy kind of ears. They're very pointy. It runs in my family.
Yeah, I
Dad's
mean,
side.
like, so do I, but hey.
Oh, whatever. Oh, my God. Shut the front door.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny. It reminds me of an episode of Mad About You where they're at a casino and Paul loses at, I think, blackjack, and he goes, "Kiss my parents." It's kind of like in Deadpool when he breaks his hand and he goes, "Oh, Canada," like that.
Like, motherfucker.
Mm.
Canada. Well, I think I'm gonna get off here and
What, on camera?
go to bed. No, just bedtime.
Okay, you get yourself
get up.
good sleep.
I'm gonna
Yes,
get up
sleep
really
well
early.
and dream of large women.
But I think it's a small woman she's dreaming of. But
Yeah,
But
she's
the
only like
line is
5'2".
anyway.
I know. I got the reference.
Bye, guys. Thanks
Have
a lot.
I tend to
fun.
dream
Bye,
of
Lady
large
Di. Thank
women,
you.
so-
Sayoko
Love you
Rastu.
guys.
Good
Don't
night.
get run over.
I prefer to dream of large women.
Mm.
I
I
like
prefer
thick
to dream of
thighs.
spaceships.
I like thick thighs. They keep my ears warm.
How do you feel about big butts?
Yeah.
So, you cannot deny?
Won't even try.
Uh,
Yeah, got that one too.
Yeah, okay, good. And I actually had to make a reference to the whole milkshake brings all the boys to the yard recently, and I forget why, but it was like not even really a reference to the song. It was something much more prurient.
Yeah, I think I was watching that stream and then wasn't it
Oh no, this was in text. I mean, I may
Oh.
have done it more than once, but the one I'm thinking of was in text.
okay, I thought it was something about, somebody saying something about stool getting a milkshake.
No, this was actually someone actually I don't know if she was anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. She had big tits and we started talking about them and reference was made. But I'm trying to remember exactly what I said because it was like I could make the reference, but then twist it to be something sicker than the original or something. I forget exactly what I said. I hate my memory. It sucks.
Moo.
I'm fading pretty hard. I have been for like an hour or two. I don't know if I
feeling.
keep sticking around or just give in.
Okay, so I see Stool is still here. Stool's always here.
So, have you two, and quiet audience, but have you two seen How I Met Your Mother?
Not I.
I saw random episodes.
All right, well, you know what a MILF is, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's a milswanka?
A MILF what?
A milswanka.
I don't know that one.
Diana?
Milswanka?
I'd have to go and punch it into Urban Dictionary and see what they say.
It's Mom I'd like to sleep with and never call again.
Okay, so one night stand with a MILF.
Basically, yeah, but milswanka is just fun to say.
Yeah. Nope, haven't encountered that term.
Yeah. I really need to branch out and watch more shows. Through lockdown, I watched that, The Big Bang Theory, and Scrubs way too many times.
You know, when you're talking about the Milswanka, I never could quite understand where the euphemistic phrase for having sex is sleep with. I mean, if you're doing it right, you're not doing all that much sleeping.
Yes, but
No.
it's a euphemism, so you're supposed to make people not think about the real thing, but just know it.
Esto batakeleke.
And let's face it, a lot of the sleeping with does happen in beds. I
Yeah,
mean,
well-
it depends on how adventuresome the couple is, but typically.
I think the sleep with just came because that's usually people are doing it on the bed and often fall asleep immediately after.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, let's face it. Some people have had sex in adventuresome places,
Yes,
but
yes.
a lot of people are fairly white bread when it comes to that. I think the most exotic place I ever got busy was an abandoned fire watchtower.
Okay then.
Like seriously, middle of the forest, big, tall, sort of like towery thing, completely empty, and we got busy in there. So.
Moo. Moo, 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 moo. Moo.
Mhm.
Moo.
But yeah, it's I don't know. Other people have some much more interesting stories to tell, but
Mm.
trying to think. Like, I mean, where else was interesting? Because I don't think there were that many places. Like back of a pickup truck, you know. Oh, yes, of course. Why would I forget this drive-in movie?
Oh,
That one
of
happened.
course, of course.
I never had a chance to do it at a drive-in movie. There just aren't many drive-in movies left.
Well, I mean, this was back in the 90s, and the only reason we did it is because, well, we were there for not Lethal, Beverly Hills Cop 3, and it was so shitty. And
Mhm.
we were just that bored.
Okay then.
Oh, Dave Bowman, if you like Flatland, there's an episode of The Orville where they encounter a two-dimensional civilization. Okay, I thought people would react more to that. Never mind.
Moo.
Flatland is an interesting book,
Yes, it
but
is.
but
Very.
but not really all that entertaining. It's one of those let's make a dissertation and make it sound like fiction rather than any kind of I have a great story to tell. If you see the difference, it was written with an agenda rather than imagination.
It was written as a mathematical treatise, basically.
Yeah,
And also description of like English society as well, the social culture. I mean, you know how like the more sides you have, or the more circular you are, the more high you are in society.
Yeah, okay.
It was meant to call out the aristocracy as well.
Mm.
yeah, I never really took it as a story, as just being an explanation of the theory.
Well, there is more to it than that, but not plot wise.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I thought it was just, an intriguing thought experiment. I used to believe in that stuff a lot. That was in my pagan days. That was, how I was explaining a lot of things, was the interdimensional beings manifesting here.
Hmm. I mean, it wouldn't shock me to discover that there was some quantum effect or other that made a very flashy show, but I'm not really insisting on it. I don't know.
I've made jokes about opening my dimensional doorway, and it doesn't work anymore because the interface needs a Commodore 64 in pagan magic.
Okay, Xander, come on, buddy.
Meow.
Come on.
Meow.
You clearly want lap sits. Come on, buddy.
Meow.
Or you can go over there. Come on.
Oh.
There we go.
Sammy is
All right.
happy because I brought out the brush, but
If he
rather
jumps
than
back
brushing
down.
his entire body, he just wants me to keep brushing under his chin while he puts his full weight on it and expects me to keep going until I rip the skin off. I don't know why, but it's like it's just that one spot in his entire body he just wants the brush there.
I've never seen Xander scared of a laser pointer before.
Maybe he watched Star Wars with you and saw what lasers can do.
You can't really see it. This lets you.
I saw the red dot on the door while you're pointing it there.
No, not red dots though. Here's the thing: you can't really see it, but it's right now in the shape of a butterfly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can kind of see it.
See this is hard to do looking at the camera. That's a mouse. That one's a star,
Oh,
smiley face,
and
and
you can just
butterfly.
change it on that. Okay.
Yeah, there's a
I
little
had a
right here.
yeah, I had a laser pointer that could, it did things like that, but in order to change the shapes, you had to physically screw a new head onto it.
Well, this also has a USB charger.
Yep.
And not just that, it has other modes. It has a flashlight mode and a blacklight mode. Here's the flashlight. Here's the blacklight. It's pretty cool. It was a decent $12.
I've got a UV flashlight. I had to get that because Steve Ballman sent us some Uper lights.
Some water lights.
Uper lights. They're rocks from Lake Superior that under a fluorescent light or under a UV light, they phosphoresce orange.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they've got
So
some
it's
mineral trapped in there that they've got like streaks and spots of orange in them when under a UV light.
it's a fluorite or a calcite or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember what the mineral is. But
Well-
just Sloth Girl thought they were really cool and wanted some, so I asked Steve Bellman and he sent us a couple.
I bought a UV flashlight because for a while there, Xander insisted on not using the litter box, and I had to figure out where that smell was coming from.
Yeah, I had to use it on that too, and Sammy tends to spray high, so my solution was to swap the litter box for a 10-gallon tote. So the sides are like shoulder high on him when he stands in there, and he can't spray up that high to get it out of there.
Well, if
Because I
leave-
had the same thing that I had to use the UV light, and I had to scrub the wall around the litter box. It's like, no, we're not doing this anymore.
Yeah, not so much what I meant, Xander. If I leave clothing like laundry out for too long, he decides that's a latrine.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
Petunia
Teresa.
used to do that when we first got her. We finally got her to calm down and just use the box properly.
Well, I actually solved the problem by just keeping my bedroom doors closed for a year.
Uh-huh.
But he had access to the bedroom to sleep, but during the day, not so much. And after a while, he realized that the litter box was his only option, and well, he doesn't do it as often anymore. But he doesn't do it nearly with the frequency he used to. And
Well,
that-
Petunia would do it if there was any laundry on the floor,
no,
or
no.
if there wasn't any laundry, that a lot of times she would use the bath mat in front of the shower.
Can you see the impression left by that thing there?
Yeah,
Ugh, man.
I know what you mean. I used to have to wear a knee brace, so got the basic idea of that.
Hmm.
I'm surprised that my knee actually got better because I'm about the only one in my family left who hasn't had to have surgery on their right knee by the age I am now.
Well, both Diana and I are medical black holes. We have no idea because we're both adopted. So
Yeah.
who knows?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that must
who
be
knows
tough
what
when you
time
don't know any
bombs are
family
awaiting
history.
me? Like seriously, who knows what time bombs are awaiting me? I could easily have something like that's easily fixed but deadly if you don't catch it early, and I don't know I need to.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't I've said this before. I went looking for Biomom and apparently found her. Haven't contacted her, but she's adopted too. So any medical history I could get would be one generation back, and that's it.
Yeah, it was very likely that my sister ran into some medical history problems. She died of a burst cerebral aneurysm, which may or may not have had a genetic connection.
I don't remember giving you permission to speak on your own stream, Diana.
Move beef. It is the organ, it is the fool. Oh,
Sander, why are you looking at me like that?
I
Like,
went,
seriously, he is just staring lasers right at my face. What is up, buddy? Speaking of
Up is
lasers, you want
the,
more of this, don't you?
up is the ceiling.
But that's not important right now.
Moo.
You didn't get the reference, did you?
Of course not. It's pop culture, isn't it?
You've never watched Airplane?
Oh, I've seen Airplane.
Hey, what is it? Well, um, I forget a problem. What is it? Oh, it's this thing that happens that we don't want to, but that's not important right now. You know, that kind of thing where you miss the
Okay, then,
point.
yeah, okay. Daiu Korosto.
Yeah. Oh, you're not catching that anytime soon, Xander. Come on, buddy. Chase it, chase it, chase it on camera. Dance for me, monkey. Oh, well, he's usually better about chasing it. Of course, now it's on camera. He has to make me look like an idiot. Oh, well.
Shut up,
Sammy will
Merlin.
not
That's
play
for
with
ya.
laser pointer anymore. He knows the dot sheets.
Well, you know, it's funny because Columbia was never one to chase cat chasers or laser pointers or anything until Xander started chasing them. And now she will at least, like, try to swipe at the laser pointer dot if it gets close enough to her, where before she would ignore it completely.
Well, on my wish list is a couple of robot fish. Because, well, Sammy likes to jump up on the bathroom sink to get a drink of water. So I think it would be fun to put the robot fish in there and watch him go at him.
I've actually ordered a robot that has some pretty decent AI that should be showing up either at the end of December or middle of January, I hope.
Of what year?
Maybe this coming months that I listed. What year is it anyway? 2021, then 2022. I like that it's really easy to have even numbered years, like where every digit is even.
Well, it all depends if zero is even.
Yes, it is.
It is okay.
Well, it has to be. There isn't one that's just off there dangling without a pair, is there? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, odd is like there's an odd one out. There's one that can't be paired with anything else. Of all the groupings of two, this one doesn't have one.
Yeah. Well, zero's even, because if you think of a number line, it's halfway between +1 and -1. So it's halfway between two odd numbers. It must be even.
Yeah. Of course, the most odd number there is snurgleplex, which is the integer immediately preceding infinity.
Mm-hmm. Moo.
I'm going to have to remember that for odds that, when something's not happening, the odds are 1 in a snurgleplex.
There you go. Yeah, I remember the first time I heard the word Googleplex, and I thought for sure that couldn't be real. Then I thought for sure it was some sort of building office complex, you see. And then someone told me it was a number, and then later Google decided to respell it and use it as their name.
Yeah. Man, now Stool is quoting from Airplane.
I figured he would.
Castavecchi.
I miss movies like that where like there's a joke every half second, and you miss half of them because they happened in the background. You have to watch it again. The airplanes, the naked guns, the Amazon women on the moon, and
the original Muppet movie.
Well, I was thinking Kentucky Fried Movie, but okay. I don't even remember the original Muppet movie.
Oh, I do. Yeah, it's a lot of fun memories for me.
I mean, I vaguely remember the Muppets Take Manhattan, but that's about it.
That one wasn't as good.
Yeah, but I was also like, 7 when it came out, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there have been so many movies with the Muppets now, and it's like, yeah, they're hit and miss. There were a couple of good ones, and there were a couple that probably aren't anything if you're over 10 years old.
Well, that's very strange. And I guess it's probably... All right, never mind.
Moo.
Oh.
Well, it's just it doesn't seem like it's time for a refill on my brain meds, but apparently...
I suppose I should pick up the refills on my stuff.
Wait a minute.
I would
Hmm.
advise, if you're going to, that you get them tomorrow, because I would advise avoiding Target over the holiday weekend.
Well,
And
fortunately, my pharmacy is in a supermarket, and everyone will be buying turkeys and stuffing while the pharmacy remains open, I'm sure. So,
yeah, I was out today basically to make sure I've got everything, to make sure I don't have to go to the store again until next Monday.
Yeah, Moo, I was trying to do that, and then I went shopping, and one of the things I went shopping for was the thing I forgot to get, and that, of course, was the coffee.
so I'm looking at I'm looking at this wrist here, and there is definitely a tendon that's sticking out that isn't on this wrist. And I'm wondering if it's just I've been wearing the brace for so long that it'll just take a while to stop doing that, or if it's part of the problem. Like, I don't know if you can see it. There's this little ridge right here, and
I
that,
think I
like,
see what you're saying.
Yep.
this one right here, and that is sticking out in ways it doesn't on this side. So I don't know. I wonder if that's part of the problem right there.
Well, there usually are differences one side to the other, but I don't know what it takes to be significant.
I wish the camera could probably or properly convey it, but it seems, as usual, lighting and everything is getting in the way. You can't make a proper comparison. Oh well, maybe I'll take a higher res photo later.
Moo.
Yeah, stool's not moving into my bathroom.
I don't even want to think about that.
Well, you
I don't
couldn't.
know. A
It
bathroom's the proper place to have a stool.
depends on what sort of stool, but the real problem is that I don't think he could fit through the door with his giant head.
Uh huh.
Message from the big giant head.
Hmm.
Uh,
Although actually, I was sort of thinking of I think it's So I Married an Axe Murderer, where Michael Myers is playing like the character's dad, and a few other people like an Austin Powers, and his dad is like this old grouchy Scotsman, and he's got this like little brother or stepbrother or something who's got this big red afro, right? And the dad's always like, "Head, move, no, with your giant head," and all that is like this whole ripping on him for his giant head. So
Okay, I
I
didn't see
kind of
that
figured
movie.
I'd say that about Stool because he's definitely got a big head.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a red afro because he's not a ginger.
Hmm. And there's a question: when did ginger get to be the word for it? Because when I was a kid, it was always, "Oh, that guy's a redhead." She's got red hair. She's a redhead. Somehow, ginger, like in the last couple of years, hit these shores or
Yeah, I
something.
don't know when I first started hearing it. You know, I,
Yeah.
I think it became popular because, South Park was using it a lot. I think
Well, I
that's
thought it
kind of how
became
it spread out
popular.
to everyone.
I thought it became popular because they say it a lot in the UK, but I don't know. Because that's where I heard it the most before it really started hitting the United States.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, I don't know where it started, but I think South Park is what made it popular in the US.
Hmm. Oh, maybe I just. And I think it started in the UK. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
I have to admit, this worries me a
I
little.
also wonder where
Um,
they where it started, the thing about that gingers don't have souls.
hmm. I remember hearing something once that, much like vampires, redheads, you can't take pictures of them.
Well, I guess it probably is to do with like the vampires, because people who are gingers tend to have very sensitive skin. They can't be out in the sun.
Hmm. I've heard of some where, like, it's not so much they can't be out in the sun, but if they do, the freckles get multiplied by 7.
Yeah, that's kind of the first symptom of it, but they also sunburn very easily.
Hmm. Sorry, I'm just looking at what Stool's saying in the chat.
Yep.
And it's the poor assassin who warns their target. I'm just saying.
I don't know. He's
Although
kind of got that
maybe-
supervillain mentality that he has to explain the plan to you before he executes the hero.
But he hasn't quite gotten the evil laugh down yet, though. That malignant wahaha that they always do. Seems weird to me that so many villains laugh like that. I mean, it's weird. I like the few times that I have felt that I can dominate over someone else. I've never really laughed so much as like been happy. And maybe well, if I'm really feeling especially evil, I might growl. But for some reason, that maniacal laughter just doesn't come to me.
Moo.
Yeah, I guess I can get kind of as far as the wahaha.
Yeah, but I don't feel the motivation to do it when I'm in a similar circumstance as the villain who does it. You know what I mean?
But I kind of feel that noise, that it's a triumphant thing when they've captured the hero. I can feel that part of it.
Oh, but sometimes though it's just, this is my plan. I'm going to take over the earth. Mwahahaha. Like that. Where it's like they haven't done anything yet. They're just really happy they've planned it. It's on their schedule. Yeah. Mwahahaha.
That's kind of too much self-confidence that just because they planned it, they think it's a given.
But that's the thing, is I don't know if it's confidence. I think they're just really, really happy at the idea they've had.
Yeah.
Jeez, I'm just thinking of, it brings Blofeld to mind. No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Oh, God.
But see, he didn't do the maniacal laughter. It was a little more snide. It was reserved. I'm thinking of like Cobra Commander from G.I. Joe or something, or Krang from Ninja Turtles, who's like, my evil plan, wahaha,
Yep.
There was a Cirrus clip that featured he was reviewing somebody's video, and the guy did a maniacal laugh, and it was like, what the hell is that shit? Oh my, I don't know.
Yeah, Kim Possible was a good cartoon, and they really poked at a lot of the tropes of the supervillains.
Yeah, I think if I write a supervillain at some point, they'll give that speech about their plan and make it sound so glorious. Then when it's done, they'll just go, just one little,
Okay, now I'm thinking of a story idea where you've got like three supervillains who each have a great plan for how they're going to take over the world.
Well, hello,
but in the process, realize their plans are going to conflict with each other. So you don't really have a hero, but you've got the three supervillains, each knowing they've got to stop the other two before their plan can proceed.
I don't know if that's been done exactly, but goodness knows there have been villains who have been arguing over whose turn it is to do the evil.
Yeah, I was just kind of seeing that, while all this is going on, every now and then you kind of, flash back to the hero just sitting somewhere calmly having a coffee, because it's like, this mess will sort itself out and I really don't have to do anything.
Well, there was a sci-fi story I was reading. I don't remember the exact details, but there was like this one ship where there's all these other people who are really cranky with them, the people in this ship. So what they end up doing is getting all of the people that want to kill them into an argument over who has jurisdiction to take the first shot.
Okay.
So it's like, no, I get to shoot them first. No, I get to shoot them first. Now, wait a minute, you. And of course, they all get into a fight over who gets to shoot first. And, well, they don't exactly annihilate each other. Something else happens and the good guys get away without a shot fired. But still, the point is that getting them arguing made them stop thinking about the people they were arguing over.
There was a Doctor Who episode with Tom Baker about like this 1,000-year war between the Daleks and the Cybermen, but no one had actually fired a shot yet because they were both trying to calculate the moment of optimum advantage.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's funny, I never really watched, well, no, I take that back. I did watch a lot of Doctor Who, from Tom Baker to Sylvester McCoy, before they modernized the fuck out of it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the era that I know. I haven't seen the newer ones.
But the story I really remember about the Daleks was Genesis of the Daleks, where they show us where they came from. That was
Oh yeah,
a Tom Baker episode,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
that's one of the
I
classic
remember
ones
at the
that
time, like
everyone
watching
remembers.
it now, it seems awfully like pedestrian and even a little bit hokey. But at the time, it scared the fuck out of me. I was pretty young when I saw it.
Well, what a lot of people forget is that the original Doctor Who was actually supposed to be a children's program. They were gearing it for like preteens
Hmm.
because there were even episodes like one episode, The Planet of the Spiders. When they came out with their first model of the spider, the director said that they had to redo it and make it more cartoonish because it was too realistic and they were afraid it would give kids nightmares.
Now, see, there's something that always bothers me is when they change something because they're afraid of something happening without checking to see whether it will. You know, like couldn't they have shown it to a test audience of kids and then asked the parents the next day if their kids had nightmares? You know, instead of just
Experimenting
assuming.
on kids is generally frowned upon as far as
Well,
ethics problems.
okay, but my point is that there are so many times where I've seen people say, "Oh, we changed something because we didn't want X to happen," without ever checking if X was gonna happen because of it. It's kind of like the same mentality where my parents said, "We don't want you playing violent video games because they'll make you violent." It's like, okay, fucking citation needed before you make that decision.
Okay, and hello to Pixie and Math Pig.
Yeah, I guess Math Pig has been around because he was here right at the beginning, and I don't know if he left and came back, and I'm not sure I
Looks
know
like he
Pixie.
left.
I'm not sure I know Pixie Storms, but welcome, welcome. You seem to possibly know who Math Pig is.
Math Pig
So,
seems to do that a lot, that he'll come into a stream and he'll wander off for an hour and show up again.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't do that sort of thing because I'm never sure how long someone's stream is going to last. So either I stick around for the duration or I don't, but I will always watch it in one block instead of chunks.
Okay,
For
okay.
me, it depends. Sometimes it's like I've got projects that there's waiting periods between steps, like waiting for the glue to dry or that. So I may be in the chat for an hour or so while I'm waiting for something to set up and then go back to the project.
And then if you're watching this darn stream, then you want to reserve an
Yeah.
entire weekend.
Yeah.
Well, that happens a lot with yours. That's why, I'm sometimes in here for a little while and then I won't type anything in the chat, but I'll be listening and then I'll come back and type some more.
I remember Strike would joke with me. He said, "Are you trying to rival my streams?" Because he was known for movie night lasting, like 12 hours. And then,
Yeah, I've gotten a fair bit of that because some of my early streams ran 8-9 hours. Usually when you were in there, it was usually when you and I were going that we could never shut it down.
yeah. Oh, what do we have? What the hey? Oh, that's interesting.
Hmm?
Math Pig sent me a photo. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens with all kinds of interesting stuff. It looks like stuff he's doing for his broadcasts.
Oh.
Well, I am relieved to see that Math Pig is around when Stool had said he's been making ham sandwiches.
I figure like if it was going to be Math Pig, we'd hear about bacon before we heard about ham.
There you go.
I don't know why I think that. Maybe I just prefer bacon.
Okay, I still want to know why we've got the label that ham or bacon is cured. It's obviously not cured if the animal's dead.
No, the animal died by violence, so it wasn't like it was a disease or nothing. Although I have to say, like for a while there, I kind of wanted to actually be in the presence of one of those like roast suckling pigs on the spit and everything. But then I saw a picture of one and was kind of revolted. Not so much by the pig itself, like the whole thing. It was the whited eye that freaked me out. But like, I don't really like to see the eyes on my food. You know what I mean? I'm not eating it, but I mean, potatoes, okay. I'll make an exception for potatoes.
And then there is the whole thing about the eyes being the food. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that puts, a lot of people off that, like serving fish with the head still on is like some
Mm.
kind of culinary thing. It's like, no, no, you really don't need to do that.
Yeah, well, it is kind of creepy. But I mean, fish heads are creepy in general,
Yeah, but I agree with you
whether
that,
they're roly
I
poly
don't
or
want
not.
eyes on my plate. I don't want the food looking
Hmm.
back at me.
I mean, maybe if it's one of those things where, like, you make a pancake and it puts a face on it,
Well, that's different.
yes, that's
Yeah,
why
if you're
it's
just
okay.
using chocolate chips as to represent eyes in a drawing,
There's
Wedding? Who the
a.
heck would debase themselves enough to wed stool?
Oh my. And there's a restaurant chain here that puts faces on everything.
well, I
Uh,
know IHOP, if you order the kids' meal, they always do things like that.
yeah, if you remember Eaton Park, um, here in the Pittsburgh area, their part of their logo is a smiley face. So they do the smiley face cookies, they do smiley face
Okay.
pancakes, yeah, all that shit.
You shouldn't have reminded me because now I miss IHOP and there isn't one in the city.
Oh, see, Minnesota isn't all that great now, is it?
Well, no, it's just St. Cloud is a smaller city. I can get most anything I want if you want to drive the hour and a half into Minneapolis.
There you go. And that over there, I don't know if I'd want to even eat that.
Yeah, no. No, those would be too freaky to open up my sandwich and actually have a face, even if it's a teddy bear.
Well, there's a reason why I showed this.
Yeah, well, and
Oh my
clowns
gosh,
use
is that
face
supposed to be
funny.
Mr. Bill?
Is that Mr. Bill or is that the Operation character?
Well, it wouldn't be the operation character for sure, but I think it only looks like Mr. Bill.
Okay. Oh
Mhm. Man, I haven't thought of Mr. Bill in so frickin' long. I'm surprised I remembered the name, and doing this without the brace fucking hurts. Ugh.
no! It is so full of poo. Yes, it is so full of poo.
I think I might have to wear this to sleep.
Oh no. Oh no. That's
Son of
trouble.
a bitch.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
Pixie, I get what you mean. I don't like to use my phone for the internet at all, mostly because I want a fucking keyboard.
Uh-huh.
Yes!
Yes,
Yes!
Why
yes,
can't
yes.
why can't they make a smartphone that actually has a slider keyboard to it? So
My
you
ex
actually have some physical buttons.
my ex had one.
I have the worst
About
time doing the
15
thumb
years
thing.
ago.
Well, yeah, I had slider phones like that, but it was before they started pushing smartphones on everyone.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Those were nice for texting. So why
Mhm.
can't I have a smartphone that has the same kind of keyboard that slides out under it?
I
Yeah,
actually do the swipe thing. Like a lot of people, da, 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 da. I can't do that because I'm so used to proper touch typing. So I do the thing where you swipe the word and it figures out what the hell you did. Doesn't always get it right, but hell, it's easier than thumb typing.
Yeah, I have to just use one index finger and peck at the numbers, and it's like half the time it picks up the key next to the one I thought I was pressing instead of the right one.
yes, yes.
Well, okay. There's something that they do. A lot of phones. Well, number one, if it has voice commands, it'll listen to your voice enough to know who you are versus other people. But also, like some of them have the thumbprint security, and they will get multiple prints of your thumb to make sure they know it's yours, right? But why don't they do that with configuring where you put your finger? Because my phone and I disagree on where my finger lands.
Yes. Yeah, I agree that the phone should have learned that by now that I'm going to be a millimeter to the left of where it thinks I am.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Hans is here. Hi, dear. How you doing?
It's one of the reasons I hate touch screens is that it seems I never hit on the icons that I think I'm getting.
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Hans.
It's been a little
Now I
while,
found
honey.
myself
Well, and
wondering what the
Mathic's going to
PS
bed.
stands for.
Hmm?
The PS in Hans P.S. Hansen. I wonder whether, I'm sure it's not public school.
I have wondered.
Hey.
I haven't thought to ask him.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Eh.
Math Pig is going to bed now, so
Yeah.
Well,
Night,
that's what
honey.
this was
yeah,
for.
because it's like 5 a.m. where Math Pig is.
Yeah, it's midnight over here already. God damn. Time flies when you're, well, I don't know. Are we having fun?
I don't know, but I know I'm hungry.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'd go so far as fun, but it's a pleasant distraction.
There you go. Well, you could always have some roast cat fur.
Yeah, I need to find some more food too. I had a frozen dinner thing, and it's like, yeah, that's about half of what I actually needed for a dinner.
I'll be right back.
I had 3 English muffins for lunch.
Well, usually I've only been eating one meal a day, which is I just eat dinner and I snack a bit through the day.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Lately, my sleep has been so weird that I'm always waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning and feeling I need to eat something. So it's like I'm eating at 5 o'clock in the morning and then I'm eating again at like 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I've got one of those really difficult eating schedules for a kidney patient. Whenever I eat, I'm supposed to take what they call a phosphorus binder. It's capsules of calcium acetate, and I guess it precipitates phosphorus out of the food because the kidneys aren't regulating the phosphorus level anymore because they're dead.
Right.
And the thing is that when you eat the way I do, it's just when I get a little bit hungry, I reach for something. It's difficult to take this stuff because you end up taking so much of it.
Yep.
Well, I went looking for a phosphorus binder once, but all I could find was a trapper keeper.
Okay, then.
Okay, and Hans P.S. is his initials for Peter Selness.
Moo! Yay! Now we know!
And knowing is half the battle.
Okay, so now we have to go in and fight something?
Moo, 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 moo. Yes,
Well,
it is so
I mean,
full of
keeping in
poo.
mind, the other half of the battle is red lasers and blue lasers, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my. I forgot how they got blue lasers finally. Did they find something that emits blue, or did they have to change the frequency?
No,
I
it
don't
just
know.
indicated good guys versus bad guys. If I remember right, G.I. Joe was firing the red lasers. I don't remember. One side had red, one side had blue. I forget.
It's like the
But
hats,
it
huh?
really did indicate who was shooting at whom.
No, but I do know what Diana was referring to. That
Well, so do I, but I was trying to
the
avoid
original
it.
lasers were fired through a helium neon, and that gave you the red tint.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, by putting different gases, actually, I think it might be argon that made it turn blue.
And then
I think it was
Yeah.
instead of a helium neon, I think it was an argon neon.
But the thing is that, again, it told you who the good guys were and who the bad guys were.
Yeah. It's actually quite interesting if you look up how they make fluorescent lights.
Yeah.
That it is always tinting them with different gases to get the different colored lights.
Yeah, and then you do coat the insides of the tubes with phosphorus.
Yep.
And then somebody is running off with the wrapper to one of my butterscotch candies. Okay, then.
Oh yeah, they love that crinkly sound of the wrappers.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
Yes, dear.
Sammy thinks the crinkly tube of poking is the bestest thing humans ever invented. It's basically just a stuffed tube, but apparently it's got like a layer of the stuff they make the Mylar balloons out of in it, so it makes that crinkly sound when he jumps on it.
Oh, moo. Okay.
So, there was a movie in the 80s called The Ice Pirates. It was
yeah.
actually actually originally meant to be serious, but they ended up turning it into a comedy and blah blah blah. But here's the thing, because they had weapons, obviously, very similar to Star Wars. But a pirate's favorite laser is an argon laser.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
And is there this
Anyway.
cat? What is a
But if
cat's
the laser
favorite
are
laser?
gone, then it's not on your ship anymore.
Right, right.
Mm.
And then there's the Sergio Aragon. But you have to be of a certain age to get that one.
Yeah, I don't get that one, and I'm of a
No,
certain
the only
age.
Sergio I know is the Mad Magazine artist.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's where I go first.
That's the one.
So, what did you say again?
You were talking about the
No.
Aragon.
What did you say? What did you say
I said
verbatim?
then there's the Sergio Aragon.
Is that how that's pronounced?
I think.
I don't think so. That's not very. Maybe it's just me. Sergio makes me think either Spanish or Italian, and in neither language would it be pronounced that way.
Okay.
It sure sounds like you're pronouncing it a little Frenchier.
Would it be Aragon?
I think you might actually pronounce the S.
There's an S in his surname?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, I didn't get the joke just because I didn't remember his last name.
Yeah. Aragon, accent on the E, S.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I guess he was Spanish. I was thinking he was Italian.
Well, yeah, I could have gone either way with that one, but
Well,
yeah.
Wikipedia says he's Spanish Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Wow, the world's fastest cartoonist. Interesting. All right. I'm sure, there is a pronunciation for his name, but I really don't know how to read the phonetic alphabet. I wish they would either have the TTS voice or just show us, like spell it out phonetically for us, blocks. It'd be nice.
Oh,
But-
I see. And with the spelling they're using, yeah, okay. Which would be the official spelling, Aragones. Okay,
Yeah.
he's still around.
I like
didn't
to
know he
look
was-
at it and pronounce it Orogenes just because it sounds funnier.
Oh yeah, the geologist I watch on YouTube makes the occasional joke about that because the process of mountain building is orogeny. And occasionally makes a comment, yeah, that sounds kind of suggestive.
Well, even if it wasn't suggested, I would still say it because it sounds funny. You know me.
Yeah?
Wait. Okay, which
Mhm.
geology guy were you referring to there?
Nick Zentner.
I don't think I know him.
Has a YouTube channel. He streams his classes and a whole bunch of other stuff. RJ knows who he is. He's out of Central Washington University, I think.
So, my marshmallows have already dissolved.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Is am I too up to looking on the thing by for to the thing? If it's the thing?
Of the three people I might blame for my marshmallows having already dissolved, which one do you think is truly culpable?
Yes.
Well, I mean, really, of the three people, who could it be?
Oh, it's always my fault, isn't it?
Well, no, sometimes it's Shatner's.
Okay.
I suppose sometimes it could be Trump's, but mostly it's Stool's fault or yours.
There you go. Oh my, let me look. Here we go.
Well, I mean, you're right there, Hans. There, let me see here. copy and then paste. Ah, that's not what I want. What the hell? There's
Yeah, I
the
was trying to
name.
figure out how to get Google pronunciations to pronounce that, but I don't know. I guess I just don't know how to use that properly.
Okay, so
Okay.
now here we go. I can put this in here.
Pronouncenames.com.
Aragones.
Hey, do that again.
Com.
Aragones.
Aragonés. Okay.
Aragones.
Got
Okay,
you.
so we were completely off.
Were we? I thought that's always what I thought it was.
Pronunciation.
I mean, I like saying Aragonese because it's funny, but I always figured it was Aragonés. Because
Okay.
I was pretty sure that was a Spanish or Italian word, and either way, it's pronounced pretty similarly. I mean, the vowels are the same anyway. The cadence might change, but
Yeah. I never get the Mediterranean ones because I have never been around people who spoke any of those languages much.
You
well, I
know,
mean, neither have I. But I was raised by an Italian father side, so
you've got a bit of a problem here. You really should be nicer to Stool because he's complaining that he's never touched your marshmallows. You won't let him.
well, I didn't say you touched them. I said you made them dissolve. You see, that can be done by remote.
Question 874. If you met Stool in person, would you try to touch his legs?
Oh God.
I think that's unlikely. Unless by touch you mean saw off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a joke that goes back to a private chat yesterday. I didn't expect anybody but Stool to understand what I was saying.
Alrighty.
But it involved critical cripple, so I made it into one of his questions.
Oh, jeez. It is Og and Foo.
There's someone misunderstood which movie is my favorite. Don't get me wrong, love Demolition Man, but my favorite movie is Tron.
Don't believe her. It's really Star Trek the motion picture.
You will die in a fire, you know that, right?
Okay, to be fair, you will probably find more Star Wars fans that like that one than Star Trek fans.
Okay.
No, I don't
okay.
think so. I completely disagree with that one. I think that it's as far from what a Star Wars fan would like as you can get. Without
Yeah, no, I was
basically
just trying to
being
make the
Victorian
point that Star
drama.
Trek fans didn't want that one to exist.
Yeah, well, they don't want number 5 to exist either, but what you gonna do?
Well, that's the key to Star Trek movies, is you only watch the even-numbered ones.
Yeah.
Which is
2 and
weird
4
because, well, hold on, that's not entirely true. The rebooted Chris Pine version has reversed it.
Okay, but yeah. 2 and 4 were definitely the best Star Trek movies. No question on that.
Oh yeah. 4 was damn good. Damn good.
2 was my favorite just because they tied it back to a storyline in the original series.
Oh yeah, sure.
4 seemed like it was made by someone who said, wouldn't it be nice if Star Trek was more Disney?
I don't really see Disney in it, though they did play it more for laughs.
Family friendly, etc., etc. was not meant to be
Yeah.
taken literally.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure what you meant by it.
Mage, Ghostbusters is a great flick. I absolutely adore it. It's not my favorite, but you'd be hard pressed to find me saying take that off my shelf.
Yeah, Ghostbusters was excellent. Don't know about any of the reboots.
Well, I refuse to see the one that they completely rebooted it. I do want to see Afterlife, though.
I remember the cartoon series they made from the original Ghostbusters movie.
You mean the real Ghostbusters?
No. Okay, yeah, that was the real Ghostbusters as opposed to the original Ghostbusters. It's sorting out which is which. But yeah, you know, it was the characters from the movie, and they had Slimer in it.
That was the real Ghostbusters, yeah.
Yep.
I had a few of my favorite voice actors in it, of course. Some of my favorite writers actually wrote episodes, like J. Michael Straczynski, who is responsible for Babylon 5. He wrote a couple of Real Ghostbusters episodes. Yeah, it was a decent show. And you know what? I gotta say, I like Janine's look in it. She's very 80s.
So, Pixie, if you've got a prepaid plan, it isn't Star Trek near the end of the month? Never mind. I went too far with that one.
Uh-huh, yep. What you got on the thing?
Janine from the Real Ghostbusters.
Oh,
Yep.
Stebaliki. Okay.
I mean, pretty 80s, huh?
Yeah.
That's not the best photo, but yeah. So, anyway.
Okay, and Mage is just saying there was only one reboot of the Ghostbusters. The other two are direct sequels. But I haven't seen
Yeah,
any of the new ones
but-
yet.
Ghostbusters 2, I gotta say, is pretty bad. I mean, like, I don't want to see that rebooted version, but 2 was not up to par. It does not hold up the way the first one does, and the first one really holds up. I mean, when you remember that it's the 80s and they didn't have cell phones, it makes a hell of a lot more sense. But I mean,
Yeah.
it works as entertainment now in ways that 2 fucking doesn't. And Mage, thank you for saying Saturday morning. I have had so many arguments with other 80s kids about when certain cartoons were shown. Like the sheer number of people who insist up and down that G.I. Joe and the Transformers were weekend and not weekday.
Yeah.
That ain't true. But that's what they try to have us believe.
No, I know. I used to record the Transformers every day while I was at school.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because they came on when they came on when I was in the technical school, so I had to record them and watch them when I got home.
Gummy Bears was a Saturday show. Smurfs was a Saturday show. Oddly enough, Saturday Supercade was a Saturday show. Who'd have thunk it?
Oddly enough.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure what Saturday Supercade was. But
They had a bunch of cartoons, like a huge block of like 4 or 5 of them based on arcade games. Like there was a Q*bert cartoon, there was a Donkey Kong cartoon, there was, I forget.
I remember those as
Pac-Man.
individual shows. I don't remember them blocked together like that.
Oh yeah, there was this whole like Saturday Supercade theme song they would play at the beginning, and then every show would be part of the Supercade, like its own separate standalone thing. But yeah, it was all. I also remember now the Sunday shows were usually really shitty, but Captain N the Game Master, which was the Nintendo cartoon, was actually kind of fun.
Moo.
Yeah, I'm not remembering the ones that were made from video games so much. I mean, I know they existed, but I don't think I watched them.
Yeah, well, it was definitely my thing, and I was just at that perfect age to be like, into that stuff, and well, Well, let's put it this way: the right age where it was socially acceptable to still play. And that's one of the things that bugs me the most about adulthood is that, if you want to do something that people generally associate with children, they'll look down on you for doing it. I hate that. It shouldn't be so.
Yeah, I say screw it. I mean, it's only been like the last decade that Lego has been acceptable for adults to play with.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, sure, you're allowed to play games, but they have to have really strict rules. And let's try to keep the imagination out of it, shall we, folks? That's why a lot of people go in for stuff like, say, Amp Guard and other LARPing like things, because it's one of the only socially acceptable ways to play pretend is if you have rules that keep it grounded. Rather than, just going, okay, make believe that UFOs came down and attacked the castle. You can't do that in an adult game. So, I don't know.
So an adult can't play Calvin ball?
What?
An adult can't play Calvin ball?
Well, not
Yeah.
according to society. No, I think that's bullshit. But that's, if you go around playing Calvin ball as a 46-year-old, people are going to look at you funny, and they shouldn't, because you know
You know,
what? There is nothing wrong with playing as an adult.
all my life I got a lot of funny looks because I just didn't give a shit about that stuff. If something looked like fun, I was going to do it.
Mm.
And yeah, a lot of times I had a kid with me so they'd excuse it, but I'd still do the same shit when I was alone.
Hmm.
I don't know. There's some of the things I've thought about doing as an adult that I used to do as a kid all the time and kind of miss, like just sitting down and playing with toys, you know?
Yep.
Making something up. I've got a bunch of characters from established properties, but what the fuck? Let's make them my own and just tell a story with them. I don't know. Be fun. I remember
Although
loving it as a little
honestly,
kid.
when you're past 50, it does get a little more difficult to chase toddlers through the playground.
Yeah, you might get looks for that, huh?
Yeah, you might.
I got
You
a
know
lot of looks. No, all the time through the 90s and the 2000s when I was raising kids, I got weird looks all the time because it still wasn't supposed to be a man with the kids. It was supposed to be the mother.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. One thing, okay, I got into GI Joe as a small child when I found out you could take the screw out of their back, pop the character open, and then rework it with another character to make your own custom things. And at that point, I was like, ooh, this is fun. Like prior to that, I was like, GI Joe, I don't know. At least the Transformers are robots. But then when I saw those action figures and what you could do with them, I was like, oh, holy shit! Hold me back. Because
Oh.
I love the idea of having like modular characters that you can mix and match and make your own.
There was a great protest thing that went on in the 70s. I forget who the group was that was encouraging people to do it. But the idea was that they went to the toy store and they bought the talking Barbies and the talking GI Joes and swapped the voice modules and returned them to the store so they went back on the shelf.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
Although I have to say that's kind of obnoxious. I mean, if some kid gets a toy,
Yeah.
the toy they've been waiting for, I mean, that's rude.
Yeah,
Now, okay,
yeah.
replacing
I would
the
feel
Teddy
bad about the
Ruxpin
kids
tape with
unwrapping
heavy
them.
metal, that's better. But, you know,
Yeah, but
'cause a lot
their
of
whole
people did
point was
that.
to try and get people to think about how gendered all the toys were.
I mean, I guess, but I doubt that it would actually do that very much. I think it would just piss people off.
But with the talking toys, the ones I really liked were the ones that had the photo cells. So if you made a motion near them, they would start talking, and then they would be moving their hands and stuff like that. So
Like that horrible bass that sings at you.
something like that. So what I would do is go into the store, turn them all on, and aim them at each other, move my hand, and get the fuck out of there. So that they just keep going and going and going.
There was actually something like that in the show The Last Man on Earth, which the title is completely inaccurate. But basically, big old global apocalypse, only a few people left. And a bunch of folks decide, like, they find this weirdly untouched city that still has power on. So they all decide to, settle it. But like weird, mysterious things start happening. Like stuff starts disappearing. They think that they're getting robbed or something by like scavengers. They're not sure what's up. So they get a bunch of those bass, like automatic singing at you thingies, and just line the wall with them, so that if anyone tries to come through and steal their stuff, the bass will start singing.
Okay.
Like it was just like, here's the best we can do for a burglar alarm. I guess it works. Also, I have a talking lemming.
Oh, cool.
It's very faint. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yep.
But
What that is?
it's a lemming from that video game we showed before. You know, the ones
Okay.
that dig and build stuff and fall and go splat?
Okay.
Bye bye.
then.
Time to kill myself. Oh, YouTube's probably going to strike us for that now.
That's actually what happened to my last account. Is I made a joke, the kind of joke you might see on a TV show, and they decided to take it seriously and killed my account because apparently you can't joke about suicide.
Yeah, I got suspended on Twitter for making a joke about suicide.
It's so much bullshit. I mean, I get it. Like, some people out there don't want to hear about it. It's traumatic, blah, 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 blah. But if you can fucking joke about it on primetime television, you should be able to joke about it on Facebook and Twitter. There, see?
Mira con stay. Meitä Petrais tajukarassa nipetinie.
Lemmings.
See?
Yeah,
That's
I don't
the
even know
thing.
how many sequels
That's
they
the
made
game.
to it. I know there were like at least 3 or 4 Lemmings games.
I think I only saw the second one and didn't like it very much.
Yeah, I only played the original. I never got to play any of the others.
I know, it's weird how many times, like, a game company or a movie studio or whatever will make a sequel, and I don't know what they're thinking, but they don't manage to capture the vibe, the energy
Yeah.
of the original. And it's like, well, why did you even make this? I mean, I could go off about Tron Legacy, but hell, we were just talking about Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters 2 did not feel like Ghostbusters 1. Like, whether or not the story was any good, it just had the wrong vibe.
Yeah, whoever's putting it together doesn't understand what made the first one good.
Well, I mean, part of what made the first one good is that it felt very organic. The characters felt kind of real despite the fucked up situation they were in. Whereas the second one felt like it was written by a marketing department.
Probably was.
Well, you know, I mean, there are sequels out there that don't suck ass, some that are even better than the original. I mean, you know, we could make an argument about Terminator 1 versus 2, but The Empire Strikes Back is undeniably better than A New Hope.
Okay then.
Just saying. Although I gotta say, New Hope before Return of the Jedi. I mean, you know, I love Return of the Jedi, but I really wish they'd been Wookiees instead of Ewoks like they originally planned.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Mate says they were trying to make Ghostbusters 2 more like the cartoon.
Well, that was a big old mistake. They should have made the cartoon more like Ghostbusters 1.
Oh, he said marketing did stick their nose into it. And that's what's often the problem, is that the marketing gets in there and the marketing decides what they think people are going to buy. And again, they miss why people like, especially if it's something that has like a cult classic status.
Oh, don't get me started on fucking
Yeah.
Kathleen Kennedy and Disney Wars. I'm sorry. She flat out stated she doesn't give a damn about Star Wars qua Star Wars. She just cares about the bottom line. She's going to keep churning shit out, assuming we'll all put our butts on seats. And of course, if we don't, she'll just kill the franchise. There's no way to get what we want out of that bitch.
Well, and we knew that was going to happen to Star Wars as soon as Disney got a hold of it.
Yeah, well, it's really, it hurts because that's been with me my whole childhood.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, you've seen the tattoo.
I know,
You know,
it sucks, and Disney, you know, several studios are known to do that, but Disney in particular just, you know, they're all about the merchandising, and that's all they care about is how much stuff they're going to sell.
Well, I actually had the same old argument I keep having with other people with someone earlier today on Facebook about, you know, like she was one of those, what's wrong with a reboot or reimagining? People get to put their own spin on something, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, number one, okay, I hate the notion that everyone gets a turn at something that's classic. You know, you don't get to go, okay, time for the Superman of this ethnicity, now time for the Superman of that ethnicity, etc., instead of making something new, you know, that whole thing. And I'm like, the reason it's not okay to just
Yeah.
reboot something while the fan base of the original is still alive is because it's a betrayal. You're throwing the fans under the bus because inevitably what will happen is all of the marketing, all of the sequels, all of everything will be based on the new one, not the one you loved.
Yeah.
You can't get any more of what you love. That's over. It's gone. Done. And I'm like, you know what? That is so disrespectful. That's biting the hand that feeds you. That says, thank you for all the money you gave us and all the dedication, but you're done. Bye bye. And that pisses me off so hard. I mean, even as an artist myself, a content creator myself, I always wonder what the people who watch what I do might think.
Yeah.
And I won't necessarily change what I'm doing because of it, but at the same time, I will be conscious of it and I'll care about it because let's face it, I'm not making this stuff just for me.
Yeah. Well, you want to get feedback from your audience.
Speaking of which, when Quinn Redshift is close to ready to show, I'm gonna need some test audiences.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
because I want it to be something I'm proud of, and I'm really close to the project. I can't necessarily be my best critic,
Right.
so when
Yeah.
I'm this close to releasing it, gonna have to ask a few people to step up and watch it and critique it for me so I can maybe make a tweak or two. Obviously, the story can't be tweaked. It'll all be like, how were the edits? Did you believe the animation? That kind of thing. It'll be much more technical than it will be, tell me where I wrote the script wrong, but still.
So
Okay. I
Did
would
you
watch
find
it
any
for you.
continuity errors?
I would watch it for you, but I must warn you in advance that I'm not good about how to be diplomatic about such things. I tend to be rather blunt and insult people.
Well, we'll figure it out. I mean, I'm sure there's people who will volunteer. Although it's weird. Every time I ask for volunteers to do voices and stuff, I get nothing out of people. I got to start trolling the voice acting boards on Facebook again.
Well,
okay.
you were asking for people who had experience with voice acting. I thought that
Well,
kind of left me out.
not really. I just asked for people who can do it and sound convincing. I mean, it doesn't matter really. I mean, as
Well,
long
I'd
as
be
people,
willing to
as
give
long
it a
as
try.
people have a microphone that will produce sound that doesn't have a lot of feedback, no echo, no nothing like that, I can
Yeah.
probably use it as long as you don't sound like you're reading the words off the page.
Well, I'd be willing to give
Okay.
it a try if you want to send me a small script or something.
There is a friend of mine who promised me she would send me some voice stuff about a year ago. What I asked her for is one word. That's it. One word, and she still hasn't got back to me.
I saw you
It's-
talking about that before, the bartender thing.
Yep. So I mean, honestly, it feels like I really can't count on people when it comes to voice work. But the people that I recruited from the Facebook voice acting forums did such an amazing job. So
Well, excellent. That's something I'm going to look into at some point too. I really would kind of like to kind of skip the print version altogether and produce my novel as a radio play.
Well, I can tell you this much. Probably wouldn't listen to it. I have a problem with those things. Like, what if someone pronounces a word in a way I wouldn't, something that's specific to that universe? What if a character's lines are delivered in ways I don't like? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, the number of audiobooks I've started and said, oh, fuck this, and just read the print version is, yeah.
Well, but the pronouncing of words is definitely going to be an issue because, I've got characters from several different species that evolved on different planets. And, mostly we've got English translation, but every now and then you've got words that don't translate or like proper names. So there's going to be some of that people are going to be wondering, okay, what's the proper way this should be pronounced?
Well, I've had, and I think we discussed on this show before, but I've had some arguments with people about how to pronounce the name of a certain wizard in a certain fantasy series that's not Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones in any way. I can make a very logical argument for my position, like using the lore of the universe, but everyone else seems to think I'm wrong. So,
well, and I did get some of the Harry Potter books on audiobook. and I forget who it was that was reading them, but the way he pronounced Hermione was apparently not the same way that J.K. Rowling was pronouncing it.
Well, ironically enough, she pronounces her name Rowling rather than Rowling. Um, yeah, I have to admit, when I saw the first movie before we knew what scum she was, when they started saying things like Patronus, and I'm like, that is not how that read in my head. Like
Yeah.
Patro and whatever the fuck it was looks to me like Patronus.
Well, and some of that's just the difference between the British and
Well,
American
yeah.
pronunciations.
But it, like, the first time I heard it, I winced almost physically. Like if someone's sitting behind me, they might have seen me double take, because that was not how I would pronounce that.
Yeah, well, like I said, if you want to send me a couple lines or something, I could record a bit, see if you'd care to use it for any of your audio stuff. If you want me to do some character lines.
At this point, I don't actually have any lines that need saying. What I really need is random battle chatter. Like, in the Battle of Yavin, it's like, oh my god, he's on my tail, I'm hit. All of that, stay on target. I need that kind of stuff, and it doesn't even matter what it is.
Okay,
Right?
so you just want me to pretend I'm a pilot and, talking to the co-pilot type thing?
Well, your wingman, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, like, numbers, or they're coming in at Mark 12, that kind of thing, because that stuff probably means something for real, and the last thing I need is get blasted for doing it wrong.
Right.
But like they're on my, like, if you want to do 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, etc., that's fine. But like no speed indicators, no like bearing 87 by 32 by 12, or any of that shit. I don't even know how to interpret that stuff properly.
Yep.
I'd have to look it up. But yeah,
I can just see if you say something like coming in at 9 o'clock that somebody's going to get in there and argue with you about why the fuck would they be using a 12-hour clock.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty traditional with pilots.
Well, if your day is...
The real question would be like, okay, why is the clock only on this plane? Wouldn't it be like I don't know, 9 o'clock by whatever the fuck, noon by whatever? I mean, to triangulate where the fuck it is.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why you have, for example, 12 o'clock high or 6 o'clock low.
Well, yeah, but in space you need a bit more than that, don't you?
Yep.
Codesta.
Did you know that when they first implemented the metric system in France, they were pushing for a metric clock also?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They wanted to switch to a 10-hour clock, but people wouldn't accept it.
Well, I've thought about that, and I don't know how to divide it up in such a way that it doesn't get clunky as fuck. Like 100 minutes per hour, 10 minutes per hour.
Probably 100 minutes per hour.
Yeah, you'd have to run it backwards.
But then let's see, what are we doing? 10 or 20 hours a day? Just 10 hours a day?
I was thinking you'd have to run it backwards. That you start with a 10-hour day, being whatever the length of the day is now, and then you have 100 minutes per hour and 100 seconds per minute.
I mean, I did the math once, and did all the multiplication and division you have to do to figure out like all those decimal minutes. How do they map onto the 24-hour clock? And what it came down to was like a second was so fast, and like a minute wasn't much better. It was so clunky that really all you could do was do hours. Like, oh, it's 2.3572 o'clock. It was kind of insane.
I divided it down like that, about the 10-hour day, 100-hour minute, and 100-hour or 100 minutes to a second. And when you divide that out, basically you just have to count a little faster, because under that system, a second turns out to be something like 1.15 seconds. So you just have to count a bit faster.
I remember I did some calculations, and it was just really clunky as fuck, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know I got it to work at one time because I was doing all the calculations for it. And it didn't seem that bad,
Although I have to say,
since most people don't have an accurate idea of how much a second is when they're counting anyway, I didn't really think it would matter to most people.
Well, one thing that popped into my head was that a great name for a 90s alternative album would be the thing you just, well, I blanked. Fuck. I hate my memory so much. I have something to say and it goes away. Oh, I remember. Metric Leap Year. Sounds like a great name for like a 90s alternative band or their album. Metric Leap Year?
I could see it, especially for like a techno band.
I don't know. I was picturing like alternative rock garage band myself. You know, like the Soup Dragons or the Spin Doctors or any of those guys.
Yeah.
You know, Bare Naked Ladies. And also the band of the same name. Mm-hmm. Hey there, Xander. Oh, look at you. Oh, that look of contentment on his face when I'm doing this to him. Oh, he's just in heaven, aren't you, kitty? I don't even believe in heaven, but you're there.
Yeah, that's like Sammy. He just always wants to be rubbed under the chin.
Well,
Actually,
I don't know.
Xander doesn't like under the chin. Columbia likes under the chin. Xander just likes his cheek. I don't know why.
Petunia, it's behind the ears. You know, if you rub her behind the ears, she'll like go into a trance and start drooling.
Xander likes this. He loves his head and nose just like rubbed gently.
Yes, Sammy likes the bridge of his nose rubbed. Petunia, if you try to touch her face, she will bite you.
Oh, look at
Petunia
you.
obviously came from an abusive home. It's taken a couple of years for us to calm her down to be a normal cat.
Xander spent the first 4 months of his life homeless, stray, but since then he has been here, hasn't he? Oh.
Well, we really don't know Petunia's history. We got her from the shelter. I don't know. She was a couple of years old at the time, but you know, she obviously has serious food insecurities. And when we first got her, she just assumed that anybody reaching out apparently was going to hurt her. That she would bite anyone who tried to touch her for the first 2 years.
Whenever I meet a cat for the first time, I always just hold my hand out like that and let them come to me.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way to do it, to let them sniff your hand first.
Oh,
you know, but that's what I mean. It's just Petunia had such obvious signs of abuse, and it's like, I'm glad we found her, because I'm sure most people would not have put up with her for more than a couple of weeks without sending her back. It took a lot of patience to work with her.
Well, I don't know. I only know Xander's history because the people who were sheltering him knew it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm really glad to have him in the home. He's such a great guy.
Yeah, I keep going back and forth about getting Sammy a companion, but it's like the only 2 other cats that he's had to live with since I've had him, both bullied him, and he just hid under the bed most of the time. So it's like, he's a lot more active now, and I feel he needs somebody to play with him and chase him around. But I'm so afraid of him, feeling like a new cat is taking over.
Yeah, that's something I've worried about with Columbia as well. But she knows I still love her. Ow, yeah. Xander, what the hell was that?
But Sammy is just so passive about everything. No. I keep saying Sammy is the most Canadian cat you will ever meet. He's constantly apologizing, even though he never does anything wrong.
Okay, but I've never heard an A out of a cat, so... Like meow, eh?
Well, that's true. That's true. They're not big on the A sound. But I mean it. It's like he's, even like when he spits up on the rug, he's like so embarrassed by it, and he has to show it to me. But, he's always like, I'm really, really sorry. So I think he used to get hit for that stuff too. It's like you can't help it when you're feeling sick.
Columbia has gotten snugglier a bit since Xander showed up. For a while, it seemed like she was mad at me and would not accept affection. But after a while, she was like just really clingy, especially if I'm like lying in bed and she'll come up to me and just like spoon the hell out of me and
Yep.
there's all that stuff. Really cute. And she'll purr like an electric motor. And, it seems like like for a while she was insecure that she was being replaced. And when she found out she wasn't, she was like, I don't know, making up for lost time, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that she, got adjusted to it and is back to being more snuggly.
Mm.
That's the kind of
Uh,
thing I worry about is like if I get another cat and the other cat comes up on the chair, is Sammy going to think he lost his place and can't lay against my leg when I'm on the computer?
And that used to happen a lot with Columbia and Xander, where Columbia would be on my lap and Xander would come by and start batting at her until she left. And Columbia is really easy to scare off. I mean, not so much scare, but to drive her off.
Yeah.
And, so like I was actually pretty disappointed because I like having her on my lap. She's a very affectionate kitty. And so I was a little like, I was wondering if I should even keep Xander if I was going to lose connection with Columbia. But we stuck through it, and we have achieved a kind of stable household, even though every now and then Xander, being well, he's not a kitten anymore, but he's still enthusiastic. He really wants to play with Columbia. He wants to wrestle, and she's not that kind of kitty. And eventually she's gonna die, and I'll have to figure out about if do I want a replacement or is it just me and Xander? And if I do get a replacement, I mean, I was told older females need younger males that they get along better, and that my experience says that's not true at all. I don't know what I would get for Xander if I got another companion after Columbia. I hope that's not a decision I have to make for quite some time.
Well, some people are saying I should get a kitten, but I would always rather adopt an adult cat from the shelter.
Well, I know that if I get another cat, I still want a kitten, but I'm getting a black cat. Solid black, because they don't get adopted much, and it's been a long time since I've had one. I really wanted an orange kitty because I'd never had one of those, and I'm so glad I found Xander. He's such a great guy. But gonna have to go black next time.
Well, I'm mostly worried about Sammy because, he's never stood up for himself. Anytime there's been a conflict with another cat, he's always like, okay, I'll stay out of your way.
See, it's these
like
long ass
Petunia.
pauses, Diana, where you can join the conversation and start talking to us.
Petunia's
And I
been declawed.
don't know what you're waiting for. There's a perfect opportunity. There's a long block of silence where you could say something. You don't.
Petunia's been declawed, and Sammy can't even retract his front claws. So if he ever got the idea to actually take a swat at her, I'm sure that would resolve the whole thing about her bullying him.
Maybe.
Okay, I'm going to try to say something now. Oh boy! I managed to get something in.
Oh, come on, you can talk about your kitty.
So many opportunities, Diana. So many opportunities. Man, I don't know if you were waiting for us to shut up long enough that you knew it was your turn or what, but honestly, this is the internet. You got to be aggressive or you never say nothing.
Oh,
I am sure that you have things to say about your kitty.
Here. She's just pretty well speaking for herself, don't you, dear? What are you looking for? You heard that, right?
No. I'm assuming there was a meow I missed.
Yes, there was a mouse.
Oh, didn't hear it.
Meow.
Oh, that one I heard.
That one.
Meow. She's a talkative little
Say
kitty.
tongue.
Sammy just says Mao. I don't think he can pronounce the E.
Yes, dear.
Columbia, I don't know what's up with her, but when she meows, sometimes it sounds normal, but most of the time it sounds like she has laryngitis.
Oh, my Merlin was like that. Yeah.
Fiona was one of the cats I redomesticated from the feral colony in New York. I swear for the first 3 years I thought she was mute. Never heard her make a sound.
I still can't hear Xander's purr. I know he does it. I can press my ear up against him and hear it, but it's not audible otherwise.
Yeah, Sammy's not that loud either. Sometimes I can hear it when he's laying in my lap, but
Well, use the cat.
okay. I still want to go back to the idea at least one time of doing a stream that we all just put our cats on camera and people have to figure out who's who because they've got to identify the cat.
There you go.
I guess my cats are pretty distinctive, though.
Well, they are to you, but to people who don't see them every day, they might not be so good at separating the cats.
Well, they kind of have a cult following among my subscribers.
Yeah. I kind of think that with Sammy, too, that, you know, I don't think there's anyone else who gets on camera with a tuxedo kitty, so. I know there are other people that have them.
Lemau.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Hey. I can't believe that's not working. Okay, hold on. Copy image and then paste. There we go.
Here we go.
Meow. See? Meow. The thing is, you know, I've never seen Mao say tongue.
That's true. That's true.
And I mean, I know that joke is pretty ham-fisted, but still, it had to be made. I think it all the time, and wow, that looks like kind of nice for a cat. Hold on, let me a tab this that. I wonder if cats really enjoy this.
Oh, yeah. I've actually thought about getting one of those and see if Sammy would do it. Since he likes the
Okay.
brush so much, maybe he would do it himself when I'm not around.
Fuller brush for kitties. Okay.
As near as I can tell, neither of my cats like this thing.
Well, Sammy's brush can't get much fuller. I've got to clean it. It's getting clogged.
There
Like,
you go.
It does this thing. I don't know. I tried using it on Columbia. She hated it. I might try a second time with Xander, but
You know,
it's not very useful.
well, this is a pre-COVID joke, but before modern medicine, you know, business had slowed down for the Grim Reaper. So he got a job going door to door for the Fuller Company, and many people had an encounter with a death with brush.
Okay.
That's about as bad as the joke where people are so scared that the Viper is coming. And they're like, oh no, the Viper. And then, of course, a guy shows up. Hello, I am the Viper. I'm here to wipe the windows. You know, like
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
That was
Tofana.
such a bad joke. And of course, it's one of those ones that you drag and drag out before the punchline. There was one like that we told in school where it was about some guy where, as a kid, he tells this really risque joke and he just gets in increasingly like nasty amounts of trouble over his whole life. And every time he encounters someone new and they ask him, why are you in these desperate circumstances? You, the joke teller, have to start at the beginning again. I was a kid. I told this joke. I got punished by my mom, blah, blah, blah. You know, so for every step, you have to retell it. And then by the end of the joke, the guy's like living on some prison island like it was Australia back in those days. And, you know, he's got a wife and a family, and he spent the whole time just not talking about why he was sent to the prison island because, you know, it always goes badly for him. Every time he tells the story, people ask him what was the joke. He tells them and they punish him worse. You know, so he spent all of this time with his prisoner wife in this prison colony, you know, not saying why he was there. And finally, she convinces him to say why he's there. And of course, you have to tell the whole story all over again from the beginning. And then she asks him what was the joke. And he tells her and she starts laughing her ass off. And the guy's like, what? Why is this joke so bad? What's so funny? She goes, I'll tell you. I'll tell you later. Go home and eat your dinner first. And he goes and he runs home because he's really eager to finally find out why he keeps getting in so much trouble. And bam, he gets hit by a bus. And the moral of the story is always look both ways before you cross the street.
Uh-huh.
You know, so you drag that joke out for like a half hour, and by the end of it, your friends want to kill you.
The silver ball. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like the little kid version of the Aristocrats when you think about it.
Tayo tú.
You don't know the Aristocrats?
No.
It's this movie. It's kind of a documentary about this joke. Here's the disc. Hold on a sec, so nothing.
Yep, it's an old Disney movie. Or no, not that one.
that's
Okay.
the Aristocats. This is the
Okay, yeah.
Aristocrats. Kind of different.
All
It's
right.
about an old joke that goes around the stand-up comedy world that is just absolutely disgusting. One of the worst jokes ever. It's basically like a guy goes to a talent agent's office and he says, "Have I got an act for you?" And the talent agent says, "What is it?" And the guy starts describing like the nastiest, like sex acts and fecophilia and incest and all that. Describes all of that. When he's done, the talent agent goes, "Oh my gosh, what do you call an act like that?" And the guy goes, "The Aristocrats." And that's the joke, is that the juxtaposition of, ew, that's gross, and hey, look, aristocratic. I didn't think the joke was all that funny, to be honest, but the movie is all these stand-up comedians talking about the history of the joke, telling their own version of it, et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, it's got a pretty decent cast. It's got like Penn Jillette and bunch of stand-up comedians. I know that most people associate Bob Saget with Full House, but that dude is raunchy when it comes to comedy. I don't even see these names. Not really. Well, anyway. Yeah, Billy Connolly, Andy Dick, Lewis Black, George Carlin, Drew Carey, Jason Alexander. Gosh, I need more light. Sarah Silverman. I was thinking of Alicia Silverstone. The Smothers Brothers, Jon Stewart, and so many more. And yeah, so I mean, hearing them all putting their own spin on the joke was interesting, but honestly, the joke's not that funny. I don't know. So, the Aristocrats.
Okay then. It is
and Pixie is going off.
What?
Pixie is going off.
Oh,
Although
no.
Dave Bowman is still here. I thought he'd left a while ago.
Oh,
Quarter of 10. I don't need to be in bed yet.
Well, it's coming close to 1 a.m. over here. At least there's really not that much to do tomorrow. Besides getting coffee.
It's Wednesday, yeah? Yeah. I honestly don't know if I have a thing to do tomorrow. Like
Doc.
anything scheduled.
Hello, Doc. How are you, dear?
Falk Dearsome?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. Yes, greetings and hallucinations.
Ugh and foo, boo and goo. I is really full of poo. And I is really full of the poo. No, huh? Name a song and I can ruin
Really?
it.
Because I am very tempted to accept that challenge.
What about a song that was ruined by itself before you started?
Well, I know a few songs like that. I also know a few songs that, were I to play them here, would almost certainly be demonetized. They include a certain word that starts with C and ends with unt.
Shupoliki.
That's something that should have the regional code on it, because they can't demonetize that in Australia. In Australia, it's used pretty much synonymous with mate.
Yes.
Well, I mean, to hear Stool tell it, it's kind of that way in England, too.
I had to get used to it, because Nacha called me that a couple of times, and I was like, what the fuck?
Well, it's weird, just the knee-jerk hatred so many people have for it in this country. I'm like, it's just a word. I honestly don't know why that particular bit of vagina slurring is so bad compared to the other ones. Why that one so bad? You know?
I don't know. I guess it's just a matter of what one particular person didn't like, and that particular person had some degree of uh, what pull.
Cachet.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, maybe. On the other hand, it could have been something like, I don't know, it was in a play and it was portrayed as a bad thing by the other characters, maybe, and everyone joined the fad.
I have
Hating
to
the word
assume
cunt is trending.
Yeah, there you go.
I have to assume it's some puritanical religious thing that any reference to female sex is taboo. Because
Well,
why is it only that, but they don't get upset about someone calling a man a dick?
Yeah, huh?
well, okay. Well, one thing I've actually tried to give some serious thought is why are boys so turned off by menstrual blood? And I think the main reason, because there's those memes that show up where it's like you see a guy gunned down by machine gun fire, blood everywhere,
Uh-huh.
and the guy's like, yeah, get him. And then you see a commercial for maxi pads, and he's like, oh, like that.
Hmm.
I can only think of one reason for that. One reason is like, let's face it, almost everything else that comes out of that area of the body is waste, and you don't want it
Yep.
anywhere near you.
Hi, Titan.
Tighten your
It,
Well,
releases
again,
here. Yay.
it's like okay, poo comes out of there, pee comes out of there. Anything else that's coming out of there can't be good for you.
Well, again, there are several Bible passages that go back to, how a woman is unclean during her period and
Yep.
needs to
Well,
isolate
okay,
herself,
but
and you need to do these rituals before she's clean enough to touch again.
okay, but not everyone follows the Bible that puritanically. I don't think you can necessarily point to that and say that's the reason why boys don't like menstrual blood. I mean, I've seen it happen to kids that are from completely secular families. It still happens. So I mean,
I think it started with the Bible, and that's just that ingrained in our society after so many generations.
I don't know. I'm not sure I buy that. I think that might have been true 100 years ago, but I think now it really is. Well, it's way too close to the pee and poop shoots. Clearly, it's bad.
Okay,
Like
pro tip.
I wonder, like if menstrual blood came out of the navel, I think people would have less of a problem with it. But it
Yeah.
comes out of the area where you pee and poo.
Pro tip for men, you need to get past that, because if you can make her orgasm during her period, it's a lot safer for you.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. It's not really a concern most lesbians have.
Ah.
I would think it would still be the same with lesbians, just,
Well,
it,
I was
it, it
talking about
helps
the
put them in a
safer
better
part.
mood, so they're less likely to bite your head off.
Well, yes, but I figured when you said safer, you meant pregnancy.
No.
Oh.
No, I
Okay.
meant safer as in you have a better chance of surviving the week.
Well, clearly not where my brain went with that one. I don't know.
I have lived with some women who got pretty extreme, and you know how women, get in sync when they live together?
Sure.
So they say.
Okay, so when I was with my ex, turned out that her and her two daughters and her daughter's best friend all synced up, so like I was the only male thing surrounded by four females all having their period at the same time. Yeah, you really learn that it's about safety. It's about keeping anyone from blowing up.
And okay, you wouldn't think it would be a bad thing, but like, okay, if everyone around you gets the PMS and the cramping and all of that really badly, and you don't want to say a fucking word about it. Trust me.
Okay,
You know?
I'm worried about Titan Uranus anything goes in, anything comes out. Fish, bananas, old pajama, mutton, beer, and stout. What? I think some of those are things you should not be putting in there.
And if they're coming out, I wonder what the hell else you're doing. Dixon's cider? I don't know what that is.
Okay, another pro tip. Do not use porcupines as sex toys.
Right.
They are easy to insert, but pulling them back out again is difficult.
It's weird. Like, I have no problem with blood, but I got a real problem with guts and poo.
Moo.
You know, but if I saw blood, I might go, ugh, or maybe even that's a little too much blood to be on the floor. But I wouldn't be like, keep it away, the way some people are.
Well, it's Doc was just saying he has a friend that just
I
when
know,
he
that's
sees
what
blood, he can
inspired
pass out.
this.
Yeah.
But like, okay, you watch old movies. We're talking like black and white from the 40s and 50s kind of movie. That the thing that always bothers me, I mean, just drives me up the wall if it's like a horror movie or something. The women that scream at everything.
Yeah.
The ones that are like, you know, to the point where they think the only way to snap them out of it is to slap them. That always bothered me, especially including like, oh my gosh, I saw a mouse or a rat kind of thing. It's like, really, you have to stand on the chair like that? You know, I mean, maybe don't hunt it down, but it's not like it's going to be rushing at you to nip at your ankles. Probably more scared of you than you are of it. I don't know. It's always bothered me how weak women are portrayed in those movies.
Moo. Yes.
Well, one of the things that, as a society, the whole menstrual thing about men being so weird about, like, you know, buying pads or that for their women. You know, it's like, okay, you're just buying clean supplies. Why do you have to get so weird about this?
Well,
you know, if you're buying them for
guess-
your wife or your girlfriend or your daughter, what's the big deal? Why is this any different from buying a roll of paper towels?
Well, I guess it's so closely associated with femininity that a lot of these guys just don't want it. They don't want part and parcel of it.
Yeah. Well, another pro tip for guys: rip the box flap off. Take part of the original package with you to match up. Because if you bring back the wrong product, you can be in a lot of trouble.
So I thought you were saying to do that in the store, and I was a little confused.
Mm.
It is weird that guys are weird about that, but I guess I mean I look at a lot of the behavior of guys, like men, and it seems so weirdly insecure.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't get it. I don't know.
You know,
But like no one's got to think of me as girly or effeminate. It's like, really? I mean, it's so weird to me that physical brawn is the measure of a man. That's just weird to me.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's why I know I should have transitioned a lot earlier, because so much of this guy's stuff I never understood.
I don't know.
Especially the guys doing the contest to try and out macho each other. You know, from my understanding of what macho is supposed to be, I don't know why any guy wants to be that, and I don't know why any woman would be with one who does.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen a few guys who make really good macho men. Because they want to be a macho man. Anyway, I'll just see myself out.
The Village People's best moment was when somebody from the Navy Department contacted them to use in the Navy for a recruiting campaign.
Oh, that's lovely. That's I'm gonna say that's even better than Devo being pissed at Weird Al for making a better Devo song than they did.
Oh, speaking of Weird Al,
Hmm?
Apparently today was Weasel Stomping Day, so you should go look that up.
I
I
don't know.
didn't know what the date of it was. Somebody on Twitter pointed it out.
Well, I want to know, when is Whacking Day?
I don't know. That's a British holiday, isn't it?
No, it's a Springfield holiday.
Ah,
That's the one where all of the people in Springfield go out with bats and whack the snakes.
okay. Yeah, I guess I missed that episode.
But yeah, Whacking Day, and then of course there's Yak Shaving Day.
Yes.
Yep. Although, a lot of men don't need any special day to whack off.
Right, right.
I personally like May the 4th.
Yep.
Okay.
May the 4th be with you.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, and I like that we get to celebrate both World Pie Day on March 14th, but also that we exclusively get American Pie Day on July 22nd. That's strictly an American holiday because nobody else writes the dates that way.
Which is pretty stupid, honestly. I mean, the way I see it is, if the goal is to be understood more than it is to put numbers in a certain order, then the only thing that makes sense is month, day, year. Because, it's like, okay, I can pretty much assume we're talking about this year until told otherwise. So if I'm going to narrow it down from this year to this month to this day, I want to do month and day, and the year is an afterthought. But if I absolutely have to have, either biggest to smallest or smallest to biggest, then year, month, day is the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, well, year, month, day makes more sense just because it is, in order. And if it's like you're saying, you're kind of just reading it backwards.
Well, I mean, because if I saw something that said like 12/12, or even like I don't know, 15/12, I'd be like, what the fuck? There's no 15 months. It doesn't make sense. But then if I go, okay, like let's say it is day, month, year, or whatever, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the 11th. There's 12 11ths in the entire year. Which the fuck one? I'd rather see like month, day, so you're narrowing rather than like okay, day, which of those days, and
But
then the year. That makes
It's
sense.
a lot like addressing something to mail. That actually, if you read it backwards, it makes sense, because if you're reading it backwards, you're starting with the largest area and moving to the smallest.
Isn't it the same the other way around? I mean, here we have the person you're trying to deliver it to, where they are, where that is. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That,
yeah.
If you read it backwards on an address, it starts with the country, then the state, then the city, then the street, and then the person.
On the other hand, you could just look at the stupid zip code. It'll tell you all of that. I mean, you have to have them memorized, of course, but the zip code really does narrow everything right down to, like, what, a city, maybe?
Well, originally, the 5-digit zip code would give you a city. If you have the zip plus 4, the other 4 digits are actually the carrier route, which is basically the idea of which mailman is going to deliver that to the street.
It's not that easily divided anymore, though. I mean, I know that, like, zip codes are usually, like, city, then carrier route these days. I mean, most of the state of Vermont seems to use, like, not that many zip codes, but they do it. Like, I mean, Burlington is 05401, South Burlington is 05403.
Yeah.
But I mean, here in a town the size of San Diego, it's like every 10 blocks is its own zip code.
Yeah, well, originally a zip code was for a city, but later when they started having multiple post offices in a city, then you wound up with the zip code being the post office that it was going to be, the post office that was the final destination before it was actually taken out for delivery.
I never have seen that movie.
Which one?
Final Destination.
Ah. Now, see, I thought you were going to talk about The Postman.
No, I haven't seen that one either, though.
That one wasn't bad. For a post-apocalypse movie, that was fairly decent.
If I'm gonna watch, I'm pretty sure that was Kevin Costner in a post-apocalypse movie.
Yeah.
I'm going Waterworld. I love Waterworld. I know people think it's a dud or a bomb or whatever, but I think it's a great flick.
I didn't think much of the Waterworld.
Well, of course, I also like Turbo Kid. So
Okay, Turbo Kid sounds like something I should remember, but not connecting to anything.
it's sort of like an '80s parody. Well, kind of. It takes the post-apocalypse genre and makes it goofier. It's a Canadian film. It's about this kid living alone. He likes these comics about a guy named Turbo Kid. And he's got like this BMX bike that he rides around everywhere, and he ends up fighting what's his face. Why am I blanking? Bad guy in oh shit. I can't remember now. Why am I blanking on his name? Canadian actor, kind of bald, in a lot of action movies. Why am I blanking here?
It doesn't matter. I don't much remember actors anyway, so I probably wouldn't know
It
who you're
matters to
talking about.
me. I should know this guy's name. Michael Ironside. That's his name. Michael Ironside. Still, I really love the soundtrack to Turbo Kid as well. It's very 80s synth stuff, like sort of reminiscent of Buckaroo Banzai, actually. Also, I'm going to be right back. I need to use the John.
Banzaroo Buckeye?
You don't buy hot chocolate, you just rent it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, be careful of hidden stools.
Yes, absolutely. In more ways than one.
They sucked his brains out. Sorry, Dave, I'm not getting what the connection.
I do not
Or is
know
that to
one.
Buckaroo Banzai?
Oh, basta koleke, may tapatarata.
Oh, Ironside.
Ironside. With Raymond Burr?
That's where I go to first, but I don't think that's what he meant.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, I remember in the 70s that for a while there, it's like, it seemed the only thing on TV were 5,000 detective shows.
Yeah, huh? Oh, my. And then there's this cat. Mm-hmm. What?
Okay, and Mage put up a link to some YouTube thing. Let's take a quick look at.
Yeah,
okay.
Better you than me, because I guess the audio bleeds through on my system.
Yeah, unless I'm sharing, no one else is going to hear my audio. Okay, it's apparently a 2-minute trailer for the Turbo Kid thing that she was talking about.
Okay, so it is the Aganafu. Okay.
According to this, apparently it won some award at Sundance, so. Yeah, it definitely has that, has that look of an independent movie production, kind of low budget for props and costumes, but they did their best with what they could afford.
What are we talking about?
Turbo Kid.
Oh, yeah, you're
Mage
about right with
posted
that
a link
one.
to the trailer.
You're about right with that one.
Yeah.
That assessment. It's pretty fun, but it's like, I don't know. You can't take it seriously. If you try to take it seriously, you'll hate it.
Yeah, Mage posted a link, so I'm looking at the trailer now.
Like there was a really fun tabletop role-playing game called Paranoia. I don't know if they still make it. But the basic idea is you're living in this underground bunker. Everyone down there thinks that they were like the world was blown up by a nuclear war. It totally wasn't. And they're all living in this bunker controlled by like this evil, insane computer that has pitted everybody against each other. It's this very sort of like hierarchical fascist society. And all the players are what they call troubleshooters. You're sent out to shoot trouble. And so the whole game is very tongue in cheek and kind of silly. Everyone has like 5 clones of themselves, so you basically have 5 lives and all this stuff.
Mhm.
And like, not counting the game master, there were like 4 or 5 of us playing. Now, all but one of us got into it. All but one of us were like, "Oh yeah, this is tongue in cheek. This is funny. This is hilarious," and we were messing with each other. But that other guy, that last guy, I wish I could remember his last name, but it's Connor or something. He would not. Like he wouldn't get into it. He was a hardcore D&D player, and he wanted to take the game completely seriously. Did not realize that it was comedic, and he was having the worst time playing this game while all the rest of us are laughing our asses off. Eventually, we got to the point where we just started taunting him, because if he wouldn't get into it with us, we might as well just like mess with him until he either figured it out or left. He left. But yeah, Paranoia is a fun game. I miss it.
Moo.
Oh, why don't I just hop on
I
to
know
the
I've
other
seen the
ones
game, I
and
never
see if they
actually
still
played
sell
it.
it. Maybe if they still sell it, I'll stick it on my wish list. Oh yeah, there. Let's see.
Okay, but yeah, apparently Michael Ironside was the guy who played the bad guy in Turbo Kid.
Yep. Okay, well, we will be adding the Paranoia
so
Course
Diane and I were
starter
not
set
getting the
to
Ironside
ye old
reference.
wish list. All right, I do love that game. It's so much fun. It's goofy as hell. You know, it's one of those like the computer is your friend, trust the computer kind of deals. I think I can put this above the vegetable chopper, but below the aliens board game. There we go. Yes, that's the one I'm looking for. But can I find a good version of it? Damn it. Maybe this one is of decent resolution, or maybe that one is.
When
There
I
we
was
go.
watching the
Okay.
trailer, then an ad comes up that you can buy the Turbo Kid movie from YouTube Movies.
There's Paranoia right there. You can see like there's the computer looking at you. Here's all the people.
Yeah.
Like this guy's blissfully unaware of all the shit going on around him. You can see this bomb here and a guy about to shoot him in the back. All these guys are like, haha, watch this guy while we go get it. You know, I mean, that is the tone of the game, and I cannot believe that the other dude, the one dude who couldn't get into it, didn't realize from the cover how screwed up it was. Never mind the rest of us when we're playing it. I don't know. It's like, if someone's going to be a spoil sport, after a while, you got to lean into the skid.
I've seen people play it at Con of the North, but I just, never sat long enough to find out what the game was about.
Well, let's put it this way. It's the kind of game where if you're like, I want to earn the experience points and build up my character and really get attached, it's like, yeah, you're playing the wrong game, fella. It's like, I don't know. If you really like 2001: A Space Odyssey and go see Star Wars, you're likely to be disappointed. But it's not the fault of Star Wars. You went in with the wrong expectations.
Titan Uranus says he might not have been able. I have a neurotypical friend who has almost no sense of humor. I've also seen that on the other extreme, that I have seen some autistic people that, because they take everything too literally, they don't get a lot of humor.
Well, maybe, but we like with this one guy, it was pretty clear he wanted to play it like D&D, and that's not the kind of game it was. Like, I mean, hardcore D&D gamer, and like let's put it this way: he understood what we were saying to him. He just didn't want to play along.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, couldn't get his head in the game.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of like the first time I tried to watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I didn't understand what the show was doing, and so I hated it. But when I gave it another go and I knew what it was gonna be like, I ended up really enjoying it. You just have to sometimes go in with the right mindset.
I was actually like that when the show Home Improvement first came out. That I didn't quite get it when I watched the first few episodes, and it took me a little while to catch on to what he was actually doing with the character.
Oh. Oh, okay. I kind of meant the presentation, though. In It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, number one, I didn't realize these people were quite so scummy from the first episode. I mean, there's a certain amount of just like you have to indulge your darker side to watch that show, but also I didn't realize how much of it was going to be improv, right, rather than scripted. And so watching it, there was this weird, almost like half-assed attachment to it. But when I went back and watched it later, I was like, oh, that's what they're doing, and it totally works. I just went in watching it the wrong way. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I never watched that, so I have no reference for that show.
Well, it really does help for someone to give you a heads up about the paradigm with which it was made. Like, no spoilers or nothing, just, okay, here's what you should expect, so don't go in expecting your typical 3-camera sitcom with a laugh track. It's not that. You know? I've had to explain that, like Young Sheldon is like that versus The Big Bang Theory, which is more traditional.
I don't think I'd ever heard that description before, the 3-camera sitcom.
Oh, that's pretty standard. I mean, sometimes they say 4, but that's pretty standard. Like, as in, that's the industry term.
Okay.
Man, the useless knowledge I picked up in film school,
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, one of the things that I remember best from film school is copyright law. I had to take copyright law. The only thing I really remember is fair use, but that's come in useful more than once in a YouTube career. So,
Except that you have to keep explaining it to YouTube.
Well, yeah, but it still means that my videos aren't getting demonetized. I mean, because like the number of people in the earlier days of Google owning YouTube, where they're like, "Ah, shit, I got demonetized again," and I'm like, here's a crash course in fair use, because your video is completely legit, and you can bitch to YouTube to get it reinstated. Like, I did that so many dozens of times for people to explain to them exactly how they can fight back. Yeah, I mean, the one thing I know about copyright law is fair use, and I know it pretty well.
Well, the darn problem with that, though, is when they demonetize you, they're demonetizing the film at its prime monetary production time, aren't they? I mean, when you first...
Yeah.
And then
Actually,
you've watched anyway.
I don't know if that necessarily is the case, because they do send you your funds on a monthly basis. If you can fight a demonetization, I mean, I wonder if anyone's actually done the math. If you tell them don't demonetize this thing, do you get the money back? I mean, if they were showing the ads and it was copyright rather than content, because when it's copyright, the holder of the original copyright gets all of your money.
Right.
And so if it's that kind of copyright violation versus like showing the wrong thing on camera, I think you can get your money back.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of they don't give you the money it earned, but if it's demonetized, during the first 24 hours is when they would normally promote it and you would get the most views. So it cuts down on the number of views and the number of money it should have earned.
We're talking past each other. You're talking past each other. Because not always is it demonetization means all ads are gone. Sometimes it just means, like, especially when it's copyright, the ads are still there. You're just not getting the revenue. I mean, if it's a content strike, you showed something you shouldn't have, sure, you're right. But if there's still ads on the video, you're still getting the promotion. You're just not getting the revenue. But if you fight it before the month is over, you can get the revenue back, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that part of it.
Yeah. I don't know. I've gotten to a point now, since I'm not doing the atheism thing anymore, where it's like I actually think I have greater earning potential as an animator. I just need to finish Quinn Redshift and then start putting stuff out more frequently.
Yeah. Yeah, people just need to see stuff from you on a more regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even that, it's just that atheism is such a niche topic where animation is like it has much broader appeal. So
Well, I
I
definitely would
think
like
it
to see
could
more of the
really
Head
like
Meets comics.
boost my numbers, boost my exposure to put out animation more than atheism ever did.
Yep. I'd definitely like to see more of the Head Meets comics and, you know, just your views on things that way.
Well, I mean, a lot of that is going to be played for laughs, though. But thank you, and I've been tweaking the format a little. I actually made the intro much better, things like that.
Okay, well, it is past midnight here,
Hmm.
and I still
Not
have
here.
not found half of my dinner, so I should probably get off here and start winding down.
Oh yeah, at some point I should have real food, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking too, that I have not had nearly half as much food as I should have had.
I've been eating cheap cookies.
Well, so far since this started, I've had green tea and hot chocolate. I really should get some actual like food.
Mmm.
I'm just having these endless salt cravings that I'm, you know, nearly reaching the point of unscrewing the top and chugging the shaker.
That seems odd.
Dr. Ben said probably is a side effect of the spirulactinate that they put me on. He said that tends to make potassium levels drop.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my.
I just, you know,
Okay.
I
Okay,
can't
so
get across to people the extreme level of this that I feel like eating a 10-pound salt lick.
oh my, I know that feeling. I'll tell you. What do you got over there?
I don't know
Set.
if the sound will come through, but this is the new Head Meets intro. So,
Cool.
I mean,
Yeah, we got the music.
the glass effects are better, and it also includes the new Bionic Dance logo, like that, and bam. This is the glass shattering looks better than it did originally, where it just sort of tumbled like rain.
Yeah.
Now it actually has a bursting effect.
Yeah, it feels more like it's coming at the camera.
Tayo Korostu. But I'll tell you what, yeah, everybody seems to be wanting to do their things. So why don't I say, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. Guys, I say this every time. I want to sound as sincere as I'm really trying to feel. You guys keep me going. Really, you do. And I am so happy. I am so grateful for every one of you. And
Meanwhile, I'm going to destroy you all if I ever have the means. Just
there
saying.
you go. There you go. And guys, keep liking this stuff. So as long as you keep liking it, and as long as I'm alive to do it, then I'll just keep doing it. How's that sound?
Okay, Kate,
Hmm?
we know you're trying to destroy us all. That's why we're sending you Stool.
Yes.
We're going to put you in the position of the genius trying to destroy the world with the incompetent henchman.
I didn't say I'm trying to destroy you all. I said I will if I have the means. I don't have the means yet, so I'm not trying.
Yes,
But we're
you're
just going to
very
make sure that you
trying.
never get there.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm smart enough to do to my minions what the cartoon villains don't. If you send me Stool, he's going straight into the lava pit. Just
Oh
saying.
my word. And then, okay. With that, I will say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Okay, good night, all.
Bye.